This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, two teams are fighting for survival, and two more will fight for that second seed at Masters Santiago. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. Where are we at, Emily? Say the name of the city and the state.
Los Angeles,
That's
California.
right. That's right.
Oh,
Mimi,
wow.
why can't you take a note from Emily?
Damn, that's crazy.
There's a way to pronounce it.
Los Angeles. California.
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Okay. Los Angeles. Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here with you all because we have a great day. Right now, there are 4 teams left in this competition, and only 2 spots are going to be available for Masters Santiago.
Hold up.
Those are up for what?
You're missing something.
Okay.
Where's your Valentine's
Come on,
spirit?
it's Love Day.
Why aren't you talking about how it's Valentine's Day today?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm in. Okay. Today we're starting in the lower bracket, and it's our defending champions NRG taking on 100 Thieves. And then it's the best of 5 middle bracket final between G2 and MIBR. The winner of that one is headed straight over to Chile alongside their colleagues Furia. And be sure to stick around following today's best of 5 because we are going to have a stage 1 draw show. And we did a rehearsal, and let me tell you, oh boy, it's going to be exciting. I cannot wait for that one. We'll see where the chips fall there. But today, though, as you could tell, it's Valentine's Day, okay?
Now we can tell.
Yeah, now you can. Yes, Myrna, now you can tell. Yeah. All right, so look, all right, what we figure what we do, we want to single out some players that we love and create our very own Valentine's Day edition All-Star team, the All-Star Valentine. We picked a bunch of players, and we're going to design this beautiful card, which we're going to send.
Heck yeah.
You know, totally going to get it printed. All right, first things first, excuse me, we have Cryo. Mimi is sending it to VCT.
You have to address it. The post office will return it
from
fair.
the desk.
The desk.
You
can start pitching it. We don't have to look at my handwriting.
All right, who's our first one?
We have Cryo going up first.
Yeah.
Yes, as our sentinel player for this all-star team. I think in a meta where Chamber is so much more viable now, he has really taken that and ran with it. He's so impactful in getting these first kills and making the rounds a lot easier for his team. And also the Vito mentioned, gotta shout out that.
Shout out to the production team and the heart transition. Holy crap, that was good. What timing on that.
So
Y'all in the back need a just very good job. All right.
Good sticker, too.
Good job.
Let's go to the next one. We have Verno. My glasses are falling off. Who wants this one? You? Yeah,
Verno, he is so good at reading the other team, kind of finding where their little habits are and abusing that with utility, making them play in such a different style than what they're used to. And when you're an IGL on a super team, it's really hard to consistently frag, and yet he does it. He shines on that super team. So for me, Verno is definitely up there. And no one else but you.
Loyalty is key.
Ay, qué lindo. Look at that. It's so cute. Okay, next up, we got one of my favorite players.
Okay.
It's King. Okay.
I can give the sell
Pitch me on this one.
this King guy. He stepped into this Leviathan roster, a roster that was really made to put together some of the best fragging young talent that South America had to offer. And despite that, he comes out of this stage being one of the best performers on that team. He's so consistent at what he puts up while IGLing, while playing controller. He's such a great asset to any team, both as an experienced player and a leader, but also as a crazy individual.
Your thing.
Your ears.
My ears?
Yeah, your heart ears are falling.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Commit to the bit,
Not
Mimi.
very Valentine.
Great breakdown. Great breakdown. I love that, King. Awesome player. We have 2 more, though. Next one. This one I'm excited for. It's the dog.
Dude.
Jogamo. You know he had to be our Valentine.
Heck yeah, dude. He's so good. I think Jogmo, what he's brought, other than being the OG mobility king with that movement, he has allowed G2 to have such a deep playbook to play around these crazy cards, bringing out that Phoenix, but also consistently being able to be either that dive duelist or opping or just being someone with a little less mobility. He's done it all, and he's consistently fragged, too.
I gotta say, so far this team is is looking pretty damn good. Let us know what you think in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. Last one we put together in this Valentine's Day super team, it's Mata. And I think Emily, Mata is a great option on this squad.
With the flexibility that you were talking about on Jog, it gives Mata so much room to work with, being that Waylay that we've seen and loved. He's so good at when to take fights and when using his util. It's not very gimmicky at all. He's just such a self-reliant Waylay, and that backed up with Jog, it's like fail to lose. You can't.
This is kind of like dream double duelist. Having those two players together. Sure, Jaw had a slower start to this stage, but he always steps up in those big games. And you have a world champion alongside another world champ. Nothing's better than that.
So great. Real quick, just want to go over, you're my duo, no Mata. What?
That's so
I will never make you cryo. You make my jog drop. Oh, that's great. How about king of our hearts?
I'm going to decorate a little.
And last one.
I'm going to do one here.
No one else but you. Folks, well, we hope you know that we love you guys. No one else but you. Anyway, let's go ahead. This has been an awesome kickoff, though, with tons of surprises. So, we got one person who did see it all coming. Shocker, by the way. Check out this hot take from the start of the tournament. Be surprised. What are you doing?
It's thematic.
Hey guys, it's Alexis from SRG, and these are my VCT Americas predictions. My first prediction is that Sentinels is either going to 1, make a roster change, or role swaps before stage 1. And my second prediction is that the 3 teams that are going to make it to Masters Santiago are NRG, MIBR, and Furia.
That's right, I'm joined by who's seemingly the Valorant soothsayer, Shopify Rebellion's Alexis. Thanks so much for coming on.
Hey, Mimi.
Hi. You had some crazy preds there. When we initially reacted to that, I think everyone was like, why is she going for Furia? So I want to start asking you, what sold you on this team? Why'd you believe they could make it?
Listen, I duel with these players a lot in ranked, and they're always farming in top frag. I know that's not usually the consensus that you go for when you're building a super team, but I play with these players a lot. I know the potential that they have, and I mean, I was right.
Yeah, you were right. So that was the initial sell. You watched them play. You watched them play that long BO5 last night. What about this team and how they've put these excellent individuals together has impressed you the most?
Honestly, I was really impressed by Artson yesterday. He farmed. I also think that the communication between Artson and Nerve, because I know Nerve used to be an IGL, and having those two players work in tandem with one another, I can see that they have really good strats and really good planning.
Yeah, another one of your predictions was that MIBR was going to make it. They, of course, lost that best of 5 and now have this rough road ahead of having to play another BO5 today. Are you still on the train that they're going to qualify? And if so, what's the path forward for that team?
I think MIBR wins today. I think that NRG, I still think that NRG is going to make it as well. Okay. I'm hoping that all 3 of my preds are going to be correct, and I think it's going to be MIBR NRG.
All right, I would look forward to seeing that. Real quick, too, as a competitor, 3 BO3s in a weekend possible if MIBR loses this match. What is that strain like? How does a team bounce back from being put in that kind of position?
It's tough. You have to mental reset super fast, and obviously playing a BO5 is already super tiring, and going to another BO5, another BO3, like, it's really tough on the mental, so being able to bounce back from that and be like, okay, we have to put the mistakes behind us, learn from them, and then just go forward.
100%. For you, I want to thank you so much for hopping on and joining. I'm excited to see if those preds come true. Anything coming up for you want to plug real quick?
Real quick, happy Valentine's Day, guys. If you don't have a wife yet, she's in Swift Play. You got to queue up, go look for her. And also, I am co-streaming the games right now, twitch.tv/Alexis. Tap in, come in here, guys.
Yeah, time for a Swift Play before the game starts, I presume. Thanks so much, Alexis. All weekend, we're hosting a block party outside the Riot Games Arena. And today, we've got some very special guests. Let's get a word.
We are outside at the block party here for kickoff, and we need 2 more, and we got a full team. I'm here with Raze and KO, Carolina and Gabe. Thank you so much for joining me today. Gabe, it's your first time here at VCT, hanging out. You're a player. Do you play KO?
I do play KO. I'm a main. KO main till me and Ben Affleck, apparently. I just heard about that, you know? Yeah, so, you know, we do it up every now and then. No, I'm joking.
Just running around with Batman, whatever.
Yeah.
So what would you say the most voice line you could ask for?
Oh, You are powerless.
Yeah. I love that. Going for the alt, throwing it out. Love it. What would you say your favorite voice line to do is, Carolina, for Raze?
I gave it to you last time, so I'm going to change it now.
Okay.
Paint, check. Charges, check. Brakes, nowhere in sight.
That's amazing. Do you get asked to do different ones? Like a Brimstone Zinho, the one we got last
The
time?
Brimstone Zinho, yes. People really like when I invite Viper out to girls' night. Whoop, whoop.
Okay, yeah.
They love that one. And as soon as I do, here comes the party, there's like a reaction that's very exciting.
It's nightmarish, actually. I mean, you know you're about to get exploded into oblivion, so wow.
Do people recognize you in game?
In game, yes, actually, it happens. They know I'm like, I hear KO in there, but I don't know, and then I do, you know, I know what they're thinking. Aimbot, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, you're the guy. So yeah.
That's amazing. I love it. Thank you so much for coming out again. They're down here at the block party, signing, handing things out. Come down here, hang out, get some voice lines on your phone. They can say some stuff for you. I'm gonna throw in a Molly, and then we're gonna go ahead and throw it back.
Wait a minute.
You know, fun fact, Riv was actually supposed to be the voice actor for Brimstone, but unfortunately just couldn't make it on time. But, you know, hey, look, I think overall, great time in the block party. Make sure you guys are getting out there. If you're here at the Riot Games Arena, have fun.
I'm going over there right now. You guys don't need me, right?
We have a job to do, you know, because
okay.
I don't know if you know, but the lower bracket, you know, we have like an elimination match that's coming up, as a matter of fact.
Pretty important.
You know, by the way, this one is a rematch, okay? Because Energy scored a 2-0 earlier at kickoff, but it was a close, hotly contested matchup. And Mimi, I think this is when we started to see this 100 Thieves team. I guess that's when we started to like believe.
Yeah, they really pushed NRG here, and I would sell it almost the opposite in that this was the first time we saw some of the cracks in NRG.
Ooh, good call.
They started very strong in this Corrode game, and I think some mistakes in the way that they were playing their post bunts, where they're normally so good at setting up those crossfires, having that perfect synergy, that faltered in some of these rounds. This one in particular really stood out, this near 1-on-4 that they almost lost to Asuna. If they lost that, real world, it goes 3 maps, and it could have been a different story. So now I think for NRG, they're in this position where they're expected not just to win today, but to come back and do it much more dominantly than they did the first time.
Yeah, I think where they're really struggling is learning to adapt and adapting a lot quicker. And I feel like that's what we saw against the 100 Thieves with that Sage comp. Just felt like they were trying really hard to push through and figure it out, but they kind of just couldn't. But they closed it out in the end. And like you said, I think they're trying to work on that. And it's hard when this is a team that kind of depends on watching VODs and learning how the other team plays. But I mean, if they've done a lot of their homework and they've done a lot of their fixing of their micros, which NRG is really good at, then they should be okay.
Yeah, well, of course, you know, you do have to wonder, though, right? Of course, you have the defending champions that they're going to be sitting in the lower bracket. And this is a conversation we have every single time we come out of, you know, a big event, World Championship. Emily, it's always like, is the curse still here? Is the champion's curse still a thing? And yeah, I mean, is there a possibility that NRG falls victim to this here?
I feel like NRG is falling victim to this. I feel like every match that we've seen, they had a strong start early off in kickoff, right, with that 2-0 against Cloud9. But I feel like every match, teams find a way to find their weaknesses, find their gaps, and kind of abuse that. And in this new meta, whether you're running this double duelist and being like hyper aggressive that we even saw G2 swap to mid-tournament, they're struggling. They're getting kind of ran over, and they don't have an answer yet, and they need to find it fast if they don't want to continue this curse, because it's really going down that path.
And if we look back at history, there's never been a championship winning roster that comes into the next year and really is as competitive at global events. Let's look back at the teams. 2021, Ascend, they win the first ever champions, never make another global event again. Loud, a big super team, lose 2 of their key players, have to retool the roster, and well, they do good regionally, they never win another global. You look at EG, that roster completely broke.
Yeah,
they only had John Potter left after winning, and you round that out with a team like EDG, who had these internal issues, Simon no longer with the team, and then they bomb out of their home tournament in China that year at Masters Shanghai. NRG, if they could make it to Santiago and achieve results there, they would be the first exception to this curse that has plagued champions winning rosters.
Yeah, that's actually a really good note there. And I think it shows you just like how intense the competition kind of just continues to build up year after year, right? And also just all the things that end up happening, like EG, for example, completely imploding. Just goes to show you how the history of this all really plays out in such a fascinating way. But of course, so the thing that you do have to acknowledge when talking about the world champions is that they have had a couple of issues, as we had noticed and we had noted, but more importantly, Myrna, it was G2 has just been a problem for them. What is it, 6 wins in a row for G2?
Yeah.
Energy have never been able to take one off of them.
I think so far what we've seen from G2 is that they really have it down to a science on how to win in Americas and learning about the other team. But for Energy, again, this goes back to my point about them struggling to adapt. It felt like once G2 brought out a new, fresh comp, Energy, they were so far behind on trying to figure it out. They didn't have enough understanding on the VODs, and it feels like when you are a world champion team, you should be able to get back on track a lot faster. And especially, we're talking about that champion's curse. I mean, they didn't blow up their roster. They still have the same 4 players, the same coaching staff. They only changed out 1 player. So you're looking for a lot deeper of a playbook, a lot deeper of an understanding of their own identity. And I feel like they're just struggling to put that out there.
That is an excellent note on that one. Of course, we'll continue this conversation, though. But for now, let's actually check in with Kiko. Riv had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier on today.
And just hanging out with Energy, Kiko, before the match today. Your champion pool goes, or agent pool goes really deep. You have the Astra, Killjoy, Viper, Neon, Omen. Which are you enjoying most bringing into the server right now?
I would say my favorite role right now is Smokes. I'm just most comfortable from last year playing a lot of Smokes. But yeah, just playing everything. So yeah.
Is there anything you want to play, or maybe we haven't seen yet?
I'm not gonna say, but yeah, I would say.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect. Thank you. Good luck today.
Always a pleasure to hear from Kiko. But today, though, we're going to get to see 2 killer waylays go head-to-head in the server. It's Timotino and Mata. Timotino making quite the name for himself. Mata being that person, Emily, year 1, who came into the league, had massive impact, and now it feels like Timotino almost following in his footsteps, you would say.
Yeah, but I feel like they play Waylay very differently, right? When we see 100 Thieves, they play it so much around his kit and kind of have these gimmicks and traps and setups, whereas on the side of NRG, Montage just kind of doing his own thing over and over. Like, as you can see here, Timotino just kind of using all that utility so that his team can kind of push through, whereas Mata is very situational based. He's very good at these quick reactions. And both plays, like both play styles are fine. They work great. But I also feel like we've kind of been seeing Timotino struggle a bit when he is getting hard countered, whereas Mata, it's kind of hard to shut something down when you actually don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, Timo went 6 and 12 in the opening kills in the last match these 2 teams played. And I think for both of them, the matches that they've lost, one of the biggest struggles has been when their Waylay cannot get those opening kills. And he's actually getting shut down. It becomes so much harder to get these wins across the board. So in a match against the guy who is sold as the best Waylay in the world right now for Mata, is an awesome opportunity for Timotino to show that this rookie player can go head-to-head with the champion in this Waylay head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the incredible impact that a Waylay could have with Alum, right, yesterday, and how he was just diving in, shorty pop, backing out. And it's like, yeah, it's an annoying thing to face off against, but it's like he gets his target, right? He's so good at that. And I think you're going to need to see both of these players kind of channel that energy, ironically, no pun intended. But I do genuinely believe it's going to be a fireworks show. Awesome stuff here. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Riv one more time and hear from the IGL of 100 Thieves.
I am here with Vora before the match today. Coming in first, you're calling VCT against Ethan, the 2-time world champion. Not much probably changes in your game in the way that you're going to approach it, but do you see anything that you need to look out for Ethan? Has anything ever inspired you from his calling that you've brought into your game?
I think Ethan historically has been a great caller in the sense where he gets everyone on the same page, everyone plays the game together. And I think I kind of aspire to be like that every day, like just getting my team more coordinated, more team play involved is something I think he specializes in with NRG. So trying to bring my team to that level would make our output insane.
Awesome, Bora. Thanks for the insight. Best of luck today.
There's always something to learn from when you're competing here at the VCT, and whoa, did not expect that. Okay, so Riv, the only one siding with 100 Thieves. Everyone else went NRG, and Emily, the only one went MIBR. Whoa, you're a little shocked there.
How am I alone in this?
Actually, I mean, well, listen, I never I always predict G2.
You always predict
That's been your thing for a while.
Yeah, I get they have a win streak going on in Americas, but do you really feel like they can kind of bring it into this year for you G2 voters?
Yeah, they just crushed the world champions in their last
did.
game.
So remember when they played Phoenix? Yeah, I was a big fan of that.
It seems like, though, our community actually a little bit more split. 51-49 tells you
That's a
that.
lot closer than I thought it would be. I thought a lot of people would be jumping on the NRG.
Yeah,
train.
a lot closer than our predictions, that's for certain here, folks. But two teams are going to be fighting to stay alive in this competition and fighting for that spot in Chile. VCT Americas Kickoff starts right now.
We do like that do or die mentality. We like when our backs are against the wall. It happened to us last year in Split 2 as well, and we had to win out the entire split all the way to champs, and you see where it ended up, so we like when there's no second chances.
I mean, personally, we felt like our match against NRG was pretty close, honestly. Like, I felt like we could have gone the other way. And, you know, they just came off a loss, so hopefully, you know, they're a little shaken up about that.
I'd say 100 Thieves plays very explosive. This next match should be a bloodbath.
I'm expecting everything, you know, they're going to bring it all. Everyone's going to bring everything they got into the server, and it's going to be a really good match.
Riot Games Arena. Let's get this first elimination match started. Let's bring out 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves coming into this matchup with a chip on their shoulder. You heard Cryo in that setup. Last time they played, it was a close game. Could have gone either way. And we agreed here on the desk. Today is the day, Myrna, where they can finally say, you know what? We are better than the world champions.
I mean, we've seen them be super creative, trying to come up with a lot of these deep gameplays and setting up every single player on this team. But it's just a matter of if they can do it against NRG. This team, they've seen how it is to be the rookies and how it is to be that explosive play style. And if they can bring that and kind of figure out that, hey, NRG, they're a little bit more passive. I'm ready to go. It's something that they really should bring to the table.
And now, let's bring out their opponents. Your defending champions, NRG!
You heard Riv, the defending world champions, but they're coming fresh off of a loss against G2 Esports, a team that has had their number time and time again. But this time around, Mimi, there's an opportunity here for NRG to say, hey, you guys thought that game was close last time. You ain't seen nothing yet. They want to make a statement here and stay alive in this competition.
A team that has proved how good they are in lower bracket runs when the pressure is on. And a team that has always been good at learning from their losses, but they're facing up against history. No championship squad has ever come back from winning that accolade and managed to continue that success into the next year. Winning here, winning their next game, qualifying to Santiago. Those are the steps on the road to do it.
Here's your series layout. Pearl Abyss split if necessary. Emily, how are we feeling?
Feeling good about the Pearl, not so much about the Abyss. Yes, we've seen
Feeling good
NRG.
for the Pearl for who? For NRG?
For 100 Thieves,
For 100
yes.
Thieves, excuse me, yeah.
And NRG, it makes sense that they picked Abyss. They had a strong start on it last year, but again, the meta has shifted. I feel like, you know, when we saw them last time, it was a little bit closer, and they also, going up against MIBR, they already had footage on that, which is why it was so dominant. They knew everything that they were going to do. But here, I feel like 100 Thieves could have changed a lot, so it's not going to be as readable and not going to be as easy as a win.
True, but I'm going to bring it back to Pearl a little bit because I'm a little bit scared for 100 Thieves for picking this. Yes, NRG, they did just kind of get owned on it by G2 the other day, but G2 pulled out a wild card. So for 100 Thieves, I'm expecting to see something kind of crazy need to set up for that game plan, and they need to expect that NRG have fixed a lot of those issues that they have seen and the ones that they made against G2.
One of the biggest reasons for the end of tournament surge in Paris for NRG to go on to win that trophy was the excellent prep work they brought into matches. Bonkar, throughout his career, and especially with this NRG roster, has proved adept at coming up with the right counter strats, the right way to play into opponents once you have that tape. And they've got a hell of a lot of tape on 100 Thieves. They've played 7 matches already in this tournament, and they're a team that relies heavily on their set strats, on the rounds where they're calling things off barrier. This is a great opportunity for him to have the read.
All right, and here is your agent select Cryo on the veto. We're getting that back again.
That's Emily's.
Yeah,
Emily's veto Cryo goes crazy.
It does, and I think we saw it last time. It was such a pain to have when you're going into these really late in the round plays and execs that we've seen a lot of teams like to do, because on Pro, you want to work that map. But going into a veto, you have so much utility there that just kind of cuts or counters the rest of the utility that you're throwing out.
I think, too, last time when we saw NRG versus 100 Thieves, NRG did struggle to get onto the site on a map like Haven, where Vito was playing. It felt like they struggled. Whenever they found him, they tried to avoid him a little bit, go back towards that A main. So maybe another struggle, or figuring out how to finally get past this veto.
Folks, we're all set for map 1, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this showdown. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, and we have an explosive match here between these two teams. It is do or die territory, elimination on the line, and not just that, really your final chance to really get a chance to even potentially book a ticket to Santiago, right? This just gets you into the running for the lower bracket grand finals. Doesn't even get you all the way there. But between these two teams, we have to mention, and Odessa's been talking about it, it is going to be an uphill battle for this 100 Thieves squad, because the amount of footage that's on display for them, they have played 18 maps of Valorant, the most out of any team still in America's Kickoff. And guess what? They're playing against the opponents of NRG, notorious for their prep work, the anteing. It's what got them a championship title and what gives them that title as the reigning champions.
NRG have actually only lost maps here when they don't know what their opponents are running throughout Kickoff. They've only lost on maps where they were surprised by a new composition, a new map that they hadn't seen before. And just look at the pistol stats. You can see how much difference there is in terms of available footage. But NRG have played against 100 Thieves before. They've got to be ready for this veto. I think the desk is completely correct that that's the main point of focus.
It's a real sticking point for NRG when they played against G2 on this map.
Oh, Leaf was eating them alive.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, the pace I think the G2 threw at NRG, they were hard limit testing the squad.
Well, look here. NRG have feinted over towards A, and that might have been to try to drag out some piece of big util. They got rid of the 0 point from Asuna, but this interceptor is still waiting over towards B if they go in that direction. It feels like Ethan, though, is leading his team more towards an A finish.
Yeah. A lot of poking, a lot of working on the map.
I think you have to against this comp from 100 Thieves.
But you're right about the A finish. I mean, Scuba's inserted into A main if he hears any sort of sound cues. But okay, Cryo's going to be tested nice and early here. Does come off the head of Ethan. Double dash forwards, the target priority. Cryo didn't want to turn his attention around, just trying to take it. But Kiko going walkabouts now and just letting loose into essentially almost their spawn, just into the corner area. But this is potentially a risky business here. Bang is left now into the 1v2. Thanks for the good work that Vora was putting in there. Very much overwhelmed.
Spike planted.
Plan down, though.
And Brock's going to be able to retreat. He can regroup with Scuba, and this is going to be very difficult for Bang to crack.
Yeah, you got stars.
He's been fantastic recently, Bang. But this one's a huge uphill battle.
He's got no util. Brock just got the dart online, too.
Stun, pull. Scuba with so much.
Bang. He's not tapping. He's going hunting for the kills. He knows that that's his win con, but still, the stars are laid down. Scuba playing his life. First tap is going to be pulling out one of them. Stuns comes next, and it is really just a difficult scenario all around. Bang now, forced to stick it all the way through. Scuba plays it perfectly. Excellency on display from the reigning world champs.
But they needed 2 critical kills from Kiko there, through mid. The European import player really showcasing why they've added him to the roster. His aim is fantastic. I do like that from Cryo. The fact that he's just completely ignoring the Waylay.
Yeah.
Both of these teams play a ton of Waylay, and they both should be very good at identifying how to play against it as well. It's a difficult comp to work. I think NRG themselves are going to find this attack side difficult. I know that we've just seen them go 1-0 up on the pistol, but they do have to try to navigate a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
On the defense side, not just the interceptor, but the 0 point as well. Could neutralize Ethan and Brock's double initiator comp. It's going to be tough.
It definitely is. 100 Thieves here, gearing up to potentially see if we can get the punish off. Mada's got that hinder though, and that's going to be cowering again the rest of the 100 Thieves pack. He does remove 2 of them, some sharp shooting with the Sheriff. Mada was allowed to play a bit more aggressive. He was only going to be handing over the pistol. The rest of his team absorbing up that space onto A.
They have to flip the map here. Ethan planting for backside because you don't control A main. Good protocol from NRG.
Drone going out.
And a very light investment, actually, in terms of the weaponry in this round. 2 players coming in with pistols, and Ethan also saving a bit of money by going for the Stinger.
Yeah.
But of course, Brock is getting out the Odin as early as possible. Get that.
It's bread and butter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that gun in his hands ASAP.
It's going to happen. Asuna will just look to, again, do a bit of damage here, but the composition that NRG are running, it's not exactly kills that you want to hand them. You don't want to start getting them generating these ultimates early on.
They can afford to lose quite a few players here as well. So it's not even like losing Mada.
Yeah.
Was that damaging whatsoever. A clean start for NRG.
And NRG have been so good at managing their economy, honestly, the entire time in kickoff. Don't want to nerd out about it too much, but if they notice that their opponents don't pick up the Outlaw too much, they'll buy half armor.
Oh, they buy half armor so much.
They do it a lot if they think they're not going to get punished for it.
It's something that 100 Thieves should be ready for and aware of. I'd like to see Cryo especially, maybe even Timo sometimes, picking up the Outlaw if they're reading into the economy of NRG. But this round, yeah, this round it's a real mixed buy, isn't it?
Half armor across the board for 100 Thieves as well. We were just talking about it on the other side of things. No, second guessing himself.
Drone going out.
Going for the rifle, but bonus is potent from NRG here.
Again, the interceptor tucked into this position over towards B. This is where Leaf was playing it for G2 as well, and it caused NRG so many problems. But they've had a chance to look at that VOD, and I'm sure they've got some ideas of how to mitigate it.
Ooh, it's a risky fight to be taken back. Just wide out into the open there. Just gets the one before the trade in sight. Kiko on top of it.
Losing Mada makes it harder to hit one of the sites, but of course, if you do get the plant down, it's much easier without bang there. Does Ethan anticipate this? It's a really, really tucked up position.
This is so unorthodox. Ethan's even just jiggling there. I mean, the hinder. Some inclination. Maybe a sound cue was given off, and Scuba's just picking off Cryo onto the other side of the map. This is going to make things incredibly simple for NRG. Slowly working the advantages.
It's a disaster of a round to lose for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And what a freeze. What a pause. Called in the round here for NRG just to make 100 Thieves sweat. Prowler used a stack over towards the B side because they're reading into the fact if Cryo's dead, they're probably going to hit into where the interceptor was. They've left A completely open. Ethan playing him like a fiddle right now.
Yeah, maybe if there was a player still waiting in A, this could be a dangerous scenario for NRG, but themselves, they've got an open site for the taking. 15 seconds left. This plant will go down without any pushback.
Ethan's currently playing very boldly too. He's putting his body on the line in a lot of these situations.
Yeah.
And with Mada dead, you do need someone to step up. This now looks really tough for 100.
I mean, you've got salvos, double shocks, the nano swarms piling up, the pull. I mean, it's a nightmare scenario. As soon as NRG get into any sort of post-plant, good luck. Already the util's being primed. 100 Thieves trying to make a good go of this one, but honestly, this is just looking futile. The pull, the shocks, it's all layered in. Long-range artillery flying overhead, and NRG, they got the guns to back it up. Just the way that they've been managing their money this whole time. A bonus conversion. This is clinical so far.
What are these average Jonas shock darts coming in from
This is
Brock
unbelievable,
as well?
man.
You're
just not allowed to play the game.
It is brutal to watch. If you manage to get into a post plant with NRG's comp, it's diabolical. The amount of stuff that's going to be there layered onto the spike.
Yeah. Every single agent has a tool for post plant, with the exception of maybe Mada. But even then,
yeah,
it's like, okay.
Mada's going to fight them.
Yeah, he's going to fight them, right? He's going to use his guns.
Yeah.
So.
Bonkar's happy about this.
Yeah.
Everything according to game plan so far. And the veto pick has not actually bothered NRG at all yet.
No.
One of the areas that the veto's fantastic at is fighting over A main. So you do these big A main fights, and the attackers here, NRG wouldn't be able to actually commit their utility to it. But NRG have started the rounds by not going heavily into one of the areas of the map. They're poking and prodding a bit more, trying to feel out where 100 Thieves are committing to. And I would imagine that Bonkar's told them, if the early interceptor gets committed, then you wait it out and choose the timing to hit a site once it's down. Because you have that long cooldown when Cryo can't use it again.
Yeah.
And I think this is just the advantage that NRG are going to have in this match, is that they've been able to talk about all of this stuff. They're not seeing it for the first time.
I mean, they've already lost to it, essentially, been pressed by the veto.
Yeah.
Talking about how good it was when it was first showcased against NRG as a team, because they love their util. They're able to use it. Cryo. It's just the shot's just gone a little bit wide there. Couldn't quite land it onto Kiko. And again, another open side over. It is a half buy for 100 Thieves.
Ethan looking to build up his ultimate as quickly as possible.
I mean, this is worst case scenario, really. Oh, Timotino's in, though. He's already got himself a kill. That is a filthy peek.
The head tuck.
Ethan's just playing with him, man. He did that one before.
It's nasty.
It's disgusting. Just playing in his teammates for it. Bang's now left to do it all in a 1v4. And listen, even if NRG didn't have any util available, I would say it's unlikely, but very, very difficult for him.
You're seeing the difference here in terms of the team prep, right?
Listen, I don't want to be too doomer too early on,
Bro,
but
it's been 4 rounds.
Business is booming. The guns are flowing right now for NRG. They're going to be able to buy probably until the end of the half, and they have major ults online. And it's clear that they've done their homework and know how to play around the veto.
It's going to be tough.
It's the hardest possible scenario for 100 Thieves.
It is, yeah.
If they manage to pull this back, it would be a miracle.
Well, they put themselves in a hole very early on, haven't they?
Oh, no, there's no way.
That is disgusting.
It's filthy.
Well, the coaches are going to have to implement some kind of change up here. The classic way that you want NRG to be playing, where they just util dump into you and you get rid of it all with the interceptor or with the knife, and then you can gain that information of where they originally wanted to go and push out other areas of the map. That's not working for 100 Thieves. NRG are too smart for it right now. So you've got to adapt. You've got to change things up a little. And the slower tempo makes sense for Timotino grabbing an op. This isn't a weapon that we would strongly associate with Timotino.
No, I would associate shotguns.
Sure, yeah. but I think it makes sense because NRG are not trying to use early round a lot of their drone utility, you know, because they're worried about them finding no value into an interceptor or into a KO knife. So having Timotino posted so that they can't do as much contacting around the map, I think makes some sense. I don't think it's going to be the panacea, the cure-all, but I think it'll give NRG another challenge that they'll have to adapt to.
Yeah, I'd hard agree with that.
My big problem with it, though, Brent, is if Timotino does go for this heavy investment of trying to pick up the operator into this next round, you're running into the ults for NRG.
Yeah.
So they can increase the tempo by just throwing a Waylay ult into your face, throwing a lockdown at you, and then do you actually have the funds to be able to run your game plan again in the next?
It's a great point. It's a very good point. Because NRG, they're being methodical for now. We're going to see an early fight over towards A main, though. And
this is where the interceptor can be big.
This is where it should be used.
There it goes. 2 pieces of utility broken instantly. So 1 salvo gone, 1 shock dart gone. But to be honest, in terms of util that it deleted, that's pretty low.
Yeah.
Low value, right?
It's not just that. I think NRG are making adjustments. They actually had a pull in the main choke to ensure that if they did commit to the fight, shot going wide. Timotino, that was a chance you're probably not going to get again. It's just waiting it out. I mean, Ethan, again, he's just toying with his opponents right now.
I am surprised, though, that they're not trying to take this timing into A. They have a timing while the interceptor is down to try to hit a site with these ultimates. And they haven't really taken it. They've tried to push the operator back on the other line, and now Cryo's going to be in a spot where he actually gets his interceptor back as NRG hit a site. Feels like they might have missed an opportunity here. Look, now Cryo's got the interceptor back. The cooldown is not that long.
36 seconds left. Plenty of ults to use. Conversion paths looks like it's being primed ready. It's going to clear the one side of the site. Stuns in through the back alongside the salvos, but that interceptor does eat up a load of the util while they're at it, and 100 Thieves could potentially put on a bit of a defensive bang. He falls, topples already. Cryo looking to receive it again. Mata is unstoppable. Vora in through the back. Mata! Can't be doing it to a man. Barely any breathing room given up to 100 Thieves, but this is a man that is on fire and going hunting. He wants the ace.
He's already had so many in his brief career so far in Americas, and he's hunting down Timotino with an op. Trying desperately to keep this key win condition alive for 100 Thieves. And Mada is on the prowl.
Yeah, he smells blood in the water. He's going to know the rough position. Know that that investment is there. They heard the op shots ring out, and now there's the indicator. Mada be the longest clip in history. He's really taking it out, and Ethan just stole it. He stole it anyway.
Be right back.
What the hell,
What
man?
is that?
Should have been another stat. Tragic.
I know.
But not as tragic as it is for 100 Thieves looking at Agusek still on the board, down 0-5. These are raw aim duels, right? Bang is just taking a raw aim duel, so is Cryo.
One enemy remaining.
And then they even double swing towards the end, and Mada still feasts on Vora and Asna. To some degree, like, your game plan worked for 100 Thieves. You managed to buy enough time that you had the interceptor back up, you know where Mada passed to, you should be able to punish the guy. That is just
about winning the fights.
Yeah,
at
it's
the end
just about shooting him. And they failed.
There it is, another clash to occur. But again, look at that util! It's too good. NRG are incredibly ready for it.
Hard punish there.
To pull in a salvo, yeah. So if you hard commit into the fight, you're going to get punished. And they know the rough position that Timotino's going to want to play in with the refract as well.
Well, he's the player that could have been the difference maker, but he's down 1-6.
Oh.
There goes Cryo as well. Light armor on all three of the other players, and Kiko's got an opportunity to feast. This map is not close.
No.
There have been very few opportunities for 100 Thieves to get back into this one, and it looks like their economy is going to get broken again. The Duma narrative felt like it was too early, but man, this is tough.
Yeah, it's a tough watch. I'll say that much.
It's just.
But it's also excellency on display from the reigning world champs. So.
It really is. The adaptation to take the same composition but play it differently to completely counter what 100 Thieves are looking to accomplish.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. The question is, can they keep it up?
30
And does it
seconds
follow
left.
into the next maps as well?
I'm going to give the plan to Ethan. Okay.
Spike planted.
Not going to critique him too much, but
Yeah, they could have done a little more
could have done a bit more
optimization.
min-maxing.
Yeah.
All good.
They are up 0-5, looking like they're going to be up 6-0.
Yes.
Right, so.
Yeah. No, I listen. I can't fault them too much. Everything is going right for them right now.
I think you've got to be chasing, right? You've got.
Yeah, you want these guns out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you've got retirement funds. You've been able to pay off your student
Dude,
loan.
I mean, look at this.
You've got
It's
a
unbelievable.
401k.
It's old money at this point.
Yeah.
High low from 100 Thieves. They know how important it is to hold on to these weapons. Can't afford to be losing it. Scuba, with that one kill, backs himself out.
He also got his ult off the back of that. So did
Yeah,
Ethan by
so did
going and
Ethan.
chasing. So.
Yeah, the two people that precisely wanted to go hunting for the kills.
They don't manage to take guns out of Vora and Asna's hands, so, you know, Vora will be able to drop a weapon over. Can they get together some kind of odd buy? Probably, but it's not good. Look at that.
Yeah.
The pull is a really nice addition to the way that they're playing that.
Yeah, I can't remember if they were doing it before when they were playing against the Vito, but it essentially just forces your opponents to all in the A fight if they commit.
Yeah.
Because you essentially can't cross that boundary, right, at a choke point, so.
Well, the buy is not fully committed from 100 Thieves. They're going to keep a half-buy setup where Timotino's got enough money to be able to afford an op in the next. But the interceptor's been committed very early on. And you hear the interceptor going off over towards A. And NRG know that they can't win the A fight, so they back it up. And now they can use their util to clear out Timotino.
Timotino's going to converge a pass. That's offloaded way too early. He was hoping to do it off his team's contact, and they just dissipate. NRG absorb all the aggression, peel it back. Drone used to clear a bit of a path forwards.
And 100 Thieves need to buy another 20 seconds for the interceptor to come back online. The smoke could well do that. NRG heading in the opposite direction. They know that 100 Thieves have stacked A. Asna with a 0 point could definitely buy enough time. It's all just about the weaponry though too.
Yeah.
And the ults are overwhelming here for NRG.
Big group up from NRG. Not looking to let anything slip at this point. You've already got a hell of a lead. During the sound cues, the drone gets used, and that's a 0 point to cancel that one out. But a lockdown, and it's perfect timing. Right before the suppression kicks in.
30 seconds left.
Extremities, the gaps potentially where that lockdown was placed, but he can't actually get a kill there, so potentially a silver lining for 100 Thieves.
Maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, an ult expended.
Grenade is live.
Sun's ricocheting out. More where that came from, though, in terms of the war chest. And Armageddon's going to be prepped exactly for this scenario. The players are already getting themselves into the fight, but Timotino split up from the rest of the pack. It's that rolling carpet bomb that just creates a wedge between him and the rest of his team, and they are just picking them to pieces right now. Mada feasting the kills. Almost entirely going away of NRG here. Very little that Asuna can do from a spot like this.
If there's any silver lining at all, at least it cost NRG a lot of ultimates, but 100 Thieves are getting wrecked out here. Nothing's working. 7 rounds in a row that NRG have been able to steal away, and finally 100 Thieves find themselves with a rifle buy. Timotino has enough money to buy an op, and they are the ones with a bit of an ult advantage, because Cryo now has his evolution. So finally, they can fight on somewhat even footing. But man, they've already dug themselves in so much of a hole.
Yeah, I mean, even best case scenario, what, you're looking at 7-5 as a half?
But that would be an incredible recovery.
Yeah.
If they are able to get it to 7-5, that's a miracle for our teams. They'd love that.
Drone has been used from so far back here, just to play out of the range of that 0-point knife. Clears most of the way there, and Timotino with the op, he's just missing these chances. Potential to get that first kill on the board, and he's shaking his head. He's feeling the pressure of it, a flash and a peek, and again just goes wide. Second layer of it with the drone that Brook's going to use to again clear a path. Scuba playing off that pressure perfectly in it. The reveal up into the corner, and these players are corralled. There is nowhere to run, there is nowhere to hide, but Bang is going to look to see if he can do his best. 3 kills from him. Even it up into a 2v2. But NRG not finished yet. Damage being applied, the Odin spam into the corner, but Cryo looking to help out! And finally, there it is, 100 Thieves, they get that round that they needed.
Takes a big individual performance from Bang as well. Puts up 4 kills, snappy aim, deleting players across. Have 100 Thieves finally found a way of being able to get back into this game. Even this one was incredibly tough.
One enemy remaining.
Dropped down from heaven.
That's excellent. The way Bang is just repositioning all those fights.
They've drained the ultimates out of NRG. They have weaponry to be able to go toe-to-toe, but the armor missing on Vora, Stinger for Asuna. It's still not perfect. Cryo didn't have to use the evolution in the previous round. Previous round, though, he was throwing his Interceptor on B, and he was playing A. This time he doubles it up. Interceptor already used, 0 point already used. NRG with the timing that they could try to take here.
I have the spike.
But they've been fairly slow-paced about it.
Yeah.
They've been looking to push back to the other side of the map, usually. And Bang, Asuna, they've walked down B long, very deep.
Hey, main control, entirely theirs.
Bang was the hero in the previous round. I think they're looking at Cryo with his ultimate to be the hero here.
You're going to need something else. Ethan squaring up for a fight here. He's got his team at his back.
They are almost directly on top of each other.
Yeah.
I'm worried about those kind of high lows. They can easily get sprayed down.
Question marks rattling around the heads of these 100 Thieves players, but Vora, Timotino, they come alive right when they needed it.
One enemy remaining.
It's beautiful work. They were umming and ahhing, looking the other direction. They were worried about losing control over towards lane and double doors. But all good. They shoved them back. One hinder was all it took. Spike down. Mada. Not really any time at all to play with here. He's going to look to see if he can do a lot of damage, and that's potentially important. The money...
It's not good.
It's not good for 100 Thieves still.
But I think it'll be fine. Cryo can drop a teammate. Vora's going to finally be able to get his armor up. Remember, he came into this round with no armor. He's just got 100 health. And a desire to expunge NRG players.
Let's go.
The energy's up.
It's actually going to force a tactical timeout out of NRG here.
Yeah.
Because they're still, you know, they're fighting an uphill battle in terms of the ultimates. These rounds, they've not been forcing them out of 100 Thieves. So 4 big ults on the other side, including Null Command and Evolution, which are just going to wipe away the utility advantage that NRG's comp would have. This is a challenge, and there is still hope that this could be a 7-5 half and a massive recovery for 100 Thieves. You were talking about NRG's economy being able to buy for the rest of the half.
Well,
they might be forced onto an eco, you know, for round 12 or something, you know, like a scrappy force buy kind of thing. But the money is still pretty good.
It's pretty good. All right, though, it might get tested a little bit, these rounds coming up. The narrative is definitely being shifted a little bit here. As you were mentioning, like 100 Thieves with these ultimates that haven't been used by them. NRG are now the ones, they have a lead, not looking to lose it.
Yeah, it hasn't even been the ults, actually, that have made the difference for 100 Thieves.
Just the shooting.
Yeah, it's been their shooting and their ability to take fights in areas that NRG weren't expecting. That high-low on an off angle over towards R was a spot that NRG had not really thought to hard clear. They were just contacting into it. So Interceptor thrown for his teammates over towards B. Cryo playing with the Evolution on A.
Missile deployed.
Salvo's going to be down at the choke. A main control given up to NRG pretty easily here. 100 Thieves, Timotino. This is a brave walk forward to make them. You just start spotting it. Yeah, Scuba plays behind the pillar, peeks out, and the head clean off. Timotino is no more.
He's been in that spot a couple of times, but I don't think 100 Thieves at any point realized that Scuba was hiding there. They were focused more on Ethan, who's been droning from the staircase.
Yeah, looking towards the sky, not for answers, but for the 0 point. Lands between the walls, but they do timing it perfectly. Cryo stepping forwards. Just the one. The trade is there, intact by Brock.
Take flight.
Now has that drone forward, so looking to see if they can take this one a bit more pacey with Cryo down. Don't have to worry about the Interceptor as much, but the pull stunts him for a bit. Scuba's going to be muffled up inside that smoke, and adjustment of the aim. Bang! Tries to get it under his control, but traded out. Kiko's still alive, and now that plant down. Brock is isolated here onto the site. Needs to be concerned to a degree. There's Yuto flying forwards, but he's finding the fights anyway. Ice-wing them entirely on his own. It's picture perfect once more.
And the individuals are still capable of winning rounds for NRG, even when things get scrappy. You know, they've still got such quality on this roster. We saw Mata with a 4K earlier on, taking raw fights across dugout. Here, Kiko comes in, instant on the trade, and Brock just starts deleting people at the backside. But even when 100 Thieves feel like they've got themselves into a decent position, NRG have got what it takes to punch back. And we were telling you a story for 100 Thieves comeback, and now it looks really dire because, again, they didn't even use an ult in the round, but now they don't have the money to apply the same pressure with their weaponry. So
knocked back down to reality.
Yeah, I think that might have been the round that
recall
has sealed it up for NRG. Dominant half.
Yeah, the money's weak. NRG go over towards B. One of the first times they've been over towards this, but deep push, deep fight to be taken, and Mata's position unaccounted for. Crossed up, and it was the angle. Everybody had their aim trained on that one choke point. Could have been potential for 100 Thieves, but now just Cryo scrambling to get involved in a 1v3, but he only has that Bulldog.
Perfect time to saturate too.
Spike planted.
Hold on. Snappy! Cryo! Pulling it back from the brink, perhaps. The 1v1, him versus Ethan. Lot to account for. Ethan has util, but an evolution potentially in play to just ignore all the util entirely. And he's gearing up, trying to take these fights. Interceptor, active, a tap, waiting for it. Ethan pokes out, trying to get the acknowledgement that this isn't happening. Cryo onto half already. It's a wink on Earn, and now he just needs the clean fight. It's Ethan jiggling, evolution's out to Salvo, ignored! And Cryo! It's pure brilliance on display, and his team needed that.
That's an astonishing round from Cryo. He's got no armor and a Bulldog strapped together. The only guy with anything even resembling a rifle.
Never seen anyone do that with a Bulldog. I'm just going to say that straight up.
He's lasered them.
You fire that gun more than a few bullets, and it just starts kicking wildly. But he is controlled.
Yeah, it's burst firing, isn't it? It's never more than 3 bullets at a time, and they're all drilled into NRG heads.
And he knows exactly what he needs to do in this scenario. Yeah. Interceptor, as soon as that fades, the evolution to ignore the salvo.
It's perfect. And just as we were talking about, NRG dominating the half. Hold on, 100 Thieves might be back.
Trying going for another round of things here. He's hard committed. Hunter's Fury. Interceptor's not going to do much about that. But he dodges the beams for now. He's playing a side off angle. This drone is awkward, trying to play the time into damage, though. Cancels it, and look at this. Bit of spam into the smoke, and that does the job. Ethan's going to be dropped.
That's the domination of the A-main fight that 100 Thieves have been looking for. That's part of the game plan. Mata chose not to invest His converging paths into it could have been an opportunity there to try to force the fight. But instead, now they have to navigate a 4v5. And 100 Thieves get to spread out the defenders again. Whiff on the saturate.
Yeah, he sends it perhaps a little bit too early. I think anticipating that pressure's coming through, but...
Hit the door frame as well, I think.
Yeah.
You should run.
Full lane control, so lockdown is going to be used here. Looking to break it. Nade seems like it missed the mark.
They're pinging out the areas that people can hide from the lockdown, but do they have anything to actually cover that area?
Pitino's overstaying. He's going to get detained here. The refracts. Pulled back. The timing's perfect, actually. He's just dodged the timing on it. Potentially could take this. It's a window of opportunity. And he's winning his fight out as a spike drop down. Kiko trying to supplement, trying to even this one back into his favor. And his team's fight to be taken. He's just one man. What can he do? Isoing, moving, juking. Kiko!
Where does that come from?
That is filthy!
Astonishing stuff from the EMEA star. Where has he pulled those kills from? Under insane pressure, pivoting around pillar.
30 seconds left.
Just as Cryo lands a sucker punch at NRG, Kiko hits the counter. Look at these. This one, he wrangles it. The next shot is insane.
Oh my God, Gio!
That's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Slack-jawed astonishment from the IGL. A guy who's been around the block and seen great plays and great players everywhere around him on the other side and beside him. And that still stuns him. What a half.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Caught in the middle, I don't know where I stand, 'cause you're mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight and you put my head in your chest, I cry the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, I need closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go?
Despite the best efforts of 100 Thieves, they were able to punch back and at least get 3 rounds on the board versus an NRG that was really shining. The individuals, I think, as well, well honed towards the end of that half. But this has always been essentially an uphill battle. We kind of set that up at the beginning of this series. 100 Thieves have played the most rounds, I think 403 before this game, out of any team in Kickoff, right? And the most maps on top of it. It's reflected in the pistol rounds. I mean, you can see that just in this sheer sample size that 100 Thieves have played versus NRG.
13 wins, 24 losses on the pistol. It's also not a great percentage, but it does just show you how many maps they play too.
Yeah.
They're going to need one here. If there's a route back into this game, it must start with 100 Thieves winning this round and NRG already calling in reinforcements. There's going to be 4 players defending.
It's a heavy stack. NRG, all the right pieces into place. So Patino into that back hole angle. Ethan's going to be dropped. A moment's notice here, and the rest of 100 Thieves looking to follow through onto this, but his angle unaccounted for. Mada tucked close here, tied towards it. He's already got himself 2, but a refract surely the punish. Cryo taking over, at least answering back. 2v3, NRG, half advantage. 2 of these players of 100 Thieves are low. They'll go down to potentially a single bullet. Cryo looking for the peak timing, but Scuba was anticipating it, just waiting. Primed. Brock and Scuba, they know patience. Ingrained in them with the playstyle of NRG. Brock missing the jump timing. I think he was just trying to get on top of that one, but still making it awkward now. And listen, the players are just pulled wide out into the open. Difficult spot to be in if you're 100 Thieves.
It's the information that NRG have towards the end there. They're playing a 2v3, they're down a player, but they know where everybody is. Cryo was the only one that could have given them any sort of trouble in that situation. But he swings out and gets baited into an early peek. Pretty perfectly played from the NRG squad.
I saw him and freaked out, bro.
Seemed like he kept his calm well enough. It's now a 7-round lead for NRG. Timatino's pulling out the shorty to see if they can get anything done. But not even going for a force when you're down. You're down this far.
Up I go.
Gonna be very difficult, any kind of run back. And this is 100 Thieves map pick, remember? This is where they were hoping that the veto would seal their success.
Updraft, light speed. Timatino was hoping to catch a player unaware.
Watcher expire.
You're right, this is their map pick, but I think it goes to show, listen, you can have an idea of how to essentially show up on a given day versus NRG, but it takes a different caliber, I think, to put that theory into practice. Not that Cryo's been playing poorly on the veto. I think it's been a nice twist, but...
Yeah, maybe they should have done the G2 and just picked brand new compositions.
Just ran at them as well, yeah.
It takes a special team to completely reinvent what you're up to, especially when 100 Thieves have just had to play yesterday against C9.
NRG happy to give them control of mid. See the player positions, just absorbing a lot of it. Anchoring onto the sites, making sure the sewers is watched for. Knife into the back alongside the C's. A lot of util, but there's going to be a shotgun waiting on the other side of it here. So you're about to be turned shredded by the pellets. 100 Thieves will aim to at least try and get themselves into here, but again, defensive positions of NRG just a little bit too good here. Anchor spot positions, not even a plant, not even that consolation prize for 100 Thieves to potentially buffer out a bit of money.
No, NRG have got tons of stuff to be able to work with here. A bonus where they can try to just affect 100 Thieves' economy and push them down onto a bad buy. And it's getting a bit desperate in these situations. I think you're going to see 100 Thieves trying to make more and more hero plays to recover an 8-round deficit. But most of those moments have come from NRG. Cryo, bang, gave us a round each. That's disgusting.
Oh my God. Okay.
Can we get a hot fix on that one?
You're about to see some wall panels put up, I think.
Oh my God.
And it's just, okay, well, Kiko does drop. That was just from some exploration out towards Art.
You didn't get rid of Brock, though. And if he can tuck himself in, look where he's pathing right now, so that he can get spam down on everybody who tries to enter the site.
Yeah.
You can play for that early peak and then drop back. So difficult to get a plant down on A when there's a guy with an Odin here who's so good. He knows everything. Feels sometimes like he's playing with the walls turned off.
Yeah. Ethan looking to re-explore, get a bit more information for where 100 Thieves could be, and a timing taken is perfect at that. Everybody's turned away from him.
Spike down.
2 kills, quick as anything, immediately just plays his life.
It's a huge gap that just shouldn't exist. 100 Thieves have got to be more decisive if they're trying to take the timing or have somebody watching their back. A 1v4, we saw an exceptional 1v3 from Cryo.
30 seconds left.
And there it is, that 12th round for NRG.
Brock's unstoppable.
He is.
Defense side, Odin in hand.
Match point.
He's everywhere and everything. Learn this one for your games.
Okay.
3 kills, 3 kills.
And that's just a punish on the knife lineup.
Yeah, that's disgusting, actually.
Real prep being put in.
Yeah, that's why it won't work in your rank games, actually. Because
Yes. No one's going to be doing that.
No one's using those lineups.
Yep. He custom crafted that cringe just for Asuna.
And Asuna's having a hell of a game, man. 2 and 13, he's getting bullied out here. And it's not like...
Tough.
It's not like he's really had an opportunity, man, either.
No.
You know, he's not tossing rounds.
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
It's just...
the initial game plan that NRG are going with, everything's working, that they haven't really had to lead into the shooting that much. It's only like the later half of that first half, right? Where they were getting pressed. The NRG players were having to, you know, shoot back a little bit.
But no, nothing was working for 100 Thieves.
No.
A game plan gap here. You don't lose by, you know, 12-3. This could be 13-3 maybe. Some kind of comeback is going to be mounted here. That's what 100 Thieves are hoping for with their tag timeout. But, you know, 9 opportunities to close out on your opponent's map pick of Pearl. and dismiss the ideas that you can't deal with a veto. NRG have already showcased they're very good against the Sage, which is the other pocket pick that 100 Thieves like to run. They beat them on Corrode previously. They'll have game plans on Split, where Asuna likes to play Sage on that map too. And that's even if we get there, because...
Yeah, Abyss is map 2. It's
and NRG look amazing on Abyss.
NRG love it.
This is looking rough. There were glimmers of hope towards the end of that first half. 100 Thieves are going to have to find that again.
Interesting defense by NRG, looking for the hard A main fight, but as soon as they realize that all the actions heading over towards B, start maneuvering the pieces once more. A lot of util to potentially delay. 0 point. Nanoswarms had to be deaded prior, so slight bit of delay here. Still holding on to the back horse position. Kiko being swarmed as util everywhere, yet still manages to get one. Astounding stuff. Scuba trying to assert himself and announce onto the stage, but again, he will be drop traded out. Evolution allows Cryo the ability to just shrug off the util, so the plant is down in a 3v3. Drone trying to spot out the player positions. Hunter's Fury now going to be offloaded. Brooks using this one to see if he can take that fight. What a tag! The damage done. Vora taken out, but Cryo, he does even it out once more. 2v2.
Caution here.
Cryo and Asuna looking to step up, looking to stay alive in this map. It's all for them, but Cryo is the one who's doing the heavy lifting right now. Standing strong, but is now down to Asuna in that 1v1. Ethan on the defuse, sticking to Harvey. Here's the rumble, here's the footsteps, sticking in, he lands the shot, snapping to the dome. 13-3. What a finish for our opening map here in this elimination game.
Ethan landed the final blow, a bullet to the brain of 100 Thieves' chances on Pearl. But the game plan is what really won it for them. He comes out with a great clutch. But they dominated this game from beginning to end.
That's just unbelievable.
That's what happens if you give NRG time to prep.
Yeah, they are making the most of every single VOD that was available to them as well. And they've learned from their mistakes as well. How they wanted to play against the Veto when it was used against them as a team. I think you're really seeing as well the caliber of a team. When you give NRG time to prepare and think about what they want to bring into the matchup, it's what lifted them a trophy last year. It's what made and makes them essentially the reigning world champions.
And again, their streak continues. They've only lost maps in Kickoff when they haven't seen the composition of the map before. And I don't know if that's going to change on Abyss.
Yeah, Abyss is going to be even more of a struggle potentially. NRG, that is their bread and butter, but we will find out here in this elimination game. It's all to be played for. Don't go anywhere.
It's trouble. And now Vora caught out by the utility. Somehow goes unpinged. No one's looking at him. Vora! You madman!
Now the 2v1. Brook has struggled to fight his way out of these unfavored scenarios today. He's got to be quiet at the moment. He's got the info. Down to 32. Beautifully done by Brook.
I'm joined by Bonkar right ahead of the second map. What a map one there on Pearl, absolutely taking 100 Thieves for everything they had, pickpocketing. Brock making a purpose for more metal walls to be added to Pearl. Honestly, the game was crazy, but it was a lot of the same from Energy, trust in the process, just refining it. What were talks like after the G2 matchup?
We haven't felt like we've been in super form when it comes to all of the team play and stuff that we had, so we had to go back to a lot of fundamentals and just like, not necessarily rebuilding, but making sure that we trust everything that we have and making sure that we're on the same page, to be honest.
All right, was that a quick talk? Did you guys get through practice on that, or was it just kind of something the team can fundamentally lock in and say, all right, we see that correction?
It's been ever since the MIBR game, to be honest. We haven't felt 100%, but this week, towards the end of the week, we felt like the pieces were coming together, people understood their jobs, everyone started trusting each other, and the team play just started getting fluent again.
Bonkar, thank you so much for the insight. Best of luck.
Per Bonkar, the team play was fluid, but to have that level of team play, you need to come in with an excellent plan. And facing an opponent that has had to play so many matches already this tournament, Energy came in with a great one. I want to talk about a couple early rounds on Pearl, starting with their bonus. If you look at this composition, 400 Thieves, they're playing the Vito, they're playing the Waylay. And those are the two key players for this roster. If you look at this pistol round, in the last time that Energy, or rather this bonus round, the last time Energy was playing into a Vito comp, they very often went for these A main fights. Their util got cut down by the Vito. They couldn't find effect. Here, they come up with a great read going into the bonus, starting by feigning a little bit of normal pressure over towards B long. A drone, a pullback star, very standard utility to condition over there. At the same time, they're expecting some kind of proactive play. 100 Thieves loves walking up with Timo Tino and getting him in forward positions to build information on their defensive side. Their reaction is to immediately contact into Art, knowing that the protocol, when that pressure is applied towards B, is for 100 Thieves to leave their embed and call back towards Art. And as you watch the minimap play out on this one, they immediately fall back in, Bang goes to peek this, and gets caught by a double swing from NRG. Here though, they don't rush anything. They immediately freeze and know that 100 Thieves, with their two players proactively set over towards long and over towards A, are gonna go for some kind of play. And they put themselves in really great positions to punish this one. Spotting out Timo, he gets away, but on the other side, Cryo gets caught off. And from here, up numbers in a 4-on-3. They turn this into an execute where they absolutely decimate with that great post-plant util you saw if you watched the game. I want to quickly show another clip, though, that is furthering this prep work and how they're punishing Timo and Cryo and the plays they like to make on defense. Here, it is an A main fight, which is a bit of a gamble against Vito, right? That interceptor I talked about. It'll completely cut down your tail missiles. But regardless, they invest a pull and tail missiles to exactly where Timo refracts to. You see, he's always going back to that position. And this util combo is basically impossible for him to escape as he comes out of that refract. That gives a free opener to NRG that they then convert into another round win. This was a wonderful start to the game for NRG. The team play was better, the plan was there, and it brought them excellent success. For more on the game, I'll send it back to the rest of the desk.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Great breakdown. And yeah, I mean, NRG just an absolutely dominating showing on that first map in Pearl. And Emily, we, as the lone 100 Thieves believer, not to call you out here, but more just to kind of like focus in on what happened, because this was not the 100 Thieves that we were expecting coming into this game. NRG just read them like an open book.
So I actually predicted NRG. To be fair.
Get it right. Oh, Riv was 100 Thieves. That's right. Riv was 100 Thieves. I'm so sorry. How dare I?
I think as Mimi pointed out, they had great openers. They had great reads on knowing what 100 Thieves kind of likes to do, kind of their bread and butter with the Vito and the Waylay. But even past that, when we saw NRG going for these execs or these mid-round fights, they looked so good playing off of each other and going into trades. Specifically on their execs, they knew which utility to throw, and specifically their rechargeables, so that they have all that utility for the post plant. It felt like even when there was no one on site, they still threw a good amount of utility to make sure that every kind of opening that they could have had on the side of 100 Thieves was taken care of, and they couldn't be taken advantage of.
I think that plays a lot into what Bonkar was saying, where he said that we really just sat down, everyone figured out their roles and figured out how they wanted to play, and they felt like they got back into form. And we saw that play out with their post plans, with their executes, as well as their defaults. I mean, they almost had 100 Thieves down to a T. We talk about how NRG is so good at reading the other team, and this was a prime example. Even that one round where Brock just spams the Odin through the wall and gets a Suna where he knows exactly where he throws his flashes from. It just played out really well, and this is the NRG that we've seen win Champions.
They were dropping util on where the Waylay was refracting to. They knew
exactly.
where
That's a lot
Timo,
of the prep work.
Exactly. That, I think, is more or less exactly what we're talking about here. It's just that you see it play out in real time. It's a lot to have to deal with here. Let's see what's going on, though, with Coach MBS on the 100 Thieves camp to see what's going on ahead of Map 2.
I am here with NBS ahead of Map 2. Looking at how much the team is playing, is it anything that's kind of contributing to them having a slow start off the ground, and how can the team reset?
Obviously, no, not at all. It was just us. We started shaky. I think we over-respected them quite a bit. All we need to do is just show some, fight how G2 did. Disrespect their tempo, disrespect their plans. I think that's the way back in. So yeah, we're gonna try and do our best, show a stronger fight on Map 2, and we'll see if it takes us to Map 3.
All right, NBS, can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Some interesting stuff there from the coach of 100 Thieves, talking about what they saw G2 do to NRG. And I think it's quite fascinating. You know that 100 Thieves, Emily, looked at all that VOD, combed over every single detail. So did NRG. They looked to fix their mistakes, whereas 100 Thieves are kind of coming into this one maybe with old information. That's probably why things kind of resulted the way that they did.
Yeah, old information, but I really feel like he was kind of key point on, or spot on the whole disrupting thing, because that's what NRG struggles with. We saw it with G2 running that double duelist comp where they could do that, where they could flood in after that, or use that Yoru to kind of TP out. 100 Thieves didn't have this same comp to be able to do that. We saw players making those hero plays, winning those 3 rounds on the first half because of that, but it's not sustainable. You can't rely on that every round. They didn't have the comp to do that. And going into a map like Abyss, where, again, we've seen 100 Thieves play already, we know that NRG is going to be coming in, kind of knowing what they do already, and 100 Thieves haven't swapped anything up really big. And it's just overall very readable for Bonker, especially as a coach, because we know he loves doing this prep work.
I think the problem with 100 Thieves is they do need to play with a lot more aggression, but they also need to really solidify their own identity with that Timotino on Waylay. You have a really high skill ceiling, and you can't just kind of fall back onto playing the way that G2 plays, because you as a team have a lot of that power. So I think going forward into this, I want to see a lot of that aggression, and I want to see them playing a little bit more to their own identity versus just hoping that NRG didn't see their game plan.
Well, let's see how that agent select plays out. Map 2, we'll catch you right on the other side. Brennan Sideshow have you covered. We'll see you then.
Let's get back to it then here. Map 2 in this elimination game of NRG versus 100 Thieves, and really playing for the right as well to potentially earn your spot at Santiago. I say potentially because this will just grant you access to that lower bracket grand final. Job's not finished, even if you win this matchup. But 100 Thieves, they've been hard-pressed. They have been really squeezed in that opening game. And honestly, listen, if they're trying to go for some learnings, I mean, let's take a gander at the compositions, right? Because one of the things that works so well against NRG is upsetting that preparation that they have coming in. But it looks like no real significant changes at all from 100 Thieves' side.
No, and I think that is a big problem, because we've talked about the anti-stratting and the prep that NRG are going to be able to do. And the desk has talked about the fact that 100 Thieves can't really play that G2 style where you, you know, the paper egg style where you really run at NRG and disrupt everything that they're doing. And I think this comp with double initiator and the Astra, and even the Chamber, it's going to struggle to do that. If that's the game plan from 100 Thieves to play more like how you saw NRG lose recently, I think you're going to struggle to execute on that.
Yeah.
But just to dial in on Abyss a little bit, this has been 100 Thieves' permaban map. They left it open in the game against C9, and they selected it as the third map, and they destroyed C9 here. So that was a real trap pick. They were trying to fake the fact that, oh, this is a bad map for us, this is our permaban, and then they were very happy to see it be played recently. So 100 Thieves clearly leaving it open here, hoping that NRG would go into it. This might be where the shoe's on the other foot a little bit, where 100 Thieves themselves can prep and be ready in terms of expecting their opponent's map pick. My problem with it is NRG are really good here, especially on their attack side. We saw their attack side against MIBR. It looked amazing. The value that they were getting out of Scuba's Viper was sublime. Their defense side, we didn't see too much of. So maybe this is an opportunity for 100 Thieves to get out on a good start.
Yeah, potentially untested NRG on this side of the map. We'll see. 100 Thieves are looking for better beginnings than that prior Pearl map.
This is a flood defense wall from Scuba, but they've only got 2 players over here early on.
100 Thieves willing to contact all the way up, so no util being used, no sound cues.
This shows you that they know how NRG want to set up. Using this defensive wall to be able to get into a position where you could triple face someone, and then full contact again.
Yeah, even a rendezvous just planted down towards the back there.
I mean, look at the prep.
All this space.
The prep compared to Pearl here.
It's night and day, and already, Kiko just wading right back into 100 Thieves with their sight lines. Not anticipating that they could be so far up already. There is a flank occurring, though. Mada's going to be trying to activate off onto that one side. It is watched for by Vora. Seems to be an awareness that you know roughly how they play. And yeah, Vora, crosshair placement. There in time. That's a salvo that catches Cryo. I mean, sure where that happened here. Timotino, though, will land that other shot off. Underhanded with a flash. Looking to see if they get that connection. And Brock was blind as anything but Ethan and Brock. They're still alive. They're still kicking.
You can't lose this round.
Guns in their hands, surely not. It's a pull. This attempt to be blocked here. Half onto the defuse. The salvo, though, will have to be respected. The vulnerable applied. It's a potentially significant damage done. And potentially but a shot from Brock!
No way. Man, Cryo is going to be kicking himself that he just sat inside a salvo and died in the middle of that round.
What
and then NRG
there?
steal it away by body blocking the pull perfectly. That's mad. That is mad. I mean, you can't lose rounds like that. You just can't.
Benefit of doubt, was it both salvos at the back? Sorry?
I'm just looking at it, and he stood in the corner dying to a salvo.
Okay.
I think maybe he thought he was outside of the range of it or something.
That's tough.
The body block, though, is immaculate onto the pull.
Yeah.
Cost C9 in their game against 100 Thieves.
Okay.
Karma strikes back in the other direction.
Attempt of a punish. Timotino can't really exert himself enough to get in the face of Kiko, I think, with that shorty.
I feel for them, because the game plan was so nice on the pistol. They clearly had a great idea of how they wanted to abuse NRG's Viper Wall defense.
Yeah.
And when your game plan works so nicely, but then you can't stick the landing, that's a brutal feeling. And you've just come off the back of being dominated 13-3 on your map pick. Gotta hope that the mental cracks don't start to show here.
I love a defense here for NRG. They've got plenty of players in positions. The flash is nice, though. And Brock's attempt to see if he can relieve that pressure is punished almost immediately. Mada might be overextending himself. His way out to the open. He's got to try and dodge a lot of this Util coming his way. That's team flash. All good. Plant still not down. The salvos have been pulled out, though. Made for it. Asuna would like to get this one, but Scuba looking from behind. That's a ricochet from the stun that apparently just brings down Cry, who was low enough for it.
30 seconds left.
He's only died so far to Tejo utility.
Yeah, he's having a tough time.
NRG committing heavy to these defense side flanks.
Nice shot by Timo.
He'd have to ace, though, and Ethan shuts him down.
Good damage. At least 100 Thieves can say that much that they managed to do and put out onto their eco.
When you look at how NRG have played this map across all of the different compositions that they've run, they love pushing on defense.
Yeah.
Mada is always going to be looking for that timing to try to push. And in this round, you see Scuba do it as well. Holding over towards the B side of the map, pushing out on defense, getting that flank around.
Last player.
I flick flank and I hurt my fingers so bad.
We've got an injury on the side of 100
It's not good. Mada hiding behind the ropes here. Flash overhead. It's a bit blind. Not sure if there's any sound cues heard. 100 Thieves are looking to really try and take this fight here, but they might be left unaware of these players' positions. Mada, yeah, he's just off onto the ropes, man. Rappelling off to the side. They don't know how to remove him still. It's Scuba. It's going to be deleted straight through the box.
Honestly, I'm not sure if they know he's here still.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they even are aware of that fact. He's really... He's dicing with death, isn't he?
It's a devious position to be holding. This is the kind of play that you want to make on a bonus round like this. But look already at how much space has been taken on the B side of the map. This is a bit like their game plan on the pistol.
Obscuring vision.
Pulling attention towards mid and being able to get Cryo into a very deep position is going to allow for the easiest plant in the world. Asuna gets that one down. And now it's about damage. How much damage can be done? Oh, no, you can't be losing that again.
Yeah, bang, just missing the mark there on the player, and Mada answers back immediately. Cryo, gotta get rid of that drone. Vora at least gets the 1 kill onto Brock, but he was the weaker player. Asuna trying to play close. His position's gonna be noted there. Mada's gotta go down, and it needs to be clean. Rattling off, and the final few bullets will do it. Asuna able to get that done, brings it into the 1v2 here for Ethan, and Ethan just unaware of Cryo's positioning. It's a round on the board here for 100 Thieves. Sorely needed.
The game plan is working for 100 Thieves. They're finding these openings over towards B. I'm more worried about the mechanics and the players keeping their heads in the game, to be honest with you. The stress and the pressure of the lower bracket, and the fact that this is an elimination game does seem to be affecting player performances at some of these spots. Deep breaths.
Okay. Nice. I got more kills in 1 round than the whole game.
It's got to feel good.
Yeah.
Mada picks up an operator. Glass cannon looking to take that down mid. 100 Thieves with plenty of tools with the double initiator comp to try to clear him out or smoke him off. But they're headed towards A instead.
It's a quick drone, convergent pass as well. That's a connection up towards heaven. That near sight though. Blind. Brilliant util. Yeah.
Insane peel from Kiko.
He just relieves all that pressure immediately. It's going to be going all the way there, so NRG can still sit nice and pretty towards heaven. There's a lot of shots rain down. Kiko's doing the most right now. And he's a bit of help though. Cryo able to trade it. Getting involved. Ethan, see if he can walk forwards. It's a very aggro fight. There's no one else linked up with him to try and take that out. Mada with the op though, well trained, realizing that Cryo will try and go for another peek. John sees a lot here. 100 Thieves immediately retreating into the main positions. Got to be careful.
They have a pull, they have a salvo. Smoked off by the orb for now.
See it, no tap on the spike yet to pull out that util. There it is. First wave of it, gone out. Bang, bang! Crouch down, stands his ground. Pushes back the approach by NRG, and NRG realize, okay, well, Scuba gonna save the op, gonna get the hell out of that. It's not a winnable scenario, not with the amount of util they've got. So, another round on the board for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, managed to chain together their entry. Put a lot of pressure on Brock. He likes to drop into sight from heaven off the distraction of some of his players in backside, but this time he was put under overwhelming amounts of containment. They had Waylay ult in his face. He had salvos behind him over towards Bent as well.
One enemy remaining.
And bang, soaks up all of that aggression. Oh, NBS is still stressed watching this.
Yeah, don't blame him. Elimination does that to people.
But the buy... Is this the first time we're seeing NRG on an eco?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
I think it might.
Yeah. Money's been a little bit too good all throughout that first map. This can be a weird scenario. I mean, we were kind of talking about it yesterday, but Mada, he's the one with the big win con in terms of the operator that's in his hands, but he does want to play safe and try and keep it in for the next. And the rest of his team can help him. Gets rid of the drone.
You look at the armor that everybody's got though, and Cryo, if he's given any opportunities with the Outlaw, will be one-shot body shot in everyone on NRG. It should be a clean round that 100 Thieves can mop up if they can avoid the off. The drone makes it feel like Mada might have been trying to re-push onto this angle.
Ethan is getting aggro. I mean, it's an eco round, so...
He's just looking for info as well.
Yeah.
If he jump peeks there and he sees more than just Vora, he knows that Tejo drone pressure was a little fake. But looking at the defensive setup, no one's really here to absorb this, and 100 Thieves should be able to find a pretty easy entry onto the A side.
Timotino straight in there. Util's primed. Ethan has a salvo. And denied a plan. Asuna will have to respect that, so he peels back off of it, going for round 2. Shock darts. Ricocheting, 40 HP. Snake bite where that came from. Nade as well, but a snake bite with a slight miss, so Asuna still alive and kicking. Through the back of the side though. Cryo, he's got his eyes on it with the Outlaw. Heaven position should be locked down, and the rest of the guns should clean up relatively well towards the back of that site. Hard to step past that one choke point. Hungry for the kills. Timotino wants to go hunting for it. This is good. A lead for 100 Thieves. Much better beginnings. Significant turnaround as well from Pearl.
On Pearl, though, NRG on the attack side were able to snowball a massive ultimate advantage and just keep rocking 100 Thieves back onto eco after eco. Here we've got a different situation, where 100 Thieves, the team that's in the position to potentially eco their opponents, is behind in the ult cycle. It's actually NRG that are up to, you know, the Waylay ult, the Sova ult, that are going to be particularly crucial for the next round. So Bonkar's taking a moment here to just chat with the team, construct a game plan that'll allow them to get their feet back underneath them, stabilize a little. And they should have a good opportunity to. They did struggle a little bit on the defense side against MIBR. I think they only won 2 rounds out of 7 or something.
It's a potential weak point.
Yeah.
NRG feeling the need to get an early timeout. When they feel like they're losing grip of the game, they are pretty quick, actually, to intercept.
I think Bonkar at this point has really proven his value as a coach.
Yeah.
World champion. Came in with a lot of hype and excitement from EMEA and Tier 2 and the stuff that he'd done with Oxygen before. And after a bit of a weird beginning with the team last year.
He was in and then he was out and then he was back in again.
But when he came back in, they had a meteoric rise. And I think there's a lot of well-justified confidence in him. Same could be said, though, early days yet, but this new 100 Thieves coaching staff has been putting them into very good positions. 100 Thieves have done well in this tournament to get to the point that they're at right now, and they've got chances of being able to win here and push things to split.
You
The
want
ults,
to play?
though,
Let's play.
could well be the big deciding factor in this round. How do you navigate them?
Tour de Force pulled out for Cryo. NRG probably not going to be giving too many easy targets here. You can already see deep positions pushed back. So drone is immediately broken, and Timotino was eager to see if he can draw a bit of blood here to salvo over the top. What a punish by Scuba! Shotgun was pulled out of the hands of Timotino. He was hoping to see if he could catch a player unaware. The nade's rebounding. Back, and his wall is another problem entirely to deal with. Convergent pass now. That is going to be a connection. 2 players. Vora still gets the 1, but again, the complete collapse. NRG having to play off the back of that ult.
Very good adjustment in this round. Not allowing 100 Thieves to walk up to that Viper wall without being under incredible pressure. Already see that tactical adjustment.
Spike. Hard to retrieve in a spot like this. The wall up though. Going back down again. Players could be way out into the open, just a slight jiggle. No one willing to give a gap because they know Cryo's still alive, and what a timing was given to him. Ethan just missed. Potentially the Cryo was lurking up onto that one. Scuba's time to activate. Wrapping around from the back here, and he's already caught Bang. Off the back of that sound pressure, yeah, Kiko.
It's great smoke from Kiko over towards Cliff as well, so that Scuba doesn't have to worry about that at all. He can just walk forwards and grab the wraparound on site. The way that they play around smokes is very nice at NRG. A great shot from Vora to make the round potentially winnable. But yeah, here you're seeing the big value coming out of the tactical timeout. That's the Bonkar value right there.
Nice! Good job, Scoop. Good job.
And NRG win the round that absolutely matters for them. And they didn't actually have to use too many ults either. Mada's ult was important to be able to grab the 2 players that were pushed up. But Brock keeps his to apply pressure to a planter.
Thieves going in a different direction. Through mid could potentially be a pretty significant weak point actually for NRG if they've just made the adjustments to stack more players over towards B.
And they did not spot Bang in that corner. I don't think Kiko's going to over-push this. But he's very confident in his aim, so I could definitely see him looking to try to take one and get out.
Hyper aggro. He's got Util out into his hands. Prompts up the smoke in a one-way, and crosshair placement wasn't there actually. Just trying to get back onto the line. Timotino, it's an early first kill for them. 100 Thieves not in the habit of rushing into things.
They know that Mada wants to push based off A pressure. Cryo is so ready for it. Mada's got a sixth sense, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to overpush that.
Yeah, this time not going for it, not
I think
committing.
it's just from that. It was an earlier round where Vora got a kill on him, but just the one read, inclination now happening. It's an Armageddon in through main. Everybody's going to be pushed into the side here, into the open arms of NRG. Comes out to raw firepower, and it's NRG who punched back harder.
30 seconds left.
Timotino refracted straight back into the tail ult.
That's tough.
Cryo in a 1v2, we saw him win a spectacular round on Pearl, single-handedly, with weaker weaponry than this, but he has no info about where these players are. Doesn't have a clue.
Nope. Barely any time to work with Ivor, and he is being surrounded on multiple fronts. A double dash, just to deny, that's a hinder, drop down. Cryo sitting duck, time has been bled out of the clock. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. NRG take back the lead just by one for now.
You won't see rounds like that very often. The Tehoald investment to win the 4v5 here. You can see Ethan throws it down, forces everybody in. Timotino backs off into it, and then he's running away from him.
That's brutal.
Like a deer caught in the headlights.
Good. This tail, main.
Freaky.
They're going to immediately respond with their own tag timeout here, 100 Thieves, to be able to get some level of input. It's 2 rounds on the trot that Bonkar's been able to give them based on his coaching input.
Yeah.
NBS maybe just getting some feedback from the rest of the team, maybe giving a chance for Vora, in fact, to talk about what adjustments he wants to make. But yeah, they need to change things up a little here.
Yeah, NRG are already ahead of the curve, essentially, in terms of what they've made adjustment-wise. I mean, you saw it with Matters looks.
Yeah.
He's stopped himself short. I think that one kill Devore got on him, he was like, well, you wouldn't be holding that unless you've seen the VODs.
Yeah. Matters early round positioning as well as adjusted. He's been starting every round on top of this B box, which gives him an angle where he can take early information into B main, and you either force out a drone, and what you absolutely stop is people contacting up to the Viper wall.
Yeah.
Look, he's going back over here again. And he hasn't been punished for it. You know, Cryo's not been hard pre-aiming that and looking to try to take an early fight. This actually might be a push from NRG.
Yeah, looking to find this one. Get some early control over towards B main now. No one is home. They're just walking up with the drones. Double drones, in fact, being expended by NRG. They're looking to put a squeeze onto any straggler.
Yeah, they're hard flanking here, aren't
Yeah.
they? Trying to set up Mada.
100 Thieves, though, they have their eyes on the prize that is the A site.
This smoke is so nasty to deal with.
Yeah. Blockading it. Something Divide, though, is going to be causing a couple of problems. Let's see if they can just flash underneath it. This is Scuba towards the back of the side. He's already chopped down 2. And he's bought time for the rest of the squad to get into place, but he might not even need it. A one-man army.
It's such a sick anti-strat against the Cosmic Divide round. So many teams do that Astra ult, and they look for the bridge plant, and Scuba's just got his orb already sat in that spot.
Yeah, and a snake bite too.
So 100 Thieves have to flash through, have to make the weird play of pushing your own wall. And Banks left to pick up the pieces. It was his ult that got countered early. That is such a nice read from NRG as to how the ults are going to get played out. Could you find a better example?
I mean, it's perfect, right?
Of NRG basically being in the opponent's comms.
Yeah, doing their homework. Knowing how they want to play.
Yeah.
See the Cosmic Divide, like, okay, well, if they go for this play, we're ready for it.
30 seconds left.
The flank that they were setting up as well did get shut down. Bang's walking over the body right now. But it just didn't matter.
No.
Scuba's setup too good.
This is kind of alluding as well what we were talking about, where you do need to come into NRG with different looks, different game plans, catch them unaware, but it's tough to do that. I can't critique 100 Thieves too hard because you need really, I mean, high caliber players.
Yeah, and also you need time.
You need time to craft, you know, a completely new composition.
It took G2, what, weeks, honestly.
To find their identity?
To find their new identity.
Yeah.
They did not reinvent themselves from one day to the next. And it would be an unrealistic expectation for 100 Thieves to have come into this with brand new comps and a completely new style to throw NRG off.
Yeah.
Could they have tweaked some things here and there? Yeah, maybe, but they're getting read like a book, an open book right now.
Easier said than done. 2-round lead now for NRG. Still definitely possibilities for 100 Thieves if they can manage to correct that course and Not out of the fight just yet. Shock Dart's going to be flying overhead here. It's a significant fight into A main. A lot of util being used by 100 Thieves.
Mada can pop his refract and go for a jump peek for information. And if the drone doesn't see anything, Cryo's managed to dodge it, I think. Can Cryo get the punish on Mada? Stopping Mada from going for the flank in these mid-round timings is really important. It's not the be-all and end-all. We saw him get punished in the previous round. 100 Thieves still lost, but it is one component that you've got to be ready for.
Moving all the way over towards B. It's a drone that didn't clear all the way into A main, but...
See if he does pop the refract and go for the jump at some point.
NRG players are being pulled back over towards B. Testing all the way through here. Am I getting towards the back? It's a knife that's broken, though. That means that Mada can be safely tucked towards that cliff position, and there's players towards his back. He just needs to turn around, essentially, and he's going to be gifted, potentially, 2 kills, and there it is. Chopping them down, slicing through the opposition. 100 Thieves were not aware.
And it's a change-up of the Viper wall as well, isn't it? Instead of going for a bit more of a direct line across the site, it's tucked towards the corner.
I'm sorry, Josh, I can't take you seriously right now.
They're bullying them.
I mean, that's just unbelievable. That's unbelievably BM. The NRG spray in front of the downed KO while Lee knifes him. Not even quickly, too.
It's bullying.
It is.
I said that they were bullying Asuna in the previous game, too.
What did you want to talk about with the wall?
They've changed the direction of it so you can't look back and see Mada, is the point, right? There used to be a gap on that left-hand side because they were doing more of a horizontal wall, and now it's really difficult to clear cliff backwards. You'd have to clear it forwards. So Mada never has to worry about his back until the wall drops and he's got the timing. It's just little details all over the place that are wonderful to watch from NRG. And NBS is forced to burn his second tag timeout in as many rounds. They lose 2, he calls a timeout. They lose another 2, he calls a timeout. But he's unable to right the ship so far.
NRG seem to be one step ahead. I mean, they definitely were on the other end of that last timeout when they hard read the Cosmic Divine plan.
Yeah. It's been a really impressive run for 100 Thieves up to this point, but there are some giants in the bracket right now.
Yeah.
Furia going through as our first team to qualify to Santiago. That's already a major surprise for a lot of us. But then to have what we thought were going to be the top 3 of MIBR, G2, and NRG still in here, always going to be an insane challenge for 100 Thieves. Are they capable of stepping up to the fight?
That's when the pressure gets to be the most, really, at this point in the tournament. There's elimination. There are no more second chances. 100 Thieves have to prove themselves here and now. Other side of the timeout will be looking to see if they can, again, even things up. 3 more rounds left to play for in this half. Looking towards mid.
Scuba's gone back to his previous Viper wall. Mada not playing on top of B. So in theory, 100 Thieves could contact right up to this again. But I think Mada's conditioned them to be worried now.
Yeah, definitely so.
He's been aggressive so many rounds in a row.
Scuba jiggling this. Throwing to potentially get that information. 0 point though spells it all out. I mean, Cryo's deep into the site and Cryo just goes down. I mean, that's a follow-up damage, I think. Salvos from Ethan. Offloaded on top of it, the vulnerable potentially applied. 4v4 though, and Kiko's going walkabout off onto the flank, and now this is a real problem. 100 Thieves, they can't get comfortable. All corralled up onto the site. Saturate's going to get a connection. Players are now weak in his paranoia. That is prime value right there. Plenty of players blinded up. The convergent paths offloaded. An attempt from Timotino to see if he can slow down his approach, but it's 100 Thieves that have to batter and fight their way forwards. Vora! It's the one that punched a hole through NRG and stopped them in their tracks.
Insane round that he's pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Convergent paths did stop NRG dead, but you thought that that was just a momentary pause in the action, and eventually they'd still find their value. Instead, Flora turns around and whacks him, denies the trade from Mada, and punishes Kiko on the teleport.
Yeah, okay.
Beautiful round.
I said they got to punch their way forwards. Vora's the one to do it.
They need more.
Yeah.
The attack side is good for NRG, and they've already got up to 6. Mada pulls out the operator, a change up, and a pit in A main. Challenges still for 100 Thieves to overcome.
Yeah. Pit's going to make it real awkward to work the map slowly. 100 Thieves don't.
Sticking to the new game plan of NBS. Put more pressure in mid, make the sites weaker, go back and hit the site in the late round. Maybe even leave Cryo as an insert.
Yeah, it seems to be the play. Drone broken. It's a balancing act right now for 100 Thieves. We're going to try and break a lot of this mid-round information, the drones that might get used for NRG to find out where 100 Thieves are. Door being broken, you can see their attention's pulled to mid.
Yeah, but you know, there's multiple avenues in mid. There's 3 players right now from NRG watching mid, and it does weaken the sites a lot.
To the
They're
pit.
going through the pit.
Scuba, he's holding part of this one. Here's the drone, they're trying to walk up past it. The drone is broken, but the players are decayed. 1 HP. Did have to vacate though. That pit's going to be dropped down. That's a saturator, doesn't really quite connect. That's a shot through the, okay, onto the wall. That's a lot of damage done, but again, NRG, they've got bodies in position. Scuba, where's he looking for that one?
He's waiting for the flash.
Trying to play anti. That never came. Kiko though, all the way into the back of this one. Cry, oh, he can't get it going. Ethan just runs all over him into the back of the site. This is chaos before our eyes. Vora confirming a kill there. Ricochet onto the stun, bang. Up towards heaven, but Mata was aware of this and the time has run too dry. Barely any time to work with a saturate sidestep, but he's won the round just off the back of that.
No time for Vora to play with the hero of round 10. Oh, but he's getting messed with.
Last round before the
Getting played with. 7-4 lead.
Messy round.
It was. I mean, it was a crazy round too. Scuba getting knocked down to 1 HP inside of his pit. Yeah. Deciding to go through the pit in the first place instead of go back to B just to try to mix things up. Ethan running and gunning here too. There have occasionally been games from NRG recently where they've taken their foot off the gas a little bit and let opponents come back in. They do feel like they're in a silly mood, but it's not causing them round losses just yet.
It's just casual confidence that they emit really as a team.
And the buy's not good. Arsenal and Cryo, 2 long-standing players for 100 Thieves, with only Sheriffs and I suppose a Headhunter to work with.
Back to mid. 100 Thieves seeing if they can piece something together. They do have some ults. As you already said, the weaponry not good. Headhunter bullets is what he's relying on.
Cosmic Divide is available here for Bang, and NRG have not gone for the same defensive setup, just assuming that 100 Thieves are not going to run the same Cosmic Divide round. It worked so badly for them previously.
They are grouping up though.
They're grouping up A. I would be surprised if they went for it again. Yeah, they're calling a different one, where they take more of the site control.
To block off heavy control.
You are divided.
There it is. Going to be slicing up the map pretty significantly. Kiko is going to be left onto an island here. Needs some help. Brock immediately dropping down to help out. Now towards the back. There needs to be that clearance. Snapping to the side. It's Tibertino. He's there. Forwards again. Kiko. He's got his back against the wall and he still removes 2. The convergent paths. Potentially enough to slow down the approach of 100 Thieves, but Mata can't get involved. Saturating the Hinder straight to the corner. But he's got to bide his time here and the plant is down.
Asuna hasn't been able to upgrade a weapon. Can he get back and pick one up?
Found one now into main, but the fight's taken towards the back of the site. This is fast going by NRG. Ethan, he's low as anything, and the shot's just not quite connecting. Tibertino couldn't find it. 2v3. A lot of damage done here. Hopping up, Heaven is open onto the angle. Asuna turns his attention towards it. The damage there needs to be accurate, needs to be precise. And the bullets aren't finding their marks at all. Tibertino now off to the side. Tanks the snake bite, brings it to a 1v1. Him versus Mata. The refractor's up, 6 bullets left. It's a tap from Mata. He's looking to pull him out into the open. And now half onto the defuse. Mata trying to earn it. The win con's there. The timing is of the essence. It's currently running away from them. This is the best opportunity in a long while. And Tibertino capitalizes.
The Waylay v Waylay 1v1 and the rookie takes it over the world champ. They needed that. A 7-5 half. 100 Thieves finally pull a couple of rounds together at the very end to make it feel reasonable. But it took everything. Now NRG move on to their attack side, which has previously looked better on Abyss. Things are not going to get easier for these upstarts.
Still 7-5 is a very good half for them, considering what they were coming back from on Pearl. Spirit should be high for them. Self-belief should be there that they can try and bring this to map 3 in this elimination game.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
A two-round difference between these teams. 100 Thieves and NRG are fighting to battle against elimination here. The loser, obviously, out of the tournament, out of the kickoff bracket, and out of chances to see if they can qualify for Santiago. That's what these teams are playing for here and now. The fist bumps go out here. 100 Thieves, though, much better beginnings to this map compared to Pearl in the last. They brushed it off, but they've got to keep it going. That's the important point to make, really. Keep the momentum.
And they've played so much already in kickoff, but you've got to find the energy to dig deep and try to win this. It's your first opportunity to deal a blow to NRG.
NRG all in here. This is 5 players over towards the A site. Yuto's already going to be flying towards the back of it. Heavy test over towards Bang, but he's already going to be peeling all the way back here. And with a flash. Yuto is going to be forced out of them. A lot of stray shots and potential damage here. Players are going low, but no kills confirmed.
The flank, the flank.
Flank, Timotino coming online here. Stun ricochets, but 100 Thieves are eager to play with pace and conviction, trying to take it to them. Scuba isolated now. Spike dropped way out of his grasp. 100 Thieves know exactly where his position is. Patience to be played now. With the Sheriff, 50 seconds to work with.
He's got a lot of time, and this Viper Wall should make Vora a little worried, because Scuba could use it to get into the site. He's made a footstep, though. 40 seconds still to play with.
Potentially the wall timing up. He's got fuel to burn.
30
Position
seconds
could potentially ISO a fight here if Vora's not careful. The angle potentially unanticipated, but Vora's there. Comfortable and calm, is able to land those shots. And so the pistol round, first hurdle cleared here for 100 Thieves. They should be able to bring this level.
Vora, rookie IGL, is actually performing as one of the best players right now in terms of finding the big rounds and big moments. His aim has been crisp today, kept them alive.
All I need.
Cold.
Apparently so.
Cold. They got money in the bank now, 100 Thieves. NRG, again, full group up, all 5 players here. They are just sending it into B to see if they can get a plant down or maybe a couple of kills, but a Util is going to be following them shortly. As you can see, it's already making it a difficult task. Asuna collecting a bunch of these kills. That's going to be useful to try and build up this ultimate.
I love
to get involved.
I love the aggression on defense.
Yeah,
I love the way that 100 Thieves are playing this. Yeah.
100 Thieves taking a page out of G2's book.
And also out of NRG's book themselves. This is how NRG would play the defense on this map if you just straight up ran at them. Playing to flood, playing to fight, dropping through the heaven smokes on A, looking to try to get his bodies into the site and brawl with you.
One enemy remaining.
100 Thieves look prepped. They look like they have a nice style here. It's winnable. Bonka with a wry smile. That eco plan not quite working, but now we're back into rifle rounds.
Yep, 7-2-7.
I say rifle rounds, there's 3 Spectres online for 100 Thieves. They're going to want to take close range engagements.
Aggro position by Timotino. Trying to get a bit of a vantage point so we can see over this wall, because it does cause issues in terms of mid-round info. You don't know if somebody's lurking up.
It's hard to hold.
Yeah.
They could be anywhere. I mean, he's pre-aiming this angle around the other side of the pillar, but when that wall is up, they could be out in the open on any kind of direction. Could be double, triple facing you.
Timotino doesn't try to break the drone, instead squaring up for an engagement. He'll be dropped because of it.
Don't mind him being bold in this round. You're unlikely to win it anyway. You're on a bonus with lighter weaponry, but I'd expect him to take the more passive, safe option on rifle rounds generally. But 100 Thieves are getting bodies into A on the back of that, so now that they know that NRG have been putting a premium on taking A position, they stack that side of the map.
Drone used to see if we can clear up the picture here, but that's going to be broken, and a drone used on the other side of things here. Vora now all attention. There's a lot of util, and it does spell it all out. Asuna, snake line up, the salvo pushes him back out of the way. He's forced to let loose of it early, and now through heaven, that's an important fight to be won out. Mada does go down, but NRG, they still have the better weaponry.
Plant is being denied, though. 100 Thieves are doing a good job of that.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Still holding it down with the guns! Rifle, well aimed. And Ethan's able to just dismiss the backside pressure.
Quite individual, though. He had to take a 1v2 in backside without any teammates. He needed to land some crisp kills, and he did. Both IGLs, both Tejos, top of the scoreboard.
Clear premium by 100 Thieves here, playing Plant Denial.
Yeah, they're playing Plant Denial in order to buy time, to get bodies on the site, and then flood defend. It's a really good way of being able to play a best defense. But they're at a 1-round disadvantage, and now they're the team that might end up getting ecoed.
Yeah, time paused.
Hello.
See what this ends up being.
Pause a Technica.
Yeah, players out of their seats maybe. We saw a lot of that yesterday.
Please don't. Please don't. I'm scarred.
Yeah, we'll get this solved momentarily, I think.
Yeah, we'll see what the issue is. But I think already you're seeing that the game plan from 100 Thieves makes a lot more sense than what they were trying to run on Pearl. This is a winnable map for them.
Yeah.
So you've got to dig deep and utilize your opportunity when it's presented to you. NRG's attack side is really strong, but 100 Thieves look like they've got what it takes to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, definitely come into this map with more gusto. Preparation, of course, being a key element here, but I love the fights that 100 Thieves are taking. The pace is a big part, at least alongside a lot of the anti that G2 are running, but there's a lesson there, I think, in terms of G2's win over NRG. I think you want to limit test until they can prove otherwise, that they can just push you back.
Yeah, maybe. I think Timotino is going to be a player under pressure, though, on this defense side. He's going to be looking for opportunities to push out the map, like Mada would be, but he's also going to be looking for opportunities to take early fights for information. He doesn't necessarily need to be able to get picks, but he does need to be able to challenge NRG, drag utility out of them, and buy time for defensive rotates behind him. And that means he's got a lot on his plate to avoid dying.
Yeah. Short and sweet. Straight back into the action here. This time rifles online for both teams. Salvo in through the door. It's going to be breaking it. Makes it concerning, I think, for 100 Thieves. Normally, you'd want a player to be checking that spot.
Yeah, someone could easily be inserted into vent here. NRG had an A split that they were running against MIBR that looked beautiful with that. It was Ethan and Scooter. And there's the Timotino peak. He's got so much on his platter. He's got such an important job. If he does go down like that, it's going to be very tough for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's not a concrete game plan to deal with his Viper Wall.
No, just swinging through it is... it's a very bold way of playing.
Yeah.
It's ambitious, to say the least.
Drone is sidestep, but a player advantage now for NRG. They're umming and ahhing. They're wondering about where they should be ending. Here's the mid-exploration. Hold on. Those guns, bang. Potentially caught unaware, no, but Asuna just gets the one, gets out. And now a mad dash over towards the A site. Players, though, in position, already towards the back of the side. Asuna is making sure that he asserts himself. Double dash. Mada's trying to get involved. That's a good saturate. Will slow down. Asuna, for at least to a degree. Double flash is already going to be used.
Here comes Scuba on that backstab, that vent angle that's been open for so long.
And all this time and all this sound pressure. Listen, 100 of these might be collecting these kills, but they're not ready for that. Scuba activating. Off the back of it, Vora left to do it all in a spot like this. But Scuba, the one on top.
100 Thieves were ready for that in the early round. They were ready for it in the mid round. But as soon as NRG created that pressure through A main, they forgot about it. They had to focus their attention forwards. And with one player down, this gap was so open. Scuba wins the round with a great reposition.
I got. Good call.
Yeah, it sounds like Ethan might have been the one to try to tell Scuba to do that late round pathing. And it's knocked 100 Thieves' economy down. These opportunities slipping away from the Thieves.
They can need more. It's a 2-round difference for now, but now to get a little bit wider. Dash from Mada is already in, and Timotino, he's obviously playing a bit more risky. The whole team, in fact, when they're on the half by money, you need to take risks to see if you can win a round like this one, but all gone a little bit wrong there. Rourke hard committing. Damage by the util.
I like that. You're getting sandwiched from both sides.
Yeah. 31 HP, still eager to take these fights. He will get dropped though. Asena's there with the Sheriffs, and now NRG start to roll back. Playing a bit more passive. Everybody from main, they have util to work with. One set of salvos. Smoke up. Salvos used early though, and a gun handed over. 2v4, time ticking though, and surely the gun should help them out here. Bit of spray into the corner, it's a predictable angle. So the smoke is doing a lot to obfuscate. Asena, head poking up, finds the one, but eventually goes down, decapitated, and Bang can only do so much.
No time to work with towards the end there for 100 Thieves, and no weaponry either. But they're about to go into a rifle round, and this is really last chance for them. 3 rounds in a row for NRG on the attack side, but 100 Thieves have had their chances. They've just failed at some small moments. You know, Timo walking through the Viper wall, Scuba coming around for the backstab through Vent. Otherwise, though, they've been in the game.
There's actually a new guy.
Yeah, so they're talking about those insta flanks that are going on, but they're thinking it would be Timotino. It was actually Cryo in this round, but it is something that NRG are so ready for.
Yeah, thinking about it.
Early pressure on one side of the map can certainly pull that out.
Salvo is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's really tough.
It just breaks both doors, and then suddenly, I mean, they've already been punished once for it. 100 Thieves are now going to be conditioned to be, well, we've got to keep at least one player with an eye on it.
Which just weakens the sight holds.
Yeah.
Because Timotino is now forced to just stay in Vent for a bunch of the round.
Can't get active in main. Not that it was really working for him, but...
Drone comes through as well. And they can combo together these ultimates for NRG if they can find a player that they want to put pressure on. Teodrone is going to allow Cryo to get on a really deep angle here.
Yeah, he's passed.
So this is great info, actually, for 100 Thieves. This is a really nice adjustment.
Now they start stacking bodies over towards B. Already, Scurry and a Marathon sprint over towards that B side to make sure that they can reinforce it because of all that info that Cryo's got.
And you can't really Soveralt this because Asena's just going to cancel it with the null command.
Yeah, he's holding it, lying in wait. He's going to use it preemptively, actually.
30 seconds.
Try and push them back, and that might be why. Yeah, the 30 seconds time pressure, trying to really apply it down. That spike has to be dropped down, but it's, again, shots into the smoke. Asena's able to collect a kill onto Ethan. This has stunted the push from NRG. Really finding it difficult, but as that no command fades away, is the convergent pass going to be layered down, slowing down. He approached the defense now, is left scrambling, wondering how they can push this one back. It's Bang round to the corner, but he lands it anyway. Hunter's Fury, an attempt to try and take these fights. NRG, it's an awkward scenario, and the Salvo's jumping over. Timotino collects. That is a round win. With Cryo playing his life. Expensive at the bitter end, but a round nevertheless. 100 Thieves can be happy with it.
All about the time pressure and all about the way that they got Cryo set up in front of the Viper wall over on A. You see the evolution of ideas from 100 Thieves. Timotino was trying to challenge it in a previous round. He got punished. This time they layer it with the Tejo drone, and that allows the other 4 players to get over here. And this was a mad dash to deny the plan. If the plan goes down, it's still really winnable for NRG, but they heavy invested there to make sure that the clock was NRG's worst enemy.
Uh-oh.
Big crunch.
Yeah, big crunch. Potentially waiting in the wings here. Conversion passes there. Cryo.
Oh, they're late on it.
Take a first contact with that operator. Matter's already ahead of it all. It's going to be hindered. Slowed down. Like you said, they're ahead of it. Pace is the name of the game. Kiko with that TP into the back has made it mightily uncomfortable with that smoke prop down. 100 Thieves were left guessing as to where the players could be.
Just too slow. The game plan's great from 100 Thieves, but they were slow on the execution. And now they've been washed away. A 2v5. Bang and Asena. No chance of conversion. What a pace change for NRG.
Yeah, and that's the trouble with playing against NRG. They're methodical. They plod along at a familiar course, but they will turn it up when they have the ults.
And you can see there that 100 Thieves was simply not ready for that. They were expecting the same kind of, as you say, a bit more plodding, a bit more of that attacking default play, where there's a drone pressure and Mada's not instantly in your face. But the follow-up there was rapid. And Mada locked that position down. No opportunity to follow up at all. That's a wasted waylay ult. Puts 100 Thieves in a tough spot again. They're going to be down by 3 rounds. And NRG only 2 away from eliminating them from kickoff.
Yeah, just when they thought they were making the right adjustments. Gun will not be saved into the next. Mada goes hunting.
Brutal. That is brutal. Because you've got minimum loss bonus to work with.
Yeah.
Absolute tragic scenes for the economy of 100 Thieves.
Right when we're potentially entering the tail end of this map and potentially the series if NRG keep this going.
Turning up the tempo there from NRG is a beautiful call, and Ethan's hit them with a dagger to the heart. This should be an opportunity for NRG to get up to match point.
Deep Knife Aston already running away from it. It's a stack of bodies onto B.
A real gamble.
Yeah, it is essentially at this point with the half buy.
I don't think it's a bad gamble though. NRG went heavy A in the previous round. You're expecting them to swap things up a little bit. It's either going to be a slow A round or an eventual pivot over towards B.
You're hoping that NRG will just walk into that trap, but they are cautious. Look at them up against the half buy. No one is essentially stepping past the barriers.
They did lose one of the rounds recently to the clock. So that could be playing in the back of their mind a little.
There's a nade, double salvos. 100 Thieves have tools to deny the plant. Gets around a minute mark though, and now starting to make some moves around the map.
Rogue doesn't see
clear.
anything.
Yeah.
And so starting to go in this direction. I think Scuba just heard that as well. Scuba just heard the double dash coming out through B, and so he knows that they need to accelerate now in A.
Yeah, because the information's coming from 100 Thieves. They're going to start to look to stack this one. Armageddon laid into the back, underhand with a flash. Asana looking to try and survive in his spot, but he's revealed on top of it. He is being squeezed and sandwiched. The pressure is all over the place here. Not able to get too much more done. Plays into the back. Cry trying to play off all of that pressure again. It's the util to try and deny that plant. He was hoping to try and take and win a timing. But they've been swatted down. Any attempt to try to win this one, and the aim is good right now. Sharp and well honed from the NRG squad. They're not letting anything slip.
One enemy remaining.
And just sidestepping most of the util that comes their way. That's up to 12. That is flawless for NRG now. And they are one step away from a date with destiny in that lower bracket grand final.
They've got 4 chances of being able to close out here. The defending world champions have turned up in great form. 100 Thieves, they've got good ideas, but this defense side, they've not really been able to execute on it. They are going to need to turn their fortunes around fast to drag this one to overtime. But with the Waylay ult and the Viper's Pit available for NRG, it should still be plain sailing. See what kind of ideas Ethan has in the bank. Oh, this looks like the A-split round that we were talking about for MIBR. They've conditioned it, and now they're going to show it.
Doors are open, smoke to obfuscate. That's 2 players being inserted, and 4 is immediately taken out. That could be it. Potentially the first nail in the coffin. Cryer immediately pushed back and away because the pressure up to Heaven is a little bit too much. The snake bite, there's no swing attempt. And now the Pit, drop down. Heaven is entirely theirs. NRG are choking out 100 Thieves, ripping away the map control. And with it, their chances in a round like this to try and come back into the series. Underhand with a flash is good. Kills seem to be better though. Asana just with the 1 and up overhead. It's Brock and Mada dropping it all. Bang can only do so much, but this is NRG sent flying into that lower bracket grand finals.
The world champions in world-beating form have now become the demons in the lower bracket, waiting for a victim to fall down potentially. God, I don't know if I would feel comfortable with them awaiting down there.
Now
it's a shark pit.
Exactly. They're going to be keeping their eyes on the prize, watching that next game coming up. We will be sending another team to Santiago. For NRG, they'll have to wait to see if they're going to be one of the teams that end up going. But for now, a victory, they'll take it. A clean win, clearly off the back of preparation
For sure. And will we get to see a rematch one way or the other? The world champs against a super team, or the world champs against the team that's consistently defied them, G2 or MIBR? Today, I mean, commiserations to 100 Thieves. I think they actually played a great run throughout kickoff.
I mean,
they
did
played
too.
an insane amount of matches. A crazy amount of matches.
It was
but
the
ran
most out of
steam.
any team in America's Kickoff, which, when you're in a tournament system, that's tough.
Yeah, it just
everybody's
means-
aware of the tape. Everybody's aware of your comms. You are constantly having to innovate. The pressure was on them from the get-go. I think they have shown great signs of life.
But that's what makes NRG even more dangerous down here in the lowers, is because they get to watch the next match that we're about to all see. And so they get to look at MIBR and G2 and come up with game plans. And neither of those teams have got chance, if they lose, to reinvent themselves. And so the ante for that next game, that BO5 that NRG is stepping into, it's going to be just as strong as it was today. And you saw how much it made a difference for them here. Again, I just want to reiterate this. NRG have not lost a map where they know what comp their opponent is playing in kickoff.
You have to surprise them.
That's crazy.
It's insanity. You have to surprise this squad if you want to catch them unaware and try and get the win against them. But listen, they are looking too damn clean. And unfortunately, that does mean we have to say goodbye to 100 Thieves as well, as we already mentioned. For them, I think there are plenty of things to praise about that squad, to be honest. They have formed this core around Tier 2 identity and got the existing old members of 100 Thieves around it. They're onto a winning formula here. And I'm excited to watch them in Stage 1, Stage 2, and beyond.
Yeah, I think that they've done a good job of being able to get the best out of Timatino early. He looks like a rookie with a huge amount of potential. I think that anytime you could get Cryo onto one of those contact Sentinel agents, like the Chamber or the Veto, it's going to give you an opportunity at least to win a game against anyone. You saw flashes of individual brilliance in this game, but the game plans were just not good enough to be able to hold a candle to the world champs. They're that good.
Too many layers on top of it, but for now, we're going to send it down to Riv. He's on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away, Riv.
Thank you, guys. I am here with Brock as NRG still have Santiago in their path, in their sight as they move on. Just go back to the first game or just the series altogether, breaking out the Odin again on Pearl, making people feel uncomfortable in every angle and spot. How are you feeling about the gameplay today?
I feel like Pearl, we kind of just took over, and we started off really hot, so it was pretty easy. But yeah, I had some cheese stuff with the Odin that they didn't expect, so I know it was a factor.
If you could give one tip of an Odin, where like, don't crouch, crouch more, don't do this, one thing you see most, like what could be a tip for one Odin users out there?
I would say people crouch too much,
okay,
but don't crouch if you're, only crouch when you're ADS'd. That's the only time I would say.
Okay, only crouch when you're ADS, but don't crouch too much. Keep it. We got a lot of thumbs up in the crowd on that one. MVP from Champions. How's the MVP form feeling? How are you feeling right now as you're moving on?
I feel like we're getting better together as a team.
Okay.
And I feel like I'm getting more comfortable with like the new meta and that, but it's still going to take time. Yeah.
And looking at the entire league here in Kickoff right now, things have changed. They're getting mixed up between the teams. We're seeing a lot more power come out. How are you feeling with right now, how our energy is, and are you surprised at some of the placements already? Fury getting first and the way things are panning out.
Yeah, I feel like with this new meta, with the Waylay, a lot of these new teams could be really good with the if they have a good Waylay player. So I feel like that's a big factor on why Fury is doing so good as well.
Awesome.
Yep.
Brock, thank you so much. Congratulations and best of luck moving on. We still got more to go here today. We have MIBR going up against G2 next. You do not want to miss it. It's on the other side of this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Our match against MIBR, I would say it's a very good test for us. Everyone's been calling them the super team of Americas, but I guess Furia is actually the super team of Americas. They have great talent, that's undeniable. But with all the respect aside, I think G2 is better.
He's isolated for how long? 20 seconds? No help. Finds two. Another just being faded into Dre.
Come on, baby.
They definitely have a way different style now, playing with Baby Bay. They've definitely been improving, and so is my team, so it's going to be a good game.
Dangerous, hold on, game of timings, Tech. Lovely transfer.
We have like the best individuals in the world, so just got to bring it together.
Surely Mazzino's going to go down.
It is the final stretch to Santiago. We made it all the way this far to the middle bracket final, and we're not stopping now.
Yesterday, Furia punched their ticket for Masters Santiago, which is what you're looking at right now. And we are about to find out who's joining them as our second seed. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas Kickoff and our best-of-5 middle bracket final between G2 Esports and MIBR. Golden Boy here back alongside Mimi, Athena, and Emily as we're going to break it all down. And, well, let's dive into this one because what a wild matchup we're about to watch. It's 5 games. This can go either way, and both teams are in this spot because they got beat by Furia, which is crazy. G2 bounced back from their loss and absolutely dumpstered NRG with a whole new game plan, and we saw the results of NRG's work after they just picked up that win against 100 Thieves. So, Emily, I think it's safe to say here that you got a lot of these teams that are learning on the fly, growing on the fly. It's going to make for an explosive matchup.
No, it will, and there's also just so many expectations going into this matchup and just going into these last few matches that we have ahead of us, right? We have MIBR, the super team that has so much to prove, wanting to solidify things. And then we have G2 on the other hand that are just making as many changes as they can to find success with this new identity that they've brought out.
And I feel like one of the biggest changes is definitely the change up to this comp. We've talked about Baby Bay being that double duelist with Jog, but pulling out the Phoenix and the Yoru as well as the Neon on the Waylay, it gave G2 so much more speed and depth when it came to their gameplay. Felt like we saw a new G2 that wasn't only just defaulting, kind of holding angles and making sure they play for picks. No, they decided to force the other teams to play at their pace.
Yeah, and we saw a glimpse of that against Furia. Obviously, they didn't get the win there, but they came back harder in the next week and doubled down on that. We saw them playing a complete new playstyle, like you were saying, that we haven't seen from G2 at all, but they still have the fundamentals and kind of flexibility of the old G2, and combining it with this new aggression that we have, especially when we're seeing this double duelist comp, which I never thought we would really see out of G2. It's insane.
It's very scary to go into a match against this team now because they've played that similar style for so long. That was so structured, so slow, and now they've shown us a completely different version. But that was only on 2 maps. There was a 3rd map in that, but we didn't get to see. We don't know. Are there more comps waiting? Is this a full transition for G2, or did they find that balance? It makes this a very tough game to prep for MIBR, especially coming off of last night's 5-map series.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, but do want to note, like G2, having spoken to those guys throughout these last few days, you could tell the confidence, the way that they're coming together. It is fascinating to watch. But of course, though, for more on G2's comps, let's actually send it over to Sideshow for a closer look. Surely this is great.
G2 have found a new identity here at Kickoff, and it's part of the reason why so many people are now believing in them to win this game. So let's have a look. Let's contrast the old style to the new style. So this is the old style of G2 when they're on the attack side. They've got double initiator on split. They're going to run that stun up ramp. It's snoozy. It's boring. It's old. Jorgamo, he gets whacked because Vora knows exactly what he's going to do. He's seen it 10,000 times before. This new G2, oh my god, who are they? We've never seen them before. It's a brand new identity for this team. Double duelist running up mid, get back on the screen. Double duelist running up mid, suddenly Prowler in your face, Scuba stunned in a corner, stunned from the Astra, double duelist running on top of him. He's got no hope, he's never seen it before in his life. What's he thinking? Paper X in Americas? What on earth is going on here? Let's have a look at them on defense. This boring, old, double initiator comp. I snooze. I actually snooze. With 3 of us walking down mid to grab some mid-round information. Boring. You've lost the whole of the A site. You've had to play A site for retake because your comp is so slow. But what about the new version of G2? Look at this one. They've taken B main instantly, kind of similar to how they used to play, to be honest with you. But Jorgamo on Neon is going to be able to run all the way behind them. He's not doing that on Waylay, man. He's not doing that on Waylay. Let's have a look at this. He's zipping. He's absolutely zipping around behind them. So while you've still got a little bit soft over here, you've got a hinder to be able to slow them down. And meanwhile, look at him. Look at him. He's all the way behind them. While they're pressuring up towards A ramp, Jorgamo's going to get behind. He's going to be able to grab 2. They're so much more dynamic. They're boxing in their opponents. They're playing with pace, tempo, aggression. This is what we want to see. This is real Valorant, baby. And then let's have a look at the final example. We're going to take a look at them playing on the post plant. Here, old G2. We snooze. We cower inside a Viper's pit on the post plant. We allow 100 Thieves to take the whole of heaven, the whole of screens. We don't fight for anything. We sit holding crossfires with discipline. Absolute boring stuff. Leaf gets an ace in this round, but ignore that, ignore that. Fundamentally, it's passive play. In terms of the new style of G2, though, when we take a look at how they would play a post plant, let's have a look at this. Look at Jorgamo. How are you ever stopping that? Baby Bay, he's in. They've taken the A site. They've stolen it from under you. They've run your pockets. But that's not enough. They're not now going to hold some passive crossfire setups. No, they're running with a Waylay ultimate into spawn. They're attacking you. They're bringing the game to you. NRG, they don't know what to do. They're shaking. They're quivering. Their knees are knocking together. They don't have a clue what they're doing. Meanwhile, G2 are running them down and getting scrappy with it. And forcing them to be the ones to adapt. You've never seen a G2 like this before. Not in your life.
I feel like I learned so much there from Sideshow. Truly a magnificent brain for the game. Speaking of, though, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw. Jogamo, right? I mean, guy is absolutely a beast. Athena, I think it's safe to say the jog is back.
Yeah, the jog is back. He's had a really good start. No, nothing. It's just I like the way he said it.
I mean, I feel like it was just really impressive, right? Like,
super impressive, and I think Jogamo in himself has done a really good job stepping it up. We've talked about the depth of G2's gameplay and how it felt like, kind of what Josh said, it was a little bit of a snooze fest, a little bit too much defaulting for my taste, but Jog, he's completely flipped this on its head. Him and Baby Bay, they've done a really good job at playing these super fast comps, enabling the rest of their team to kind of follow up and push through with a lot of these kind of opening kills. And again, he's abusing it even on that defensive side.
Yeah, incredible.
It's a big change because we saw him kind of struggling when G2 were finding their footing with this new identity, right? We saw him kind of being neglected in the server almost because there was a lot of focus around Baby Bay.
Yeah.
But now that they're both on these duelist roles and they're both getting this aggression, it feels like it all fits. All the pieces finally are coming together for him, and they're being set up not just for like straight execs and straight up aggression like that, but even when they're taking space across the map, they always have support, and that's why they're finding so much success, especially Jogamo.
Yeah, and I think it's in a lot of ways not just a new identity, but a return to an old one for Jaw, where he is let off the leash and allowed to play this way, but now with even more support behind him.
Myrna, I think you might have something on your nose.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's a new look, you don't know?
Got it. No problem. Let's go ahead and check in. Another guy with a dang good mustache. It's Jogamo with Riv earlier today.
I am with G2's Jogamo before they get into game. Recently, we've seen that uptick in G2's tempo, playing a little bit faster. What was the idea behind this?
I mean, we saw like PRX how their style is, but you know, we got the original piece from the PRX. We actually have the Smeeg himself. So Bay coming into the team kind of got me up hyped. You know, we got the uptick for a reason. He says run it down on them. He's got the dog in you for a reason. So yeah.
You think this is an environment where you're just going to excel more and just go wild?
Oh, for sure. I'm going to make all the space for my clutches to clutch up, and then I'll do my job.
All right. Can't wait to see it. Thanks, Jog. Good luck today.
The confidence is through the roof there for Jogamo, as it should be. G2 lifted all 3 Americas trophies last year, and they're on the verge of finding themselves another one here on America's soil. And Mimi, this is a team that has constantly shown dominance, but that interview with Jogamo, though, we've talked to him a lot. You can tell there's this vibe in this squad where it's more just like, hey, believe in our aim, believe in our shot, and that could lead to even more success.
It really is true. This team, I think it often goes forgotten just how talented the individuals are, because so much of what we discuss about them is the tactical prowess, the calling from Valentine, the prep, the structure, but they're breaking that and showing the other side of their identity, and I think you can credit some of that to Baby Bay coming in. He was always known as the Smeeg guy, the hyper-aggressive Jet. He's dashing into your spawn. He's doing ridiculous things back when he used to play, and I felt like he lost that when he came in as a substitute. He played the G2 style, but now they're finding that perfect in-between at a time that makes him so tough to prep for.
It just felt like he needed to find that confidence again, right, as a player.
Yeah, not only the confidence. I mean, he had that. We even saw that on roles like Viper and Chamber. It's just he couldn't fully unleash it because he wasn't on those roles like Yoru where you can get away with so much and do so many cool, aggressive things, right?
Yeah, no, it's what BabyBay brings to the table, the intangibles that are very important. But of course, so they're going to be dealing with a lot on the other side of the field because their opponents are MIBR, who went all 5 maps with Furia last night. And it was this super team conglomeration's first loss here, Athena. So that has to sting, but more so because they did it in 5 games and then they have to play another 5 games today.
I think for sure as a player, having that endurance to play a best of 5 and then follow up by playing another best of 5. Yes, you should have it at this level, but it is mentally tiring. You barely have any time to kind of go over your mistakes and fix a lot of what you've seen. And in order to do that, you know, you have such a small time period where you have that time to talk with your coaching staff, to go over the VODs while also trying not too hard to be critical on each other because, hey, you did take it to 5 maps. You are so close, and it needs to be productive enough to have that enthusiasm and confidence going into the next game.
The key to success with the super team is always to balance the personalities in the right way to get a functional team system built. And I think it's still too early to tell how effective that progress has been for MIBR. To me, taking that big loss last night after stomping Breeze to go into that map 5 and lose out on Split, have to play another BO5. This is their opportunity to show that they are stalwart in the mental, in the synergy between this team, that they can come back in with a game plan for another BO5 and qualify today.
Yeah, I feel like this will be a really big test because at MIBR, they had all the expectations there being this new super team for Americas, and we've seen them have success over really good teams already, but just the fact that they're going into this kind of gauntlet of best of 5, best of 5, best of 5 to try and qualify or just lose out at the end of the day, if they kind of find success here, it just goes to show that they're here for a reason. They made the super team possible.
If history repeats itself here, that will be 10 potential games that MIBR would play. And then if, let's say, they lose for whatever reason, which is what we were talking about yesterday, they could end up running 15 freaking maps in a course of 3 days. That's grueling. I mean, you guys are competitors, you're players. You know what it's like to play in a BO5,
I mean,
right?
That's not even the worst part. The worst part is you're playing against G2, who had a long enough break to go over these things and to have that mental reset.
See your mistakes yesterday.
See your mistakes, have that tape on you, and see everything that you've done. Plus, have the time to come up with potentially anti-strats, come up with a lot of that energy because you have had the time off to watch.
But the thing is, these teams that they did both beat, right? This is an MIBR that took down G2, took down NRG, right? They are now teams who are in this position where they've changed so much, where G2 has adapted their style. We just watched the NRG game. You saw how on form they were. It'll be so much harder to beat them than the first time they played, and that's doubly so with the fatigue, with it being a best of 5, and with the lack of matches that your team has played so far.
I think MIBR coming into this one knows that this is going to be a challenge. Let's go ahead and hear from Verno. Riv got an opportunity to catch up with him earlier on.
I'm here with Verno, ahead of another big match for them, right back into another best of 5. Is there anything particular as a leader you do for yourself or kind of the team to center them and get them ready for kind of long games like this that could be another 5 games?
I mean, we're just making sure not to dwell on like the past series and just like learning from the simple things that we need to do better for today. That's it.
Is there anything that it makes calling a little bit tighter when you feel like you're using everything up? Or are you able to just flow with the game as an IGL?
I mean, I think we're well enough prepared where that's not an issue. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for the insight, Bruno. Good luck today.
A man of very few words, but still, some insight there in that, you know, they're really just kind of more resetting, and I think you kind of have to. You really can't dwell on what happened yesterday, but there are going to be some things that they're going to need to fix. That being said, though, one aspect of yesterday that I thought was the shining light of this MIBR team, we all felt it, was Mazzino. My guy was out there fighting for his life, okay? He wanted to play in front of his family in Santiago. He wants to get to Chile, and Emily, he was playing like a man possessed lost yesterday.
He was literally the rock of the team throughout the entire best of 5. He played 5 different agents and showed up on every single one of them. Like the consistency that this guy had from map to map with all the relays, with having just a best of 5 to play in general, his energy was there, his performance was there, and that's such a hard thing as a player to kind of keep up, but he did it.
And you know what it has to mean to him. Chile is one of the most passionate fan bases in Valorant, and this guy's been representing his nation since the beginning. Think about how long he's been in attendance representing Latin America at global events. Started all the way back in 2022, 4 years ago now, where he's been on the top of that scene, consistently playing so well as an individual. Now getting to join this super team and having an opportunity to do well in Americas, make it to the first ever global event at home in Chile would be the greatest honor he could really have as a player. And he's got to play like he did yesterday again if he wants it to happen.
I mean, the best part about Mizzino watching him yesterday was the fact that he was so able to balance a lot of his fragging power with his utility. For MIBR, it felt like they really relied on a lot of the util and the ult rounds to kind of snowball a lot of those rounds together, and he was one of the main reasons. We saw a lot about his Brim with his ults on that bind. I think he had like 4 ults the whole game, 2 per half, and it was just insane. And I think just in general, he does such a good job, like you said, with all the agents as well.
Let's though talk about the depth of the team as a whole, because I think, yes, with Mizzino, you have a lot of that flexibility, but there is a conversation to be had about, you know, the pick rates on certain agents, right? Certain agents like Waylay, who are seeing a lot of play, Yoru, Emily, that are seeing a lot of play. Whereas MIBR, they're kind of like, you know, letting Aspas play the Jet, play the Raze.
Well, because that's comfort picks, right? Like, you do want to stay in this meta and kind of abuse what you can, but if it doesn't work for your team, then don't do it. You have to play to what their strengths are, and that's what they're trying to do here. And especially when you have these, like, I feel like they're pretty high volatile players. Sure. I would say when you look at Aspas, right? Because one map, he will drop 30. He will absolutely dominate. The other map, you know, Zekin's kind of at that top taking over, and you have to rely on the rest of the players to kind of pick up the slack for them, right? Yeah. And when I look at like their depth and game plans, I just feel like it's kind of risky for them, right? Because they do rely on people to pop off, and when they don't have that, we kind of see them fall apart.
But I think if you want people to pop off, like, why not play that double duelist role that a lot of these teams are pulling out, especially when you have the Zekin and the Aspas, where you know they can kind of go in and frag together. I think yes, 100%.
I just don't think Aspas has proved that he can put up those numbers on the other duels.
His Waylay has not been the best, but
Which is shocking.
I still think they can do it. Like, just having that trade synergy. Zekin, he's shown he's really good on the Euro. He can follow up.
I want to see more maps where he's playing that second duelist, because I think he's the key here, right? To pull it out. My issue is they showed a lot last night. They, I think, also showed us that some of these maps weren't 100% prepared. They're very reliant on these simple, slow round super team stuff, right? They're leaning on the individuals to get picks. They're really kind of hoping for those individual performances and doing great work to set that up. But like you're saying, when that doesn't happen, it scares me against a team like G2, who I think really have shown their depth with these new comps, with these changes, and with their history.
Especially, we were talking about Coach Bonkar and his prep work. Coach Josh RT, I mean, come on. Like, it goes without saying, like, it's the same thing there, too. So it's quite scary. It's going to be a fascinating game. Look, no matter what, we're in for one hell of a ride. But let's take a look once again at the predictions, because it seems like the only person, now I get it right, the only person who predicted the MIBR was Emily. So, Emily, show your work.
Hey, I brought up how volatile they are, the volatility that they have, and I like to gamble. Like, I like to gamble. Not like that. Not like that. I like taking risks. I like rooting for the underdog. I like seeing what they can kind of bring, and if they are performing
really well today. Do you think MIBR is a big underdog in this game?
I do. I do think they're the underdog here.
That they're like the super team.
But they're the new team. G2 has such a good foundation to fall back on. MIBR doesn't have that. They are relying on that superstar power to show today. And if they do that, I think it could go their way. If not, of course, I feel like G2 will kind of take it out from here. But I still like them as a team. I still think they can do great things, especially as individuals.
I think people maybe spoke too early when they were already calling the MIBR super team a success after the upper bracket success. It's not a failure yet. It's not a success yet. These next 2 days are where they prove how good this team can be early in the year against two of the best teams in America.
Yeah.
They're playing the America 3-time champion last year, and then the world champs if they can't close that one out. This is where they have to lock in and prove why this team had such lofty expectations in 2026.
Yeah. I mean, and Myrna, it does feel like coming into this one, MIBR, if they lose this, though, think about how much pressure that's going to be going into the lowers.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're facing against NRG too, probably. So it's like, it's really hard. You have these two titans, like you're saying, that you're trying to face, and also you can't lose today because you're showing now 10 different games, like you said, going into that third one, trying to prove yourself, trying to have that endurance. And man, it's definitely hard on the mental as a player.
Yeah. But if they do it, such a testament to what this team has put together.
Good point.
Proves the mentals there, proves they're a super team.
Now, this is it, folks. Next team that's going to be punching their ticket to Santiago. Will it be G2? Will it be MIBR? Let's send it down to the stage and bring out your two teams for this middle bracket final.
Arena Riot Games, bora pra mais uma final valendo vaga no Masters. Faz barulho porque hoje o MIBR joga!
MIBR, they went through the gauntlet yesterday, facing off against Furia in a grueling 5-game series. They fell short at the finish line, and now they have another opportunity to run that race again. But the question is, Mimi, can they do it? They have the firepower. They have the talent. They just need to put it together against a damn good team in G2.
They have to show how well they can recover, how deep their map pool, their strats can go for a team that is still so new, facing off against one of the ultimate titans here in Americas. But they beat them already. The question is, can they actually do it again? Deny G2 their revenge and qualify to Santiago.
Now, let's bring out their opponent. 3-time America's champions, G2 Esports!
You heard Riv, 3 times America's champions. G2 Esports has come into this kickoff with a lot of questions, changes that they made, additions that they brought in, Athena. But it does feel like right now, in this moment, the prep work, everything has paid off for G2. They just have one more job to do.
I mean, the core of this roster know how they want to play the game. And last year in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they only dropped the one game before qualifying to an international both times. So if that history repeats itself, technically they should be winning today, only losing that one game. But they have so much to prove, showing us that now they have these layers and layers on their game plan with a newly found identity in a much faster paced G2.
We're also looking that they're willing to make these changes and take risks to try and find the success here that they're looking for, especially going up into this best of 3. Look at this map pool. Like, we're going up against Breeze, which is a jet playground for MIBR. And that, they looked really good on that. So I'm excited to see what G2 bring out on their side, hopefully going for that double duelist comp again.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to counter, but, you know, figuring out that Ospas loves to play that jet, trying to come up with ways to shut him down. I feel like G2, they might have a little bit of a solid hold on that. Again, they had so many notes to kind of see and watch them play it yesterday.
I wonder if this is a bit of a trap card, though. G2 has not had to show their Breeze so far. What do they have prepared? They've shown us these double pumps already. I could see it being ran back here. It's going to be so interesting to see what their read is on how to beat this Ospas jet on a map that's so good for MIBR.
And that's very exciting to me because when I first saw G2 kind of dominate in their last best of 3, I think a big factor of that was them bringing out the double duelists and kind of changing up their play style and going for that aggression. Here, I was thinking, you know what, they've seen it. You know, maybe we're kind of preparing for that on the side of MIBR. But looking at this map pool, we haven't seen a lot out of G2 from this side, whereas MIBR, we saw a lot of these just last night.
Yeah, well, here comes the agent select here. No shocker there. You're going to see Ospas on his trademark jet, but you are going to be seeing Zekin on that Yoru, which is double duelist. That's good. He's going to get a little bit of presence on site.
Yeah, yesterday he did such a good job as that Yoru, flashing himself into sight, making sure he's getting a lot of those kills for himself, setting up everyone for success, while also playing on the other side of the map as Ospas. And this Neon, I love love to see it. They are looking to stick towards a little bit more of that super active playstyle for G2.
Similar comps, but shows a difference in priority. MIBR want to put everything into Aspas, give him that favored jet, give him that off. G2 instead pick this Neon. It's a great agent for Jaw, and I think it does so much, especially for your defensive side, having those fast rotations, that relay bolt that can completely shut down a hit, and an extra tool to help cut the op off and get into the sights.
And when we saw the Neon already coming out on split. Sideshow even did a little presentation on that, showing how Jog does like to go for those slings, does like to take space, because he can. He's so quick with those rotates, like Mimi was saying. So it makes sense that they're prioritizing that over just a basic jet comp.
Baby Bay has been gone for quite a while from Tier 1, but he was always one of the best duelists in Americas. Now he's against Aspas and Zekin. Those are the top of the board. An opportunity for him to prove how ready he is.
I mean, look, the Schmeeg is ready. I think he's prepared. We've seen this guy really grow on this team. He went from a, timid, more like, hey, I'll play the roles that need to be played. I'll cover the base wherever things need to be covered. No, now Baby Bay is online. He's activated. He's got a lot to work with here. He's got a great pool, Myrna, of people to work with as well that are clearly supporting his mindset and how he approaches this game.
I feel like when you have a team that has so many layers and such a good, solid foundation, that's the perfect space to start building onto that. And I feel like that's what Baby Bay and Jogamo Duo have done. They've added onto that. They've added a new kind of play style. They've allowed G2 to be able to switch it up, which I think is where they struggled a lot of the time, being able to change up the pace. But now we've seen it kind of grow. The only thing is, are they able to keep up that pace against a team like MIBR?
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see. An interesting contrast, too, for Tex, that player who won Ascension with this G2 core all those years ago. And once they actually made it into Americas, it's replaced on the team, has to go over and make a new identity for himself and really start to prove himself in Americas. Got picked up for this MIBR super team, and well, he takes a back seat to the bigger names, your Aspases, your Zekins on the roster. He's really been consistent since coming to Americas. Now an opportunity not just to beat his former teammates, but to do it on this new squad and prove why he's a part of this super team.
I mean, definitely pulling that one back from the olden days, Mimi. I mean, yeah, and I would definitely say though, like for MIBR, I think that this Breeze is going to be such a tone setter for them. As we had noted already, Breeze is a map that favors the jet, long sight lines, opportunities for you to really just get a good lay of the land on the map. That's a great, rather a ripe opportunity for a player like Aspas and also a player like Zekin. And Emily, I can't help but feel like when MIBR gets into this, like they're going to need to show something a little bit different. Otherwise, I do fear G2 does have some of the reads because we have seen Breeze from these guys before.
Yes, we have. And I do feel like G2 love to kind of take advantage of shutting down those star players when they're going for these insane hero plays. I'm really looking forward to the double duelist head-to-head. We have Zekin, Aspas, we have Jogamo and Baby Bay, and it's who's going to come out on top here.
It's going to be awesome, folks. Good news is the game is starting. This one can go to 5 maps, so get comfy, grab a drink, grab a Red Bull. We got a good one, and you got Justin Cassis for the job. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you, Golden Boy. We have the team that set the standard in Americas last year and went to carve this region into the world map versus the team that was purpose-built to upset the status quo and to set a new standard for this region. And somehow, they find themselves facing each other in our middle bracket final with Santiago on the line.
Both of these teams getting knocked to this bracket by Furia, the upset team of the year so far. And it was that match against Furia, which G2 lost, that Valen spoke to as being a turning point for their run in Kickoff. And since that game, we have seen the new G2, this experimental G2, a more exciting team, a more dynamic team running this double duelist. It started with a dominant win against Cloud9, and then just an utter destruction of NRG, the reigning world champs, in their previous match. And that was led by Baby Bay, and a return to form Jogamo being able to play on this Neon. Agent is on right now. G2 are taking him right back to the double duelist look.
It looks like Joy is back where he's comfortable, Wyatt.
For MIBR, they had a strong one against Furia, running the double duelist of their own. A lot of B-pops on Breeze at the moment, running this double duelist comp. And G2 don't intend on defending it too heavily to set up for the retake. Verno spotted out, but knows it's wiser to live than to overcommit to that fight early into the round.
Starting to rattle off the calls to his players inside the B side that there is a backstab brewing. Aspas, though, sharpest attack across the side, dealt with Leaf and traded out. Oh my goodness, Verno. Quite the correction and just in time. He was down to 2. Now things get a bit uncomfortable for Baby Bay because he would be putting himself into a pincer scenario if he committed.
As that Viper wall drops from the attackers, Trent is caught though. The Baby Bay feels uncomfortable. At what time will Verno just take the peek out of window and try to backstab?
Oh, I love this though.
Oh, just not able to connect the shots. Verno not out in time to capitalize.
Okay, well, at least he doesn't get punished for that. That could have been even worse. Valentine into the smoke. Run headlong into Tex and his handle. Baby Bay hears. Not hitting anyone right now.
Some early whips from Baby Bay, but if there's one player in this server of the 10 that I can trust to shake something like that off, it would be him. He has been the mental rock for this G2 team. When they've been down, like in the game against Cloud9, they started slow. He willed them back into it, so I'm not going to overreact. I mean, he's just a little bit to the left on all those shots. Just slightly off. That was well played by MIBR, though. Really just playing off the drops of Tech's wall to take duels together, open facing with multiple players. All works out well.
And then in that whole round, there was going to be pressure from Elbow. They handled it so well. Baby Bay in full rat position. That spot is being pinged. There's a gate crash, of course, for the Yoru back towards defense side spawn. Nice jaw, okay. Bandit sings out. Good pressure here over towards A main, but they're going to have to get active. Leaf finding Aspas here towards B now means that MIBR have to accelerate in, but they may not be ready.
All right, they have been able to deal with these anchors with the worst weapons. Baby Bay, redemption in the same spot, but Mazzino able to turn around before he can even get a shot off with the Marshall.
Okay, Jorg.
Yeah, little danger for a second. The new bandit damage paid off for Leaf, and Tex maybe a little bit too exploratory over on that A side, pushing into the smoke with an off timing, but MIBR stabilize. And they don't lose the most important of weapons in that round, so it doesn't really hurt too bad at all.
Something you notice about this MIBR team is they prefer the energy to be low. They are a low-key kind of team. Verno and Aspas do not want people on their left and right getting up, screaming, yelling, and shouting. Very business-like atmosphere. Whereas on G2, Baby Bay and his pop-offs are crucial to get them back into games. These two teams are fueled by entirely different things.
Yeah, business-like for them, but also able to just keep things fun. Like yesterday, we saw even when they were losing on Abyss to Furia, it never seemed like they were mentally out of it. But on this bonus round, a lot of rifles for MIBR, so not a bad buy at all as the Nebula drops and they're ready to just take elbow control. Now double back. It's back to the P-Pops. We're going to see a lot of these. It really is just a big part of the Breeze meta right now. It is so effective to hit sites hard with this double duelist.
Baby Bay knows he's going to have to fight inside the side here. Aspas is dashed in already. Zekin's handled. Baby Bay is able to fall back to a position where he sees the Yoru coming. He does take a fair lick of damage in doing so, but Leaf is tucked in the corner, and that's the spike to go loose. Trent steps up from Archers. G2 now getting active on this defense side, not giving MIBR a chance to settle into the site. Flawless round for G2, quite a way to get into the game.
Lovely anchoring there from Leaf and Dre. Doubled up on that site. Real disconnection caused for MIBR from the G2 utility. I think coming through in the choke might have been a gravel. We didn't exactly get to see. I feel like that's probably most likely, but the pack did get cut off from the duelists. That allowed Leaf to get that free kill on Mazzino when he was late, just having to walk out of the smoke completely dry.
Hold Trent.
And then Trent gets in there as well. All right, bro, come on. Give Baby Bay and Leaf a little credit there. They were the first kills, but Trent did a great job too.
After all that teasing about not getting an ace, he needs a bit extra to get him going in some of these games.
And he did get his first ace this year, and he was still celebrating about it recently in interviews, which is hilarious.
Baby Bay, okay! Those are the kind of fights that you want Unk for. Tex and Mazzino barely got off the starter's mark in this round. They're still over towards that attack side spawn. And there it is, G2 disruptive. Get ahead of the play. Catch MIBR completely flat-footed.
That's a new GT moment. The double duelist push. Well, not going to be a flawless this round, as Tex is able to deal with Leaf. But even still, for MIBR, how do you get back into this? BabyBay low HP, Jaw as well, so if they catch the right timing, those could be some very easy kills for them. They're doubled up, walking through elbow.
Trent should have his recon up.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he's just jiggling that angle, temporarily forced back, though.
Okay, the pass for the Sova in his jaw. Nice little timing here. Tex is obviously fully revealed now, and BabyBay should be able to pop out on it, but he's low. Eventually puts that to bed. Gets a little bit messy, but that's G2 now with some consecutive round wins. And again, it's been that proactivity on this defense, on this B side of the map, that's helped them get ahead.
And because of that flawless on the prior round, that damage is really not all too significant anyhow. Oof. Nothing too complex from the duelist duo there. Just a display of the raw aim power that they have right now and their desire to just impose their will on the game with early aggro plays like that on defense, constantly keeping the attackers on their toes, forcing them into early passive positions on rounds.
Such a fine line, being proactive on defense without just taking wild fights constantly. That wasn't quite the adjustment required there for BabyBay.
How about that? The crouch from Tex just dialed on that angle.
He's looked very sharp already in this map.
Yeah, it feels like Tex is definitely starting to bounce back on this roster. There were definitely question marks about his inclusion in it after a slow year with Lev in 2025. Verno as well now, as G2 are just getting too aggro. Ooh, all right, that's nice from Jaw there. What a timing.
The spanner in the works for sure. That's the spike going loose now. It's all of G2 converge on that position. Look to make it difficult for MIBR to get purchase. Okay, out of nowhere. That's the explosiveness you're looking for out of Jorgamo. And big damage on Aspas to force him off the line. But Zeno is down. Jaw ends up being felled by a classic until this round is going to be tough to bring back for Aspas. As Valent makes his contribution and gets G2 out with 3 rounds.
Had them sweating though. That 6 shot from Tex to open things up. Maybe an over push into elbow. Verno gets that free kill. And in that moment, Leaf just walking forward. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but we did see in that game against NRG, there were moments where G2
Good save, my brothers.
were almost getting overconfident, pushed a little bit too much, and that gave NRG an inroads back into the game, though it was ultimately only temporary. But that can't be a situation they find themselves in here today. MIBR maybe just going right back to the simplicity of the B-pop, but this time with a lot of ultimates the Anchors will have to deal with.
BabyBay has the option to fall back should he want to. Flash on the drone, and it's not going to see the Euro in this corner. No, BabyBay's hidden entirely, and Aspas is up into the line. Hunter's Fury in play. BabyBay unperturbed and Leaf for 3 through the smoke. This round is at risk of falling apart instantly now with Verno, the last up. Leaf collects his 4. And G2 now starting to build some of that swagger we've seen from them in the last few games.
The B-holds are just rock solid. And when you have B-holds that good on current Breeze, the attacking side is going to seriously struggle. It is important to win rounds on these pops, but again, there's this disconnection.
Yo, y'all should see that replay. I did not see anybody.
We saw it. And he's right.
You'd never get that out of me. But that's all I'm saying.
That Aspas updraft dash over, it's awkward. He's just caught out in the open at ladder. Maybe trying to get around the corner, but misjudged where he was going. I couldn't see if he sent a cloudburst up top, but maybe he was trying to land upper. That's pretty common for the Jet, but regardless, wherever he was trying to go, not the ideal spot, and then no one is able to scale out from main. We saw that on the last B-pop as well. There was a disconnection with the duelists, and then the players in main who were stuck just get vaporized in the choke.
But our drone from Verno doesn't see anything. It's flashed. So BabyBay is out in the open virtually. It's a slight off angle. They don't know he's there. So Aspas has to be the one to adapt and try and take that fight, but he already, like you said, had an awkward landing.
Yeah, that time it was a nice usage of the Hunter's Fury from Trent that really just bogged them in that choke.
But they've got more things here to punish chokes, Wyatt. There's plenty, but that came from Astro Util, Viper's Pit also.
By the way, we have not seen BabyBay off once yet. They've had the money for it. And that has been an aspect of this G2 game that I think has taken them to the next level. They didn't have a super strong, dedicated AWPer in the past, but now they do. Not even a factor in this game yet. On Breeze defense, one of the best AWPing maps in the game, though maybe not as much now with the heavy pop style on attack. He just wants to keep the rifle for the close range fights. Very reasonable too, but...
Yeah, we saw that play into elbow, right? 3 kills for the defenders.
Now, out of this timeout from MIBR, they have a lot of ultimates to work with. They prioritize getting this orb over on the A side.
G2's so wary about a split here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. Potential for Zekin to get the dimensional drift in this round, too. So that dart up mid is not going to scan anything.
Sure, going for info.
That is active from Jaw on the slide across. And he had Dre with him to be able to kill the player that presumably would have been just spraying a Jaw on the slide. But
how effective can Valen be here? At least low economy. Try and play his life as much as possible, but he does need to get some info.
Now, Verno would love to get a tag with this so he could rip the Hunter's Fury, have everyone scale in off the back of that.
Gonna go for it anyway. Decent idea of where to aim it by the looks of things. Maybe a little bit low, but here's Valen fighting inside main. Aspas with the Blade Storm connects. Headshot onto Jorgamo. Babybay's gonna try and fight his way back in, but he's low. And he needs these reinforcements. He still wants to play so active here. Instead of waiting for Trent to get there for double door, maybe didn't feel like he had the time.
Look at this HP on MIBR, though. They are vulnerable to one shock dart. They want to swing out. They want to fight together, all on Trent.
Trent did well there. Good position to stay alive, and surely he can disrupt this plant if he can get a shock here around the corner. It's a little on the later side. So Zekin does get the stick. Could be a timing here for Trent. He's heard the updraft too. 1 versus 2. Trent with a lot of work to do, and nice little impromptu high-low setup there for MIBR. Will do him in.
Desperately needed round. That time switching up into the A. Exec, great Hunter's Fury came out from Verno. Really disrupted the setup. He gets multiple tags with it as well. So it's an easy trade there onto Valen. The ultimate's expended out of the timeout, but a good round called. Fraud getting in the mix was the solution for them to get on the board.
And honestly, most of that round, G2 have no idea where MIBR are. We saw Jaw go into mid, trying to find some info. Nothing.
Babybet does finally pick up that operator we were talking about, posting up in elbow.
It is ballsy.
That Nebula forces him to a slightly more passive angle.
Is he going to swing this?
Oh my, okay. Oh, that was a leg shot onto Aspas. Down to 30 HP. Trent hoping he's stood over behind the box, but that's not going to be the case, so Shock Dart won't get the damage he would have hoped.
Babybay gets to fall back, having taken too much damage before that gate crash came in.
Here it is from Babybay, re-clearing into mid, going down elbow.
Verno spotted out.
This is still so early into the round and nothing really seen that it's not going to alter the G2 positions too dramatically whatsoever.
Valen playing off the site here. Cosmic Divide for retake could be pretty crucial.
And now at this point, MIBR could absolutely think there's something going on in mid from G2. There is the potential of that, so Zekin has to clear out through doors as this split is going to come in from MIBR. Success on A last round, let's go for it again.
On the side here, Jaw goes forward, takes Verno out of the game, but Zekin now appears out of the dimensional drift. Nova Pulse though connects. The follow-up though, unlikely. Valen knows it's a clone that's going past him. G2 are here, ready to fight.
Yeah, but 2 players on site. The other 2 rotate still miles away. Valen and Trent have to be dialed in right now. It doesn't look like MIBR want to do anything proactive. They don't have any flashes left on Zekin. They can't really fight forward, but they can fight in the pit. But Leaf, this timing might be everything. Mazzino, is he ready?
He's ready. Oh no! Gun away! Now Leaf has that backstab pressure. Viper's Pit, of course, will protect MIBR to some degree, but Valen is in there like swimwear! 2 down! And Aspas limping around the side at 30 health. It'll be a multi-swing to clean up the goat himself. And G2 will post 5.
That's super well done, just being able to maneuver around the map. Leaf getting that flank is crucial. The free kill on Mazzino, and that's the go button for the rest of the G2 team when he's also just causing that distraction being back there. Jaws going for a lot of plays like that on Neon, by the way. We saw that in the last series, and here he will just go for a solo timing, slide in, relay bolt.
It reminds me of what we see from G2 on Bind as well. Constant push-ups, a lot of pops, but rarely is he giving himself up for free. A 1-for-1 where he takes down the Sova feels fine.
Now what is going on here? Look at Ospas. I mean, pretty dramatic contrast to the investment from everybody else.
The hero op.
Op and armor. Everyone else, nothing. That's pretty crazy to go for right now. I mean, they don't even have any ults coming up in the next round.
Different shades.
It's not like he's going to have knives for the next round if they lose this. So, oh no! And that is gone. Opener for Jaw. Beautiful shot.
Op recovered, at least by Tex, who's a pretty dab hand with the scope weapons himself.
And that used to be his bread and butter when he was a duels player himself. Look at this timing, though, from G2, waiting for the Nebula drop. Doubled up. Jaw dominant in this round.
2 pops, 2 kills from Jaw.
It's this new G2 Pro activity. Baby Bay is slowly watching that angle.
I love that he flashes and he's ready for another.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing encompasses what G2 are good at more than a round like this. That was spectacular.
A slow dismantling of MIBR, who were so close to just already qualifying for Santiago in that upper bracket, but couldn't get things over the finish line. And now we're sent to the middle bracket where G2 are waiting, who many people would argue after that loss against Furia.
Yo, he had an op, bro. He had a hero op, bro. Yeah, one tap, boy.
Many people would argue, though, this G2 team looked like the best team after that loss to Furia, just given how they were playing in the last 2 games. It is a reasonable argument to make. So this is tough for MIBR. Jaw on the aggression, but caught by Ospas on the dash away.
Just a little bit too early for those relay bolts, and it's possible MIBR were far back enough not to be impacted by them.
This is a round as well where Verno, selfless IGL, just had a sheriff, but should be able to recover that rifle, and does. So it's now a full buy for MIBR.
Conceal this Astra Util on the choke. Looks like they're out of there. Valen is Nova pulsed as a parting gift from MIBR. Fair enough.
And some after many rounds of more emphasis towards the A side. MIBR are going back to B, where Baby Bay, Leaf, Brick Wall, they were giving them nothing. Flawless rounds even.
Here's the drone. Yeah, this is going to get Baby Bay off the line. He had the gate crash. Okay, looks like he might have hit a clone there. Unclear. Either way, Zek deep into the site. Trent caught lacking there. Now Baby Bay knows he's on a clock. Leaf tries to take a timing, but he makes enough noise. Verno is waiting for it.
Spike planted.
Flash for Baby Bay. He's got to be jumping about here. Money not an issue for G2, but definitely a bit of a horrific start to this defense round.
And even with the money in a good spot, they just want to save. Why not? Feels pretty hopeless at that juncture, so can't really blame them. And that time on the hold for G2, juxtaposed to the previous rounds where MIBR went for B pops, Baby Bay is playing with the op. It is tougher. That's something we did mention briefly earlier, that him having the rifle is better for those situations. You could see from his point of view, it would have been better in that specific situation.
He could have tucked on that off angle.
And it's not that he shouldn't be picking the op up at some point in the game, but it is going to be harder to hold that site. And at that, Leaf was going for a play down elbow at the same time, so he didn't have a teammate to play off of his close position, his temporary distraction. G2 were just not in position to hold that like they were on those early rounds where they were denying MIBR.
Okay, so yeah, those relay bolts would not have connected either way. A very disciplined round from MIBR, and again, they don't tip their hand in that first 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, Trent just ends up being kind of isolated there. Coming in late, and the Baby Bay teleports away, forces the TP away. So MIBR clawing back some rounds after the pistol only being the real success for a while in this first half. Dre's still on that op. Gets a shot off, but a little bit wide.
Sometimes those openers on Breeze from defenders with ops can feel a bit forced.
And the wall goes up for Jaw. It's going to drop at a great time, but Tex ready for that kind of play. Maybe he shot through the wall. Tex on half HP.
That's meaningful damage. But all the middle of the map is under MIBR's control. The world, or this map rather, is their oyster. I like this from Valen. What a timing to take. Tex is handled.
And now that there's fighting out of A, MIBR want to work back into this B. Execute drone coming through. Osboss dash up top. Leaf pinged out. Real danger right now. Trying to stay alive. Backside. Trent is there to help. Osboss dealt with.
Somehow he's still safe for the time being. Leaf, though, is going to get slid on there. Gets Zek and Verno's up onto the side.
And he slipped back into the Nebula. Oh, that timing, Baby Bay. Unscoping.
Valen's watching that jump peak for him now.
Zekin stuck on the side. No gate crash. Can't get out of it. It's all about the timing, Baby Bay. You just can't connect.
But Valen's picking up all of Baby Bay's angles here, Wyatt. Now it's the Smig himself versus Kid Wonder. Half. It's moving. Shot in the back, Verno. Slithers back around to B main. And it's a one-round map heading into round number 12.
That was a good decision from Verno, just calling that quick pivot into the B exec. With Valen pushing out of A, he catches Tex in mid. They get all the way back into main.
One enemy remains standing.
And they're able to actually get out of the choke there as well. It took them a second, but they eventually play off the space that Osboss created, getting in really deep. Zekin had that crucial kill, winning the duel against Leaf. Backside B down that lane, so MIBR, again, they're clawing back into this game. It felt like it was dominant for G2, and suddenly we're just barreling towards a dead even half.
It's definitely a map that comes in stark contrast to MIBR's Breeze yesterday, where it feels like they really weren't offered a whole lot of resistance. First time we've seen this from G2, and all round they look very solid.
So Trent gets a little bit of info on mid, at least knows that nobody will be posted up close towards elbow.
It's a shallow drone, Wyatt.
Yeah, they're really biding their time, though. I mean, you can look at the spike. It's just dropped back towards B. You know, so you can imagine they're going to try to work the map and then pivot into a B pop, most likely. They have the Hunter's Fury to get in. Counter Hunter's Fury from Trent eventually, though, to deny the plant, maybe activate some kind of flood for G2. This has been the common spot for Tex. No, they actually do want to work back into A, it looks like, and have Tex just be this late play through the mid doors, trying to backstab one of the players that are anchoring when their position is being disrupted by the Hunter's Fury.
Baby Bay's gate crash has expired, so he has to walk now back through spawn to help out here. Here's some of that stall util coming out. Hunter's Fury is in play. That's Trent. Here's the push across the site. Jaws already found Tex. He's playing from mid-doors. It looks like he wants a little bit more. Fast lane up, and Valent is ready to activate. Catches Aspas, unaware, and notches 3. This leaves Mazzino with it all to do, and he needs to turn his back.
He can't even get the spike to the site on time. It doesn't even matter either way. Great hold from G2. Look at the disruption from Jaw when he just gets right back in there with the fast lane, and then the patience from Valent. There was an exact moment, a timing he needed to hit. If he went a little bit too fast, Bruno would have caught him running back in, but it doesn't happen. It's right in the moment where he can just pass through the fast lane that Jaw throws out. That was well done.
God damn. we start low key on the G2 side of things, but as it stands, they'll end the half with 7 of those defense side rounds. Still much more to see from Breeze after this. Don't go anywhere. It's MIBR versus G2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Day and night,
both teams, it feels, have had to gain discipline as this half has gone. I feel like MIBR have been very, very restrained, very patient on a lot of these attack side rounds. G2, though, they've mixed in those defensive pops, right? They've been able to disrupt MIBR as they've slowly been working their way towards these sides. Now, we'll get to see G2 go onto the attack side. They get to set the pace, and this is Breeze, right? The kind of map where you don't just get to waltz through a choke and get caught in all this util. There does have to be some depth, some elegance to your plan.
That being said, with this Neon and the Yoru being able to create space, should be super effective. G2 also, they lose the pistol in the first half, but win the overwhelming majority of the gun rounds there. So now the double duelists are ready to get through elbow. Smokes up top mid, and for that B-side connector, they're able to just group up with the team. Work into an A split. Valen coming late through main. Only one player backside is Tex. Maybe try to go for a spam kill, but ultimately he needs to live. We're headed to a 5-on-5 retake.
We never really saw this from G2. Curious if we get it again in the gun rounds, but still, pistols need to start singing here. Verno does at least have some recon.
With this new G2, we've seen them have a willingness to really fight in the post plants, but it's not going to be a situation where they don't have enough utility on a pistol round and you just have to clear so much distance on A. No, they want to hold for the win con of Leaf being on this long wrap flank. I mean, I'm saying that. They want to fight through. What a timing.
Okay, well, looks like G2 are more than ready for them.
Util not necessary, really.
Leaf has the off angle. He just wants to get a frag at this point.
That one's done. I mean, he's going to close it no matter what. I thought they were just going to take their time and allow Leaf to work that flank, try to clean up at the end. Nope. They just make all the noise so he can flank even faster, fighting through the wall. Was there any util there? Did they have one flash? They had a relay bolt.
I did hear the flash, yeah.
But there was a relay bolt that came back yellow. I think that was seconds.
Come on, boys! Come on!
I love that, though, honestly, from G2. Again, it's like I'm not expecting them to be going for plays like this,
No,
Mitch. After watching a year of Taeho spam on the spike from Trent, I'm just not ready for it.
This is what Sideshow was getting at earlier in that entire sort of piece where he went through those replays. It's a different look team. And these two teams couldn't be more different in style. Oh, he hit him too?
Well, we're 1 for 1 on pistol rounds in this game. Both of these teams actually with pretty poor pistol round win rates heading into this match, despite being two of the teams winning the majority of their games, which is pretty peculiar.
Well, they both had to play against Furia, who are very good at pistols.
All right, here go G2. Again, just back to this 4-1 split. Zekin is pretty entrenched on the site and does not have a gate crash to get out of there. Okay, almost, but Jaw's a little bit too slick.
Now again, same situation for MIBR. They've got to play once more into this post-plant from G2. They can do the cringe post-plant stuff if they need to. But they're looking elsewhere on the map. They are looking to catch MIBR on the way in.
Yeah, now if I'm G2 here, I'm really just thinking about trying to get Baby Bay some more orbs. He's getting close to the dimensional drift. So that could be a priority here. Just have him hunt a little bit. I mean, it seems like everyone just wants to hunt and get kills. New G2. Well, Baby, he gets
one enemy remaining.
And that'll be that. Mazzino with the Marshall that he doesn't intend to keep. Over to the site. And G2 go up to 9 here, so obviously great start for them here in this second half. Again, they do play with that level of pace, but they do hit a side there on an anti-eco where it's just Second who doesn't have a gate crash. There's a lot of qualifiers to that round, but still showing some momentum here.
Yeah, now into this bonus round where G2 do not have the best weaponry.
It's kind of nice though, isn't it?
Definitely expecting, no shotguns in 2026 with a Neon and a Yoru, not one? That's crazy. No Buckies? I thought we were getting that 100%. The Bucky into sight pop?
Doesn't look like that is the plan. Fast lane straight down mid. It's G2 off and running early. And with a lot of map control, the opportunity to leave Jorgamo as this insert. He's got a shotgun.
Shitty.
Never mind, he's got a shotgun.
Verno is ready for this though. No util for Jaw, just straight up peeking out.
Take flight.
Yeah, the awareness there from Verno, just a little bit too much. Jaw not ready for that one. G2 again just pivoting into this A split, but this time the majority of players coming out in A main. Aspas with a pretty cool angle.
This attack side Viper will telegraphs the A split. It's a bit further back, right? Oh, okay. Sheriff worked for Baby Bay. Valen on a timing. Quite the right weapon for that scenario, but still.
Yeah, I think there might have been a team flash there too. A little unfortunate. Verno way too far back. Singer not going to be effective there whatsoever.
Verno spotted there. Brief peek, enough to show himself. Hex at 58. Downed by Trent pretty easily. Okay. Chance for a plant. Zekindar on the wrap. You've got to start to be cognizant of this now. It doesn't matter. Mizzino's on a mission.
Yeah, G2 just stuck in that site. Feeling the walls closing in, trying to get a proactive fight while they're a man down, even things up. It's a nice little shot from Verno. Plays a good round here for sure.
I remember so much of the conversation when Jorgamo joined this G2 team was about them meeting him in the middle. It does feel like maybe now we're on the Jorgamo side of the spectrum.
Less
you know?
in the middle.
Yeah.
With Baby Bay coming in the roster. I mean,
yeah, there's a Smeeg majority that's being developed on the council.
And it feels like Josh joined it after years of being the opposite as a coach. Fight in main, that's nice from second, but a good instant trade from Jaw gets an upgrade. Now do G2 just hit the gas? Yeah,
I think so. They
definitely want to.
Just ignore the Viper wall with this fast lane, just run up.
Recon dealt with, so no chance of MIBR getting easy. Spam, look at this from Jaw. Relentless right on to Verno. Baby Bay ready to back him up. The pace of the double duelist from G2 is still just crazy. Lightning fast.
It's not that they're without discipline, right? Much like MIBR, they've had that, but they really want to get this stuff started early on in the round. Mizzino's good from this position. We saw this a couple rounds ago. And I don't know if Baby Bay's gleaned a whole lot of information with this dimensional drift either.
Valen is stuck pretty far forward on the site, but that being said, G2 have multiple players ready to play off of him in this crossfire.
We need a 2026 Aspas moment.
These smokes are going to be allowing MIBR for the cross. Nebula drops Valen ready for the first, and what a transfer for the second as well. 17 and 6, by the way. Kind of just low-key going crazy.
Having a captain's map off the rip on MIBR's map pick.
It feels like in a BO5, Valen always gives you one Valen map, where he's just going to drop that kind of score. The low death, a lot of kills scoreline. Usually, it's playing on Vine. He loves to give you like a 22 kill, 9 death game, something like that.
Good shit. Hey, good job,
But right now, he is just low-key a beast, while Jaw and Baby Bay do all of the fighting in the front lines. He's there just playing an RTS, dropping his little smokes. He's having a great time. He's like playing natural selection. He's the commander. And then he comes in and he kills everyone at the end. That's the chill little role.
It's his intuition for timing, I think, that has yielded like so many of these 2-kill moments. Maybe that one not so much, right? That's just beautiful transfer. But I think back to the defense side round where he pushes up to A main through that fast lane and is able to kill Aspas and Verno, both as they're actually trying to hit the site. It's that, the game sense innately that he has, that he's able to take use of. And that doesn't require him to rattle off orders to anyone else. He just plays off his own timing there. Add that together over enough rounds in aggregate is going to win your team the game.
Last time Fraud called timeout back on that first half, MIBR did have immediate success. They won that very next round, but they had an actual buy on that next round. Here, they do not have anywhere near the money. A lot of sheriffs. Not really nearing too many ults when they get to the actual buy. A mini success here for MIBR would just be getting Verno the Hunter's Fury into the next round, so they don't have to worry about trying to fight for an orb.
They're running out of these rounds to give though, Wyatt.
Yeah, you hate to fight for an orb, honestly, against this G2 team that might suddenly just
run it
down on you. Yeah, the second they hear that audio cue.
This is distinctly different of a round from G2. Maybe just respect for the anti-eco here, Wyatt.
Aspas does have the hero rifle. I believe that's courtesy of the Verno drop.
How far forward do G2 think he could be? Wow, that is clinical.
One shot gets out of there. Did G2 try and commit to this? Jaw has the spike right now. Fastlane, the slow walk
He's
in.
walking, I love that.
Devious.
Throw off the timing a little bit. There's a play with a classic close on sight here. Mizzino has already dealt with Baby Bay. Jaw responds, but this is getting messy now for G2. And yeah, it's time for a gambit. He's pinged out though by the recon. This is very dangerous for Jaw. And Zekin slaps him down.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that ultimate is still not very good when you're in the middle of the air. Valen now into a 1-on-3. 2 players with just pistols, but Osboss, the GOAT, heads the rifle, so Valen is going to take his time. Tex actually recovers a rifle there too. So MIBR getting the necessary upgrades, but will this be the timing?
Valen trying to keep them interested in main. I think he's going to get a timing on Tex because of that smoke activation.
That's free, and he knows he can just run it over towards this A side now. Could try to do something crazy with the Cosmic Divide late here if he really wants to.
Oh, MIBR second guess this. They actually think he pump faked.
Yeah, they want to grab Verno rifle, so he's going to go pick that off of his dead teammate's corpse as Valen brought it to that 2 versus 1. Playing back pyramid now. You know, multiple angles he could try to swing from here. Isolate one fight, bring it to the 1v1.
Would you expect the sole defender to be in Valen's position here? It might be more likely to check the A main fallback based on where the spike's been planted. He's given himself away though. Nice safe pick there from Verno. Valen on the move. Oh, planted down. I can feel something brewing here, Wyatt. You gotta feel like it's possible. Crab well activated. Cloud burst here for some cover for Aspas, but Valen is on the hunt. It's not enough. Aspas though.
There's not gonna be enough time.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious. That is a bona fide USDA Prime 1v4 Red Bull clutch to get G2 their 11th round.
Valen is just on fire on this map. Last round, that multi-kill, yeah, it was insane. And now there, MIBR just not expecting the timing through elbow, not feeling like that's a possibility. All of them, I think, were staring at main. Miscalculation gets him the free one, gets him the open A site, and then he does exactly what he needs to do in the 1v2. He isolates that first player. When Verno tapped the spike, Osboss not ready to help. And now out of that clutch, G2 want to keep the pressure on. Ready for just an explosive A hit. They still have this Cosmic Divide from Valen if they want to use that, but it's not necessary early when they have 3 walls essentially going up. A 4th wall, why not?
Are we going to break it? Here's Jaw. Doesn't want to swing it as yet.
Do G2 try to go and push through this? Maybe it doesn't have a flash, so it doesn't seem super likely. They have nothing to get past it.
Layers and layers. MIBR have to get moving though. This spike, it's been planted for a hot minute. Cosmic comes up. This time it's from the defenders, but Jaw gets the better of Aspas on the other side of it. Still doesn't want to go for the timing. Look at this discipline from G2. They're not pushing past these walls, man. What is going on?
I'm just trying to win a 1v1 against Valen right now.
Oh, it's not happening.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
6. Oh my God. That is ridiculous. 3 in that round for Valen, 4 in the prior. 12-6 is a scoreline. G2 on MIBR's map pick are a cut above.
I think this is the real danger for this MIBR team. If you're a fan of them, the close loss to Furia yesterday, cooling BO5 into G2, who are peaking right now.
You can't peak me!
Valen is on fire. The duelist just giving him all the space in the world, and he could just work off of them effortlessly.
George watching this battle Astra, just knocking heads together round after round.
This G2 team are so dangerous with their new approach to the game.
How do you change your entire game style from one week of kickoff to another?
Because they have the talent to do it. They have the pieces to do it now. I think Baby Bay's addition to the team and going back to his original duelist role with all those matches he played on FaZe early in Valorant's lifespan has just unlocked a new potential avenue for this team to go down, and it is working perfectly. Second, isolated in the doors right now. Instant trade though.
Harness Fury here from Verno. Now he knows there's a push through mid. Aspas knives. Strike true. He'll be forced off the side for the time being, and Valen is going to go looking. This is dangerous for the IGL.
He's feeling maxed out confidence, and this distraction is going to work for Leaf, who's just patiently walking up mid, and Valen, of course, catches another kill.
Not again, surely not. Verno frame marked by Valen. What? That's up to Tex. The Viper's pit's about to drop. And the spike is headed away from him.
Leaf just waiting indoors now.
You think he's cortisol maxing presently?
No, Val, definitely looking like the ASU frat leader in that game.
Is he a fraud? Oh my goodness, G2. 13-6 on Breeze to start this very important series. Again, showcasing this new look, these aggressive pops within the framework of some crazy discipline. The kind of discipline that, sure, we've seen from MIBR.
It's 25-7. The scoreboard just popped up for us. He's 25-7, man. Sick game from Valen, but you still have to give credit to the game plan overall and how the duelists have just put him in position to play out some great late rounds where those guys are pressuring, he's getting good swings off of them. But then also on top of that, he's just in God mode in that he's getting the clutches as well. That was a massive round to win from him. Those holds early on, nullifying the fast to B pops from MIBR. They were just running into a blender with Leaf in that choke, Baby Bay playing it as well, and then TPing back sight. They're just working off each other so nicely.
And there's a round where MIBR look like they can get back into the game. There's an almost thrifty scenario where they just can't get there because Valen clutches up on him. Insane stuff. We're going to go to a break. More to come in this best of 5. We'll have a desk breakdown. The action. See you soon.
Paranoia Flash que elimina a Brock, que dice, ¿quién te pegó?
Oh no. He's too clean with it.
What? He's at 6 health. Ethan caught out by the Bucky.
Pulsar almost went down. I think he's got it, yeah.
Oh, that's another one.
That is messed up, bro.
That is messed up.
Did you know that actually the colors from the Chilean flag have different meanings? So we have the blue square that represents the Pacific Ocean. We also have the white stripe that represents the Andes Mountains. And we also have the red stripe that represents the blood shed from the independence. And also you have the white star that symbolizes honor and progress.
Welcome back, everyone. As we all know, Americas is the best region in the VCT, and you can let everyone in the world know because the new 2026 season capsule is launching this week. There's a new knife, a flex, and a player card. It will be available February 19th, so make sure you get yours ASAP. That actually looks pretty cool.
I like the knife. It's like the one where it's like kind of like big in your view model, and you like hold it down. It's got a good like.
You hold it down?
Yeah. I think I know the one. I might know the one.
It's really hard to describe a knife animation verbally, but it's good. You should go watch the video.
Hey, you know what? It's good. Yeah. You should buy it. Anyway, moving forward here, let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw because G2, they are back at it again. This time, they got that double duelist comp in full effect here. You were seeing Jogamo, Baby Bay work together quite nicely. And I mean, Emily, it just felt like this G2 team from maybe not from the absolute beginning because they did lose the pistols, but you were starting to see this team never really let go.
Yeah, on that defensive half especially, we saw them being super proactive and being aggressive, especially in the extremities. They'd get one pick, then they'd rotate back towards mid, get another, and it was just a common trend throughout that whole half. And then on that second half, we still saw the same aggression in the in the execs.
Yeah, it feels like they were not afraid to kind of push towards that back side. But for me, what really stood out on that defensive side is even on the rounds where they knew they had those thrifties, they still peaked. They knew there was that one round, round 14, where they knew that MIBR saved the op. And knowing that, Jogamo just peaked double doors. Once the op went down, he got that kill on Ospas. Baby Bay just pushed down towards elbow because he knew the rest of the team was split up and they had pistols. Zero fear in their gameplay.
Yeah, especially on these maps where MIBR played double duelists, they like to play these spread early rounds to give opportunity for their superstar players to get those early picks. And I loved how willing G2 was to completely disrespect them and go for these set plays, pick someone like Ospas or Zekin off early and make the later round executes so much more challenging for MIBR.
And it felt like their aggressive style just kept going because on their attack side, like you were talking about, with their post plans, they were not afraid to walk up to that deep Viper wall and take the fight past that wall. And every single time MIBR, they were either caught off guard, they had util in their hands, or they just simply couldn't get the trades.
Yeah, their timings were so good because we saw MIBR kind of hold a little back. They had the people there, but they were holding for that early aggression into their exec, but it never came. And just when they were least expecting it, when two people had utility out, we pushed through that and G2 got away with it.
I think this is just a G2 that you can tell that they have their game plan solidified because it wasn't just the two duelists that were pushing that backside. We also saw the Astra pushing at some point. It just worked out really well for them. You can tell that this was part of the plan specifically against MIBR as well.
Yeah, and for them to lose their map pick on Breeze, absolutely devastating. This was a map that we were praising MIBR for, especially knowing that we were going to see Ospas on the Jet, which was a comfort pick for him. But I also think, too, listening to you guys talk about all this as well, it kind of just relays to, yes, this team, MIBR, you can on paper say super team 100% because the players on the team are phenomenal. They just haven't had that time to be able to like work together. And what you're seeing right now, really, I think it's just like a fundamental difference in like individuals who have been together for a very long time that can have very frank, honest conversations about how they want to approach a situation, Mimi, versus an MIBR that probably is doing the same thing, but
they just haven't
don't have that experience.
They were playing until like, what,
and that too.
12, 15 hours ago. 5 maps to then come into this. And it is interesting. They picked Breeze, a map where they absolutely crushed Furia last night as I think a really confident way, a warm-up map, as you were dubbing it, Myrna, to get into this game. And now they've lost it in this fashion, and especially with these late rounds, it has to be crushing. This one was really unacceptable. Losing this 1v4 to Valen, the way some of the individuals are swinging out alone, not being thorough in how they're trading. They let him get into that clutch position, and to his credit, he absolutely exploited it, but they cannot be letting rounds like that slip because it's already in a rough game, just gonna crush the mental to lose those.
And in my head, it just shows a lack of chemistry that's not being made up for in the comms. Like, that should never happen. We should always be on the same page, know what's open, know what's not, be confident that you can stick that bomb or not. Like, these are mistakes that should not be happening this late in the round.
But that comes from the fact that you have a team that's still trying to figure out how to work together. And now you have 4 maps to go through here for MIBR to try and bring this one back here. You got to figure out something on Haven. Otherwise, Mimi, G2 could run away with that one too.
The way that MIBR stacked this map pick phase is interesting. They picked Breeze, which I'm sure they were very confident on after the Furia win, as it's a map that G2 hasn't played. But in doing so, they front-loaded both Breeze and Haven, 2 maps where G2 have not shown how they play yet in Kickoff. So they went in blind to Breeze, they lost, and now, down a map, after a crushing defeat, they have to go in blind again to try and bounce back on Haven.
Also, we haven't seen any big changes or surprises coming in from the side of MIBR. The last time we saw them on Haven, we didn't see them doing that double duelist, and we saw Aspas struggle on that solo duelist role on that Neon and not finding the success that we need him to have, especially now.
A lot of questions that we have as we get ready for Mat 2, but so far your 3-time America's champions are looking good. They're up 1-0 in this series. Can Aspas and MIBR bounce back? Uber and Wyatt will guide you through Mat 2 on the other side.
Pretty deflated showing from MIBR on their map pick of Breeze to start the series, but there's much more Valorant to be played. This is a best of 5 in our middle grand final, with, of course, the winner representing the region in Chile. We're off to Haven here. So this is the second of 2 consecutive maps that we have no data on G2 at all, which means that many of their opponents will have the same issue.
Oh my, and we're getting a crazy call from G2. I'm down. Okay, first of all, I will say Haven, I feel like has to be the least...
Yoru.
I feel like Haven has to be the least played map in Kickoff. When we have seen it every time, it is a mirror match of this comp that Gen G developed late last year. Everyone's running it. I thought if there was one team now that will not do that, that will stray away from the meta, it will be G2, and it is G2. There's a lot to talk about here. First of all, the Jaw Phoenix. He was insane when he played that on Pearl the other day. Baby Bay on what has been statistically his best agent. He's putting up 0.95 kills per round on Chamber, so damn near a kill a round when he's playing this agent. Opping constantly, that's possibly his best feature as a player. Leaf on the Yoru, have we ever seen Leaf even play Yoru in an official with this team? I don't think so. I mean, it was Jaw playing it all last year. Like, they never ran double duelists.
Back in the Icy era? Maybe?
I don't even, bro, I don't know. Someone get out the, dust off the tomes, someone find out. I don't know if that's ever been the case. I was always interested, though, even last year, at seeing what if Leaf and Jaw were playing double duelists, because Leaf used to be a duelist player when he was with C9. When he first joined G2, they had him on duelist before he started flexing around. So I'm interested to see how that works. Also, no Sova on Haven? A fade instead of a... You never see that. No Sova? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, every single pick feels off meta right now, except for Yoru, I guess. Yes. But I don't even know, man. This is crazy.
G2 have gone from being inoffensive but uninspiring to complete and utter mavericks in how they approach the game.
And I love it for them. Yep. I love it for me. Because they are the most entertaining to watch they've ever been right now. I'm here for it. Baby Bay is just working towards C-Long, hoping that someone just exposes themselves a little bit too much on a jump peek, a little jiggle for info. Doesn't look like that'll be the case right now.
Yeah, Mazzino's really showing very little.
Mazzino, as the rest of the team work into Garage. Prowler comboed with the flash to get that space, and now it is a hit into C.
I like this idea from Tex, immediately activating after Mazzino got spotted, but it's not really paying off, is it? Verno, best he can do is try and stem the bleed, but it was only Leaf to fall by his hand. And it is Aspas on a long rotate to an already lost site. We've heard that one before, but that's some nice shooting.
He could win this. These players are very weak. One shot for Valentine and Jaw to go down.
Relay ball, Wild, what is that? That was a bit messy. Okay, Valentine gets on the run with the frenzy, surely.
Oh my God, that was still dangerous. Trent could have gotten one shot there.
Should tell you how much legacy there is behind Aspas. That situation like that, we are still in suspense.
Absolutely. This, I will say though, in that BO5 against Furia was the map that he performed the worst on. He put up 11 for 17. He was better on every other map in the pool. He's going to need to step it up today. Ooh. What a cool hit this is though, by the way, from G2. They have that util combo for
forgot
Garage.
about G2 Classic, baby. Let's go.
And then after that, they just run it into C. Jaw walls on the right side to cut off the angle at logs so they can just fight forward. That was really sick. And they had their wall into that execute as well. Someone is cooking.
Yeah, again,
Josh RT is cooking.
This Viper wall, obviously from MIBR, will try and give them some purchase to play through that logs and backside direction, but fast lane was a bit of a problem. And now slowly, some of this Killjoy utility is being torn away.
Yeah, Dre just here's that turret. Knows he should be able to break it pretty safely as he does.
Ooh, okay. We are swinging it. Okay, all right, bro. Back on the line, gets Baby Bay, determined not to allow these pistols to force him away.
Don't hate that MIBR were going for that. A little tough at the long range, but you never know. A couple headshots from multiple players could have sent Baby Bay to the grave. G2 a little bit slower here, though, on this round. Still working towards Garage. Josh still just expending his flashes to fight in there.
This is their anti-eco protocol. We saw it a bunch on Breeze as well.
Has to be said, though, this buy for G2 is light on a round 2.
Oh, Valent has the sixth sense for this. They tried to drag his aim away with that recon. No, he snapped it back. It was almost magnetic. And there's Verno, pinged out by the horn. His time is short, and Aspas barely gets a look in.
2 pistols and a Marshal brought into that with the Bulldog and Guardian. Not much weaponry for G2, despite they won the pistol round. And they still make it look so clean. Gonna buy up a couple rifles here, crucially. Jaw with that Phoenix ult already.
You gotta love that from Valent. He's aware midway through that bolt flying across the screen that he needs his crosshair back on that Nebula.
That's not ready. No. Love to see Phoenix on Haven. It's giving FaZe Clan Invitational. it's giving 2020 Valorant.
So pretty sure Dre was playing Jet just sneaking down A main on defense with knives. I remember that well.
G2 just slow in mid right now, waiting out any aggression from MIBR on this defense. But that is not going to come as they are just spread around the map, playing around this Aspas op. Jaw has been flashing into Garage here on both of the rounds so far. Aspas could be in danger.
He might just time it as well and take the shot if there's a curveball.
Oh well, no curveball, just a free little kill. First blood for Aspas, and now with a minute on the clock, what will the pivot from G2 be as Leaf makes a ton of noise towards C-Long, sending up that clone. Sends a gate crash in there as well.
It does pull Mazzino over towards Garage area. He gives up a bit of this space on B, but G2 are not convinced that...
Are they going to go for some kind of crazy split into C where Leaf does take that teleport? Is that the move?
I think off contact he might.
Oh my god, I mean Aspas, they didn't even need to activate that play to take care of him at default. He just goes down straight away.
Leaf still isn't TPing in. You'd think off that contact he would have gone for it. He's going to walk up C-Long instead.
30 seconds left.
There's that seize for back plat. Nebula comes down at the choke.
They don't know about backside, I think, which is why Leaf doesn't just blindly go in.
Ooh, great shock.
Spike
Leaf picks up that operator, by the way. MIBR in the 4-on-3 now. No utility for these G2 players to work with. Going to be all about the gunplay.
Box him into the site with a dark cover as well. Make it so you can't play post-plant from long. G2 forced to play close here, and Leaf's lucky to get away. He'll gate crash out.
Gate crash out, but smoked off. Actually, that dark cover does drop, so still will be a factor, that turret.
The Viper Wall matters, though, in terms of trying to hold here from long. Trent just this quick peek, and Zekin is out of the mix. That's the Omen gone. What can Leaf see here, though? Babybay's really got to pave the way, and that's going to be the Viper Wall coming down. No one's coming to save MIBR, and that's a bonus round conversion for G2.
Took Leaf a second, but he's able to close out the round after Babybay makes some nice aiming adjustments on that site. Double push through that wall in the smoke. Wasn't perfectly timed from MIBR, and that allows him to get the two-piece.
One enemy remaining.
This wall is honestly paying dividends.
Come on! Come on, baby!
Such a strong statement to make here at the start of Haven. On the attack side, in fairness, but Jordan now has that runner back ready to go.
Zeno backing off towards C. Instantly back into Garage.
Makes sense to you. Ooh, nice from Tex, but again, it's...
Instant trade from Valent. It just doesn't even matter.
And George just picks himself back up and gets back to business.
And he'll probably get another Phoenix ult just as fast as he got the last. Only a few rounds to get it. So.
You're going to have to look out for that if you're MIBR, because Jor's going to walk into contact lines, especially looking for Aspas with the op with that ultimate every time it's up.
Whether it's Leaf or Babybay, they are just intending on having a lone man working C long, taking contact fights for G2. So far, the map is just Garage and C. They don't even know that the rest of the map exists. Yeah. Well, they discovered B on one. They haven't unlocked A yet. Oh my God, second what?
3 with right click and Leaf can't even intervene. Zekin gets himself the heck out of there, but damage surely has been done. That's the kind of straight-up composure under pressure that only New Jersey can provide.
MIBR just simply need to capitalize on this round. You can't let a play like that go to waste.
God, it was perfect.
Babybay is ready, though. Aspas does not have the HP to tank a shot from the Outlaw.
He's just holding here.
Oh, he just wants to bait it out.
Babybay's surely aware of this. He's got to be careful. Zekin gets close enough. The crossfire won't save Drake.
Here's that Aspas goes right into Garage. This is madness. Aspas
he's doubling back
around to C long.
This part is quiet.
Time is ticking right now.
Sees him coming, and the second shot connects. That's Aspas down, and now it's on Zekin. Some serious heroics at the start of the round with a classic 3 stunning right clicks, and it's not enough.
Feels like MIBR just could not get synced up in that moment. Aspas making all of that noise, and we watch Dre just make the right positional adjustments. What a crazy 3K, not clearing this corner. Third one is pretty insane. And that play, though, made irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Dimensional drift now up for G2. Leaf running back the Ori, looking pretty good at 5-1 thus far. I say running back, assuming he's done it before, but it's the first time in a while.
We're going to see G2 just cycling Duelist ult into Duelist ult to win out these rounds and have some potent executes. Aspas wants to get in front of this utility, get close with the shorty, but he can't capitalize.
Bit of damage on Jaw, but he's more than happy to keep pushing up onto this side from backside. It's Verno. Tex gets in there as well. Hunter's Fury. Leaves Babybay the last player now for G2. The Cosmic Divide committed to the round for G2. And now Mazzino and Tex should have this B-side on lock.
MIBR's anchors were able to pop off there, and boy, I was really worried for them after Aspas tried to play close with the shorty. Didn't even have a chance with the op. But what could Babybay do? I mean, surely nothing in this situation, right? Just this crossfire should basically be impenetrable for him, and you're gonna get the swing off of it from Verno. There's just no way, right? There's just no way, okay. All good for MIBR, finally able to get something on the board, recover that operator.
Good discipline from them. And G2, honestly, there've been a couple of close rounds here. MIBR doing pretty well. I mean, Zekin getting 3 kills with just the classic.
That was a crazy kill. What the hell? It was a great Hunter's Fury as well that came through.
I like that from Mazzino, just bullying himself onto the site.
Yeah, able to really just flood in with the chaos that that ultimate created. Play together on defense. G2
going A.
They've unlocked that part of the map.
The DLC.
No, never mind. They discovered a lobby. That is as far as they will go.
They've refunded it.
right back to garage.
Oh, yeah, is he too
Mazino,
confident?
What? I mean, yeah, just better re-peaks.
They comp has a lot of tools to get him into garage quickly, but they just overestimated the Prowler's protection there.
Oh, Nightfall lets G2 know that backside is clear right now, so Leaf wants to get forward, but it's not like that angle's cut off, so walks into a two-man setup.
This is dangerous for G2. They do not have information. They know MIBR is starting to filter into the side. And yeah, straight into an offline. Baby shuts Tex down at the very least, but now he's got a 1v2 with an op. That's rough. Oh my goodness. It is possible. Second, will he be spotted in this smoke? No. Gives it a tap. Surely he emerges off some kind of timing. This would be an ungodly flick like we've never seen before. Zek is cool and calm.
MIBR acquiring their second desperately needed round. How does Baby always hit those kind of shots?
The hospital flicks.
We see him hit like the 10 out of 10 on the difficulty scale shots consistently. That is crazy.
I just love that from Zekin though.
Insane.
Just a dark cover, walk up in there, know you have the edge. That's beautiful stuff.
And forced onto the eco now, by the way, after winning 4 rounds in a row. MIBR really back in the game.
G2's comp tons of stuff to fight into these chokes. But they overestimated the Prowler last round. Now it gets harder with these weaker weapons. Okay, Supportive Force is active.
Someone want to break that turn? Nice.
Now, Mazino has been jump spotting in prior rounds.
He will not be doing I would be shocked if he jump spots on this round after hearing the ult beep off.
Yeah, he's heard the voice line.
Do not do that, Mazino, please. You want to go to Chile, right, bro? Do not jump peek back plat. All right, they're crossing into A lobby now with that Nebula down.
Drone's going to see it, though.
Okay, unlocked. Trent is going through, and that's going to force Verno back. Osboss as well. They can double up on the site. Zekin, rather, is getting there pretty quickly as well. So they have enough players to nullify a hit when it does come through, and it will come through. G2, they want to commit.
Uncomfortable for Osboss. He actually doesn't quite know where to be standing. That Molly made it awkward, but Verno is in the corner. He's found 3. And that's going to put the round to bed. MIBR with a flawless fight their way back into Haven.
Verno just always at his best when he gets to play the Sova. Really always has been. And MIBR, they are right back into this game. Shutting down this eco. Great fast rotate to get everyone into that A site. Tour de Force, zero value for Dre.
Okay.
Most emotive Verno moment.
Genuinely, yeah, we actually got a fist pump there, which is crazy. Okay, timeout here called by G2. The hijinks that got them 4 rounds up, including that pistol win, of course, doesn't quite seem to be hitting the same way. Still coming in a round, though, where they're going to be bought up. So now they've got to figure out what the plan is. So far, they've got a way to fight into basically every choke, usually on every round. Runner back is now available again for Jorgamo. Last time he had that, he pops it and runs into garage, gets traded, so it's a 5v4. That can be used elsewhere on the map as well, but that's one way you can bully your way into these contested areas.
Yeah, look, we've definitely seen that this comp is good at fighting in garage. When they get into the close quarters, when you have the Phoenix, they are going to be able to find success. But so far, fighting in garage was the only success they had early, and on previous rounds, or the more recent rounds, MIBR did do a better job contesting that part of the map, Mazino specifically there, right?
So it's got to be more to it. It's got to be a deeper playbook for G2.
Out of this timeout, Baby is going to pick up the op, so you would imagine that indicates that they're going to try to slow the game down here after playing pretty much just rapid pace rounds only. So your standard smoke going down deep A lobby, which G2 do not care about one bit. They go right past that. Leaf is into A long with the Nebula cutting off a potential op angle if it was Osboss playing that side of the map, but he is just watching down mid at the moment. Recall Star forces him off the line, doesn't want to hold it, and suddenly there's someone on that angle ready to just shoot him while it drops, right? So
it still feels like the game plan is this Phoenix ultimate. Jaws tucked quite far forward.
Sends the wall over towards Garage Prowler. They're making it seem like they're trying to make that foray into Garage. And, well, shut down right away with the ult as G2 try to desperately make something happen on this A side. It's going to be a long rotate with the spike from Trent to get over towards A.
And Verno just stopped them in their tracks over towards the A side of the map. 40 seconds left in the round now. Very much a default for G2, but none of their options have worked.
Yeah, the intentions of that play were shut down straight away. Osboss being able to get rid of that Phoenix ult there. Good blind from Jaw is in, does break that turret, is trying to make it seem again like we're going towards B, we're making something happen here, and it is working.
It's working.
To the extent that this C site now open. They'll have to deal with Zekin in Garage. Jaw, does he sniff this out? Does he check the tight, that tight angle though on the corner?
Zekin afford to sit there for too much longer. He's definitely not going to stop the plant. Shock dart on towards Trent. It's just negligible damage though.
No ultimates in play at the moment.
They're
this
gonna
Garage
pitch.
fight is going to be crucial. Zekin caught with a util out.
Paranoia.
Horrific timing. What a shot from Dre as well.
This has come together so nicely for G2, but they've got to stick at the landing. Verno with a swing. Leave it out of the picture. So many eyes on this spike though, and Garage is under G2's control. No utility for MIBR to cut this part of the map out of the equation either. And so they step up into Valen's crosshairs one by one and fall like flies. Aspas needs to work some magic, but Trent, he's the nullifying factor.
The G2 team do a really lovely job in that post plant of getting the Garage control and then using that map control to the max. With Valen, you saw him playing kind of closer here, right? And then he steps back. Right behind him is Trent. They have a setup to face that next player that's going to try to swing in, get the trade. So even if Valen goes down there, that second MIBR player was definitely going to go down to Trent anyway, unless there was some kind of insane spray down, right? So
Joel really sold at B as well.
Yeah, that pivot that they made back after the initial play completely ended up working. So Josh finding success with the timeout that he called there, giving them the strat into that round. Valen here with the Cosmic Divide. Mzina with the Pit hasn't tried to use that early to control any space, holding on to it for later in the round.
Always the contested part of the map. It's another variety of wall here for Jaw to at least imply some control of Garage. That alarm bot hasn't gone off yet, and Verno gets exploratory.
Fast rotate now coming from MIBR. Look at them going through B, trying to get here in time to support Zekin, who is fully committed right now, playing from hell. But the swing out, just caught by Baby Bay, who excels in these kind of situations as an attack operator. It feels like he's just always on the right angle, and he's never going to miss.
Mazzino's committed to A fully here, but I don't know if G2 are.
Osboss is pulling off. Tex is aware that position would be taken by someone on G2. Jaw breaks the alarm bot, but the crosshair was not placed accurately.
30 seconds left.
He's shut down. Osboss was already rotating away, bought that breaking of the alarm bot from Jaw.
You see Mazzino where he dies? He's pulled back from that tucked close position to sewer.
Yeah, G2 are really using the Phoenix presence as a fake, just trying to make it seem like, hey, we're going to keep playing this like we did in the early rounds. That Phoenix, like, tip of the spear. We're following him up. But it hasn't been the case on round 8 or now round 9. And look, even though G2 had a huge advantage, that usage of the Phoenix in the way still does put the nail in the coffin here.
He's not keeping this gun.
No, there's just no way. Valen too close up. Finally removed from Osboss' hands as G2 extending the lead.
Losing Verno sort of early to mid in the round is really what makes it impossible for MIBR to make the right choice about how they set their defenders.
It's peaks like that against Baby Bay Chamber on attack that will just get you punished. That is how he exploits teams. We were seeing that on Bind consistently. When teams on defense Bind were too willing to try to take peeks and showers or down B long, free kills for Baby Bay. And then later in the round, he'll get that space and then post up on the right angles again. He is a phenomenal attack side opper in that, yes, we know he can hit some of those crazy shots. We saw that earlier, right, with the kill flick shot onto Osboss. But he is also just really intelligent at getting in the right places at the right times and getting the free kills too. That is one of the main reasons that his stats on Chamber have been obscene so far. He's just going to consistently find those entry picks.
And again, it is Haven. You do get pulled around the map. A bunch of defenders. You are going to be spread thin. But G2 pushing in just the right areas to make that especially uncomfortable for MIBR. But it's a change of pace, I think, from their first 2 rounds. They're slower, more default-oriented now, and they're trying to keep their options open a lot.
Looks like MIBR might want to fight heavy for a lobby out of this timeout. Osboss ready to run forward with the Bucky, and maybe if things get scrappy, Helverno could even send out the Hunter's Fury to try to get an advantage here and win an eco round.
TP forward here into Sewer. That was Zekin.
It's not going to be a heavy contention, though, from G2 towards A lobby. They are just straight into B this time. Leaf planting that spike. Jaw wants to fight for more, but Verno was too close on that smoke. Error exploited for MIBR to get them the advantage, and they have a lot of ults to play with. They might just send it right now.
Verno gets a ping, he could go for it. Here's the Nightfall. Catches on the 2 off the site. We do have that lockdown in play here.
Yeah, placed by Tex in Garage.
He's fighting for it, he's defending it, and he's able to hold on to it. This gets awkward now. Everybody has to pull out, but look at Tex, he's going to catch them in mid. He will fall, but the detention for Leaf hits hard. That is a stunning round here for MIBR. Big investment in some of these ultimates, but honestly, they still keep the Hunter's Fury.
And Jaw just regretting that he went for that push solo all the way into the A connector. That is just some hungry to get kills play. I'm a Phoenix, they have pistols. Let me just go kill him, try to get my ult again real quick, but punished so heavily by Verno, just tucked in this corner. Flash not connecting, but then later in the round, yeah, Tex is just a hero there. Sick 2 shots.
I mean, Tex with a Sheriff is, yeah, it's always something to behold. G2 are expecting him to push up to really fight for that lockdown position.
MIBR collect a couple rifles. Economy gets that stimulus for the last few rounds of the game, and as you mentioned, ults retained. This time G2 get right through A lobby with Mizuno wanting to slow them down. Ultimate ripped into long, playing in there with the Judge, so that's not going to be particularly great for G2 to go into. They have Prowlers if they really want to go for him. Maybe a Prowler into a Seize, something like that, or Dimensional Drift into a Seize. I mean, they have some options if they really wanted to brute force and try to kill the Viper. I think they could, but also they could just go somewhere else and use the Dimensional Drift for an exec, maybe go through Garage, clear all of that out.
There are 4 other lanes that they can take on this map.
And the lane is going to be through the B site right now. Into that connector, does spot out Zekin. They hear Tex on the run as well, as Leaf just going to get straight out of his backside.
He's going to fight! Zekin was ready for a great pursuit there from the Omen player. And the Hunter's Fury from Verno, well held from the last round. It's instant value.
That was a cross-map Hunter's Fury, by the way, miles away. And Verno was still over on the A site.
MIBR wants to get over towards that link side here. MIBR will give them a bit of space. And he is convinced that Verno is up on that stairwell. Not a bad spot to hold here. Verno none the wiser.
You want to fight it?
Okay. Cosmic Divide active now. This is getting a little dicey for MIBR, but they got the numbers in a big way. Valorant has the post-plant util, though, and right on the other side of the wall, Harry's would the assailants. There it is! 2 for Valorant! Is it going to be enough? You better believe it! Now to 1v1. Valorant gets back onto the side, and there's just no time for Verno. What do we say about Captain's maps? He's giving us another one. 16-9, and a massive clutch.
And the Cosmic Divide placed behind the spike a little bit, so they're exposed to him while playing in the connector there, and it seemed like Verno was well aware that there was presence in connector because he was so patient. Oh, it seemed like he was even aware that there was going to be Baby Bay potentially playing in A. Fraud is just beside himself.
Baby Bay did lose that isolated 1v1 against Verno.
Valen top fragging another map. Playing the Astra again.
They just
crazy.
Seem to matter.
Where are you?
Osboss has the operator. It has not been dominant on this defense at all, even though that is his go-to weapon. That is what he's known for.
Look at this Garage emphasis.
Yeah, this is essentially hoping that Jaw is going to flash in. Maybe Tex can, you know, turn it in time, have the judge, but then Mazzino is just ready to swing off of it close range with the Stinger.
It's very expensive, though. It spreads you super thin across the rest of the map.
Yeah, they just have the alarm bot with the Molly over at C long, if that gets triggered by any presence, right? But even now, look, Zekin is posted up close. He has to keep his eyes on B more than Garage, but you know, there's a chance he just gets pulled to the wrong side by G2 showing presence on either one and then getting through free elsewhere.
This isn't conditioning. I don't know what is. Valen also implying a cross of lobby. Okay, on the main we go. That Garage presence heavy could turn into a wraparound, but this mid presence, Baby is watching double door Garage.
Looks like Tex wants to push out there, but he's going to have the judge at long range. Leaf is in some danger, wants to be silent, doesn't want them to know that he's on that cross.
Tex has got a judge.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? How can they even flank out of there effectively? It's not going to happen. Leaf spotted out backside, but he's able to just teleport away. Time is ticking again for MIBR. Not one player dead on either side.
Burno's in though. That gate crash means there's little inside presence for G2. His Leaf had to get out.
They can't block it either. It's not at half. Tex is just still sat there with a judge. He can't flank effectively.
Flash comes in here, Burno. The relay bolts are going to be deployed. Getting a bit ugly now. Mazzino looking to try and get it to half. There's going to be some shots on the diffuser, and there is. That's going to be enough. Oh, G2. Rolling it back a little bit with the classic B main post plant setup. And get themselves to 8 for the attack side.
MIBR have the guns and the trap play for if G2 push into Garage, but once they just work around that, there's no opportunity to close the gap with anything that they've got there. Easy for G2 at long range to just play post-plant spam. They keep it simple, but that's all they needed to do.
Yep.
Great attack half from G2. You mentioned it there, but I think the conditioning from early in that game, brute forcing through Garage, really putting the emphasis on playing around the Phoenix, was then something they were able to work around later to win subsequent rounds. Great calling from Valen.
We've got a halftime interview here. Riv is standing by with none other than Shanks.
That's right, I'm here with G2 Shanks. Watching the games already. You're up there co-streaming. How's the day going?
The day's going great so far. First game was nice. Energy kind of just dominated them. Second game, I feel like it's going to be a 3-0 the way we're playing right now.
All right. What are you liking about G2's new play style? How's it feeling? It's kind of a vibe.
It's kind of a vibe. I mean, last year we're just watching, we're slowly destroying every single team. But like now, like watching Jojmo and the Neon, watching Andre run. I did not think Andre was going to be this insane. He's the best 30-year-old in the world for sure.
Bring it in. See, everybody can learn from him, right? What are you seeing that's surprising you about this besides that? What's the team doing that you're liking right now and just how they're playing?
Usually, like last year, we'd always play meta comps and we just like play the meta and just destroy everyone. But like now we're playing like weird comps. Like looking at our comp right now, no Sova on Haven, Phoenix, Yoru, like everything's just weird, but it's working. And I don't think people are expecting that from us.
All right. One last question for you. What do you think this is going to be? You said the 3-0. Do you think one might come back?
I feel like MIBR had a really long day yesterday after playing 5 maps. And we're fresh, so I think we're just going to 3-0 them.
All right, Shanks, thanks so much. I appreciate your time, man. Best of luck to the team. And we are going to be throwing back to the game, so let's get to the action.
I mean, he's not wrong. That was a heck of a day for MIBR to have to play through and then suffer the disappointment after looking so good on that Breeze map to lose the series to Furia. Now to have to go up against G2, and spoilers, it doesn't get any easier as they drop down another run. There are heavy hitters waiting in the lower bracket as well. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything must be earned. And now MIBR heading into the second half of Haven. There's only 4 of those defense side rounds, but now they go to the attack pistol.
I am very excited to see what G2 have in store for us here with this comp on defense. MIBR just want to start this off playing off the wall.
I like this.
If he's in danger, of course, can just get away, and there it is, Vintage Chamber.
And he barks out some commands as well to the rest of G2, making sure they know there are players afoot.
Does
in
Leaf
sewer
stay tucked? That gate crash is going to expire. Trent and Baby Bay just fighting for it. I mean, this round is just cooked, man. Yep. It's actually cooked.
5 health per second. A classic. And dreams of kind of returning to that international representation that he enjoyed a lot of last year.
All 3 events last year, has never not qualified for an international out of a kickoff. But 5 HP in the clutch, even for one of the best players we've ever seen in the game, might be too much, but I don't want to speak too fast.
That's my job.
From the server first.
We're going to have a double up here from the last couple of players. 5 health for Zekken.
I mean, he could even die to Jog's wall right now.
Yes.
Which you would hate to see.
But he has been present at 5 out of 6 of the last global events. Okay, here's the Blaze Wall in play. Zekken's going to have to make some noise at some point, I gather. Jaw gets it to half. Okay, Zekken's given himself away and quickly silenced by Jaw. This is a dangerous situation to give up another pistol to G2 here.
Eventually, they have options for multiple oppers, by the way, coming off of a pistol round win to boost their economy. Probably going to just be Baby Bay opping, but we saw Leaf doing it a little bit in that first half too. They could try to run double op if they want to really just be obnoxious. But this is a pretty straightforward round from MIBR that just gets dismantled because they're contact walking into the guys with teleports.
Oh! We are forcing.
Yeah, they're forcing up. They feel like they're in a dire situation. They are in a dire situation, and they want to do something to gain momentum, have a bounce back here.
Dangerous stuff for Baby Bay. This time doesn't have time to get away. Okay, the Stinger playing towards Sewer. They've read this well. Trent looking to back off now.
The grapple and the seize is going to keep those players from MIBR at bay. A Molly on top of that. Pinged up by the Haunt. This util is just overwhelming from G2.
But again, an over push there for Jaw exposes him. Trent's going to try and play tuck, play safe. Valen through the smoke, but this thing is finding one. Now Zekken will round the corner straight into the Bulldog. Trent notches his third.
What? Verno, after dying, gets a kill with the shock?
Mazzino doesn't quite know what Leaf is, though. This is dangerous. Oh, it's Wayward and Leaf. That's a nail biter. But in the end, he never took that much damage.
You just see the frustration, the dismay on Mazzino's face. Slams the desk after that.
Honestly, sound plan.
I'm sorry, this round from G2 though is sick. The util is crazy coming down at short. G2 get the kill in sewers. They are straight up sprinting. They go into a seize, then they're running into a grab well, then there's a haunt over top, and there's Jaws Molly. Everyone from G2 can get there in time, and they're even at a man disadvantage. You can see they're at an advantage because they just have everyone on the site ready to stop them with all of that. It's crazy.
People forget just how good a duelist with a flash and molly is.
Trent, by the way, just 1 away from the Nightfall after these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, we raised a question mark about the fade on Haven, by the way, but so far, I haven't seen any huge issues for the lack of Sova.
Go, go.
Well, MIBR, nothing to offer in this round in terms of the weaponry. A couple Sheriffs. Jaw ready to play off this trip, just jiggling that left side. Close up with the Stinger, close to getting his ult as well.
He needs the Astra util here. Whoa, okay, a lot to see there again. Big push up from Jaw.
All right, MIBR will be able to get this space. Trip not activated just yet. Seize is good on to Zekken. But no one from G2 in position to play off of it just yet. Is this timing from Lee perfect? Yes, it does seem to be.
Mazzino's having strips torn off him very, very low after that salvo. Now behind the cloak, he can get back onto the sideline. Beautifully done from behind the horn, get into the site itself, and Verno all on his lonesome. Another solid round for G2. Not the prettiest of bonus, but it's not really a bonus because it might be our force in the second anyway.
Yeah, fair attempt there from Verno at the end, but G2 just able to display some good fundamentals getting back in there. Jump peek, instant swing. Leaf has a great flank timing. This is something that we're seeing from G2, this iteration of the team as well. On defense, they are so proactive at pushing out extremities and going for long flanks on retakes. We saw that a lot from Jaw when he was playing the Neon. Now we're seeing it from Leaf on the Yoru. Just an additional layer of danger going up against this team right now. Something that they, opponents always have to keep in the back of their mind once you get the spike down.
I feel like Mazzino really demonstrated his determination in yesterday's match. Honestly, just great performance across the board. He was the foundation for what made it such a competitive series. On this map, though, you saw that unfortunate clutch there. He and Leaf both with Stingers. He was lower in health. He loses that out. The frustration. The desk slams. This is a team that is normally really mellow, really balanced. And I think the frustration and the fatigue of the last couple of days is starting to gnaw at them.
So far, by the way, we haven't seen anything from G2 as far as some kind of proactive trap play, something that would just trigger Jaw throwing a flash, multiplayer swing, or like a haunt into a flash, something along those lines, like off a noise cue, off something. That hasn't even happened.
To be fair, there was an Astra Star in B main when Jaw pushed solo with the flash. It just wasn't lined up.
Yeah, but I'm looking for like a real multiplayer proactive play, something that's going to fully disrupt MIBR at some point. Because you know they have plays like that ready to go. We just are yet to see it.
Yeah.
I was half expecting that this would be the kind of round where they'd send that in, you know, something massively disruptive from an, you know, to counter whatever MIBR have planned out of the timeout. But at the moment, it is just patient.
This time, Jaw has some backup here.
Yeah, Dre an unexpected angle playing up top, getting the teleport there pre-round. Double face, Verno in danger. He's got to retreat. Luckily, New Haven, he's not going to get spammed through that wall.
Exactly.
On Old Haven, he might be dead.
That was informative, but all it does is provoke Jaw to move over towards the garage direction. It's more even distribution of G2 players across the map now, but MIBR seem adamant about working their way into A.
Slow contact down short, same at long right now. Tex very far away, playing over at that C side. So MIBR could try to late round rotate back to him. But it doesn't look like they want to. Okay, yeah, they are going to leave now. They're going to have Verno stick around with that drone. They have the recon. Ospas going to make it seem like there's going to be a lot happening at A. Smoke just came down in heaven.
Maybe Bay's on an aggressive line.
Here comes the fast lane, but at the same time, they're just walking into C.
They're hitting three sides at the same time.
What a timing.
Okay,
from
Jaw
Valen.
dropped, but it was a runner back. I think you're out of options here as MIBR. 13 seconds left. What are you going to run for the C side? Zekin tries to go for a plant, maybe? Valentine is ready for everything. Look at the half peak. Oh, even stunning up Mazzino with the Nova Pulse. Zekin, not so isolated now, is able to get the plant, but Mazzino just got trashed.
This is some of the best play I think we've ever seen from Valen, which is a high bar that he's already set for himself. But
He always does it
he
in
is
playoffs.
unbelievable.
It's always in playoffs, man.
4-on-2 retake. Zekin, Verno.
Trent on the backstab. Everything is in place. Here's Jaw, flash. It's a little too easy, it seems.
And Zekin is just unable to do anything off of it because he's caught in a grab wall, has to come out, has no hope. Valen adds another one to the tally just to boost the VLR stats. That play at long, though, having the timing, the wherewithal to go for the Nebula, you know, just the recall star rather, at long, where he catches Tex exactly as he's about to round the corner for that free kill.
Planted.
What a heads-up play. Wins that duel against Mazzino. He is playing so well right now. It's crazy.
6-7 rule.
I don't know what the rule is.
Presented with that comment, yeah. What is the rule? Not sure.
Post-game interview.
He's, yeah. Yep, Riv, get it in there. 22-10 is Valen's scoreline, and now we are at map point. Haven and Breeze, both maps we haven't seen from G2 so far, and now we realize that they've been cooking.
Jaw and Dre going for that high-low face again. Mazzino just hungry to fight, loses that duel. High-low from Dre and Jaw, nets a kill. G2, match point. The game is just firmly in their hands, dominant on their own pick.
Valen wants to push even further up. They're going to be watching for this, but it just doesn't really matter. He still gets the trade.
Just going to get his. Why not? Ospas is at 5 HP. You mentioned it at the top of this game. Maps 1 and 2, we just have simply not seen G2 on. And this iteration of G2, the new G2, are going to hit you with the craziest comp that you have seen so far in 2026. Something you could simply never be prepared for. Their playbook is dense, and also they are just going to hit you with relentless aggression. That was effortless. This is G2 at their very best, and Valen at a different level than I think we've ever seen him. And again, that's a high bar he's already set for himself, but it feels like he's clearing it. Again, now on this map, 23-11, top fragging back-to-back, 20-plus kills, barely any deaths.
357 ACS
light
for the
numbers.
captain. Yeah, this is something a little different we're seeing from Valen. Okay. But stunning stuff. Genuinely pulling on the puppet strings. The marionette master Valen has been taking this game over.
These early rounds were so cool as well. the way that they set the pace over on that BC side, a lot of garage splits, playing with that Phoenix as the front man and then switching things up, using the Phoenix to sell fakes later in the half. It was just so thoughtful. It was all so well executed, man. Such a dominant, impressive showing from G2.
Corrode is on the other side of this break. We're going to hear from our desk and break down the action. And map 3 is going to be telling and crucial for MIBR's survival.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Paranoia flash que elimina Brock, que dice quién te pegó.
Oh no, he's too clean with it. What? He's at 6 health. Ethan caught out by the bucket.
Pulsar almost went down. I think he's got it, yeah.
Oh, he gets another one.
That is messed up, bro.
That is messed up!
I am joined by Josh RT before the next matchup. Josh, you are working with a Swiss Army knife out there. What's it been like seeing how fast the team is transitioning into this new play style and just being able to work with them, really anyway?
It seems overnight, but it was a month-long, maybe even more process. This is something I cooked up in the off-season, and it takes a little bit to get this going. It just only really came together. It's like a slowly then all at once kind of thing. After the Fury game, like I understood, like, okay, this is where the gaps are on stage, and once we addressed it, it started to feel a lot smoother as a result.
Have we even seen everything?
What's map 3? I was just thinking about Haven. No. I think there's more to come.
Love that answer. Good luck in the series.
Welcome back, everyone. G2 managed to pull out a solveless comp on Haven, and it worked. They look great, but we did hear from Coach Josh RT about the process and how this became a reality. And Mimi, you know, there's some confidence there on his side. He has every right to be, considering how they're performing. But he said, hey, we probably haven't seen everything yet.
Yeah, the story for G2 for all of last year was this team who really perfected the meta. They were the Teo abusers early on. They played some of the best macro of pretty much anyone worldwide, except for, you know, your Fnatics, your Energies, the other absolute top teams. But now we're seeing them come into this year and play comps that I think objectively are not the meta, are not the best comp on a map, but instead these exploitative, explosive comps that they can come out with and perform so well individually on that micro level together that they still get the win dominantly, regardless.
Yeah, it is impressive, Athena. And now we're starting to see more layers to this. We're getting just more impact in the server. The score lines are insane. It feels like this G2 team is not just found themselves, but they're also building upon it, you know, like round by round.
It feels like they've almost found a second identity where they're so used to playing that slow default compositions where they're just getting those picks and looking for the Senti into now this super explosive playstyle with that Phoenix. A lot of the time that ult enables them to take a lot of space, and it felt like they were constantly gravitating towards that garage, but it had a reason because that Phoenix wall is just so versatile from there, able to use it to block off that window or to take into that C site or even to take into B. It felt like Giacomo had so many layers towards how he wanted to use that utility with the Molly and the super fast Phoenix flashes.
Yeah, the flashes were kind of insane. We saw him use it as a piece of post-plant utility as well to kind of delay. But I think it just goes to show that I feel like G2 can run any comp but still thrive, because in all those clips that we just watched, one of the main things is that they were doing it together. They were constantly trading each other out, bouncing off of the Phoenix ults, following it up, and that was the reason why they won so many of these team fights. They were able to trade, whereas on the other side of MIBR, they weren't.
I think it's easy to also look at these big changes and think that they're just kind of coming up with a gimmick, doing something, you know, willy-nilly to throw their opponent off. But I think some of what you're talking about, right, with how they're always prioritizing taking garage control, something they never did in their previous compositions, at least that same way, shows how much they understand the theory of why they're picking these compositions and how to play to their strengths and still find depth in it, even if it is this crazier off-meta pick, which makes it just all the more dangerous.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And not only do you have these incredible picks, these great calls, but you also are seeing the results out there on the server too, but it's not coming from the usual suspects. We did watch a couple of big plays there from Giacomo, but instead, Valen's having a life game right now. He's having a moment. This guy is insane. It feels like, Myrna, he cannot do anything wrong out there.
I feel like his moment to shine is in post plants. The amount of clutches this series alone that he's had when he's in those post plant situations is kind of insane. And the fact that MIBR keep giving him a lot of these 1v1 fights when they have so much util, when they have numbers up, is kind of insane. But I mean, the fact that he's able to capitalize on it so convincingly, as well as just constantly having that fragging power in the middle of the round while also being able to IGL. I feel like this is a Valent that's just on
Look
fire.
At these faces after he wins that round. That was 2 maps in a row, Emily, where he wins a 1-on-4 clutch.
Oh my God.
It just crushes them.
Well, I gotta say, like, I've been in so many situations where I've been in clutches as well, and I've had to do a lot of work to win those out, and Valen did exactly that, but also MIBR kind of fed into that. They didn't make it super hard. He didn't have to do some big brain maneuvers around the map or play it with any kind of utility. They kind of just ran into him, and his aim was on point.
Yeah, it was very different from the last 1v4 that he had on Breeze, where it was like working the map, the timings.
But even
you know,
still, it's MIBR mistakes that are even making it possible to begin with. And
shouldn't even be a thing to begin with.
Yes, and after losing last night, map 5, going the distance, coming here again, losing 2 maps in a row with your opponent coming out with new comps that you let yourself go into blind because they haven't had to play either. It's really a debilitating position for MIBR.
It is. They're down 2-0 in this series right now. Let's hear what's going on in the MIBR camp. We have Coach Fraud standing by.
I am here with Fraud before their next map. Down 0-2 as we head into this one, but it's a fresh map. Where are you directing the team's focus here as you head in?
We just been lacking a little bit of that confidence when we're playing. Obviously, like, we're really good players, but we're just messing up on some little details like our spacing, our certain communication. So I think that's really the focus point right now. Is feel like everything is going well. We're just not really implementing some of those like final pieces to close out the round. So I think for us, it's really just put that love and care to close out the rounds the right way.
All right, hope to see it, Frad. Good luck.
And you are hoping to see MIBR figure that out, but they don't have a lot of time to do so here because they're looking at the end of the barrel, folks. This is it. If they lose this here, it's over. They're cooked. MIBR have to take a trip to the lower bracket. G2 will march forward towards Santiago, Chile. And Athena, They're looking good doing it, but I will raise a couple red flags here in that interview with Fraud. Big fan of his, but for him to say, you know, all the little things, the fundamentals, all these things, it is concerning, especially when G2 have all that stuff pretty much figured out.
I mean, these are fundamental issues that are making big mistakes that are then converting rounds that should be wins into snowball rounds for G2. And G2 is a team that capitalizes when they have a lot of that utility and a lot of those ults, especially when you have agents like Phoenix. Like, you're literally giving him a second life with his ult, and you're just allowing that to happen. So MIBR, they need to really reel it back a little bit. And I'm hoping, since Corrode is their map pick, that potentially they kind of have a solid game plan going into it where they can feel like they got it.
One of the players you have to look at to recover this for MIBR is Aspas. He struggled on the Waylay this map before. He's likely to be solo on that role again. In the past, when he's played G2 and BO5s, he has always been a monster. He's never gone negative. This is one of his worst series, and he's got to lock in.
This is it for G2 Esports. A question on their mind, can they get that 3-0? They're feeling good, but MIBR need to stand strong if they want to stay alive in this series. Find out how it all unfolds after the break.
Here in his middle bracket final, it's time to put up or shut up. G2 have paved the way here. A royal road to Santiago. It's not through the upper bracket, sure, but they're looking very, very good here at their second bite at the apple. MIBR, dejected, quiet, and in the words of Fraud, lacking that confidence, missing the polish you need to compete at this level. We're off to Corrode here for our third map. And this is where G2 laid that trap for C9 with a new look comp that featured the ISO. Something we're seeing run back with a twist, though, as it's Jaw on the ISO and Baby Bay's on the Waylay.
As per the success of Baby Bay picking up the Waylay in their last series, back at it, I think this is the right switch. He looks better, more comfortable on the agent than Jaw does, and Jaw looks great on the other duelist. So easy swap, even though they did win that map. That map is what has started this 6-map undefeated win streak that they're on right now. And in that match against C9 on Corrode, they started down 7-1, but Baby Bay playing the ISO, he got a crucial 4K, and then he started standing up. He was hyping up the team, and they were so, before that moment, gone. Suddenly activated. They were playing with pace. They were aggressive. They suffocated C9 in that map. And from there, they have just been in this unreal peaked form. They are ready to close this out.
Map number 3 about to kick off here with G2 on the attack side. And they're wasting no time. Contingency to give him a shield as they walk down mid. It's about to get hot and heavy up the top. And it's Jaw who finds 2. Mazzino has to be committed to the situation as well, but he's found 3. That'll slow things down for now.
Mazzino has to get online individually. He has to get into the form that he was in yesterday.
It's a damn good start, though.
The last remaining LATAM player trying to get to home soil and compete in Santiago. And yesterday he felt so hungry in the server. You could see it in the way that he was playing. G2 so far insurmountable, but MIBR obviously a squad with the talent to turn things around. Like we said to start this game off, they're the super team built to beat the unbeatable in Americas. That was G2 last year.
They're here to disrupt. They're trying to break the mold.
Combining Zekin and Aspas, bringing in the players from Lev that Aspas felt comfortable with before. But here's Leaf picking off Mazzino now on the run. 1 gets away, slips behind the wall. That's really well played to get this into the 2-on-2.
It's almost like he's expecting another player here to have rotated through. He stays hidden, tucked in the corner. Tex just doesn't check it adequately, but Leaf gives himself away with that snake bite. Tex, though, has to waddle around out in the open. Now it's on Valin, though. 1 versus 2. We need some big right clicks here from the captain. It's not to be. Finally, It's been a while. MIBR finally posts a pistol round win in this series.
First time I think Valen has missed a shot in this entire series as well, given that he's sitting at a cool 48-18 after 2 maps of play. That is crazy. Well, 48-19 now.
Almost
with that 1 death.
Almost 350 ACS average this series. Come on, bro. Great start from Mazzino, though. He turns up top mid, finds those 3 kills. And this is just awkward. Leaf does see text cross, or at least it's on his screen. Doesn't register it, though.
Nice, nice, guys. Let's go.
They can't make it a 2v3 clutch. Good looks here for MIBR. Don't know what's been said to him in the break, but they need to find a way to generate some energy.
Well, that knife gets a ton of info for Mazzino and allowed second to post up in that corner. Play off of the KO's contact.
Big flash.
That's perfect from Trent, and Mazzino was forced back as well. What is that? Come on.
Oh, surely not. The double tap. Verno's able to cut through it like a hot knife through butter, though. Still disadvantaged in numbers, and around the corner is Trent with the recovered Judge. And so Tex had better have his 6-shooter at the ready, because G2 now can disperse over the B side of the map.
Leaf just going to be slowly working back towards that B side as well. Eventually going to have to confront Trent with the Judge playing towards site. Has to somehow deal with Baby Bay, ready to just backstab out in main, get the easy kill when he's tapping his spike and someone else is making noise. He knows there's no one close. He knows there's one upper.
He can clear that corner at least.
He's gonna know someone is in main.
Yeah.
And he's got no time.
G2 surround him, taunting him. And so they will take a thrifty here in the second round, if you can call it that. 6 at play in B main there to catch out the Judge player.
Yeah, I want to take a look at all that util they used as well. The close pop flash that got sent out from Trent was perfect. But what was used onto Mazzino to force him back? I kind of wanted to see that again. Was that just the... I honestly couldn't even see, but Mazzino was forced back regardless from... Yeah. Could not see what was happening from Baby Bay's screen. My old eyes when watching a Waylay. How does Baby Bay know what's happening, bro? He's the one playing it.
One simple trick. These doctors hate it. All right, so same approach here to that B main area. G2 made the right call. Nobody lying in wait for them here on this B side of the map. It's MIBR down to pistols and a bucky for Aspas. Who, this is the only map that he plays Waylay on that we've seen at least here from MIBR.
Yeah, not a team that has indexed into the Waylay meta pretty much at all.
I mean, they're still playing a bunch of Rays. They've always been a bit traditional.
It's Aspas teams that have always been traditional. He wants to just stick to his classic agents that he made a name for himself on, that he won champions with, just playing Jet, playing Rays. And I do think we've seen in the past that that's been a problem for MIBR. Like
remember
last
the Yoru
year,
arc?
yeah, they were trying to figure out how to make the Yoru meta work around their team, and it just didn't really end up working until then. Artson was kind of picking it up, but still, it never felt right because you want Aspas to be playing the agent that he was opping or could op with, right? And opping with Waylay's not bad on defense.
That was a pretty clinical round for G2. They pick the right side and then they just go hunting. Quite uneventful compared to the rest of this series. But again, it's 5 orbs that they pick up, which means that their kill contract is 1 away. Viper's Pit is 2 away. In general, these big ultimates are starting to come around the corner.
I need a gun.
So Jaw's heading over towards B main. I imagine G2 do want to get him that orb straight away. Just try to make one of those anchors disappear, dash on top of him with Baby Bay, and then even if Jaw loses the duel, get the free kill.
This ISO gives a good option for the mid take behind that contingency. You can't spam it down with an Odin. G2 want to go B again. And MIBR don't risk putting anybody close now.
They dodge out that knife. Could have been kill contract time, but G2 want to play a little bit slower. You can see MIBR feels like they were really expecting them to just get that orb and send it with all of those players in mid that could have funneled towards B straight away to help, but ultimately G2 just want to play back towards Leaf. Containing on the A side has been posted up in main for the first 40 seconds of the round. Hasn't dealt with any real pressure. It's just Zekin passively watching on this A side. We'll see if he has to break a Trailblazer, gets caught by a flash, spotted out. He will get hit with that kill contract, surely, as MIBR look at the rotates. They're coming from the top side of the map. They want to get there to help Zekken ASAP.
Yeah, Zekken's able to get himself out at the very least, but he's the kill contract, and he will be absorbed. This is quite the fight. Jaw v Zekken. Jorgamo's going to win it. Now Baby Bay makes his way in towards Elbow. We are in the post plant here. Jaw with a double tap shield active can take the swing and take Arsbust to task. Mazino tries to get forward here. Trent wildly sprayed. Doesn't win it out, but that Odin's been neutralized. Baby Bay with the Spectre gets his.
This is must-win for Tex, trying to catch Leaf, but Leaf is just going to play it smart, ducks away. Valen on the re-swing, and now it's a weak Mazino. Not a lot of time, but he's on the flank. Can he catch this timing? So narrowly off, but still.
He doesn't have time.
Oh, Leaf spotted him out at the last second as well, and the dink through the wall, not enough damage to take him out.
And you feel like even with 2 kills there, there's no time for a defuse, but we might be getting that Mazino moment on this map.
G2 with a great execute there. Jaw winning that duel. Armor pays off, I'll tell you that.
And so does the double tap. He got smacked.
Zekken had to break that first. Fair attempt from Mazino, right? Getting this 3K deal to the Baby Bay, who got a very important kill late when he wins that duel against the Odin, just running with a Spectre.
How was he there? What is going on?
MIBR on the eco now. 2 shotguns towards A.
Over there.
I've got your trail.
Okay, Seek is ripped early. Just to get an idea of the allocation of resources from MIBR, and many of those cabbages are running it down mid. That's telling.
B main as well. And now they just want to pivot over towards A, but it is the bottom.
Oh, double tap! Oh, he's got the perfect answer for the rat spot. Zekken steps up with a bucket of his own. Looks like there was a flash he's playing off his own paranoia, if I'm not mistaken. Couple big kills, and there's another Bucky in the mix still. Does he check the second?
Baby Bay just chilling in corrode spawn. Oh, Verno. Nice little timing there.
On the move.
Toxin screen down.
Okay, G2 been cut down to size. Oh, Valen. God, that is an important one to win. Tex could have been instrumental there. So it's up to Verno. And if you look, Valen can obviously play off this post-plant util and be a real nuisance.
Baby Bay just wants to take this fight and wins it.
He's feeling it.
Baby Bay and corrode defender spawn. Name a more iconic location. We got the ace before Trent could after playing like 2 matches of VCT.
Baby Bay at KBBQ and then the club. I believe is more iconic than that, but sure. Close second, though. Chi-Chi's, big fan.
Second was so close, but Valen was finally able to just get the spray through the wall. Oh, you hate to have the Bucky against the ISO with the armor.
Oh, yeah, it's
just depressing.
But again, this is G2 have the tools to fight into these chokes, whether it's spam from the Odin or a Bucky up close. You've got contingency and double tap, which are built to handle that.
G2 very slow to open up this round. Haven't fought for any space too proactively. Of course, against this Waylay comp, you do have to be concerned about early pops. You could have a pop flash coming from Mazino into the dash saturate, combo it with a recon. Or you can, instead of having one of the pop flashes thrown, use the paranoia, right? They have a bunch of tools to be able to go for the early extremity push, and G2 don't want to be a victim of that. So they wait out those first 45 or so seconds of the round, now group up towards B, and Jaw going to make some noise on A, presumably. They are really liking using him as this duelist fake, and then hitting the other side of the map. There's only 1 anchor here. Baby Bay is in. Tex blinded on the run.
Forced out, and there's the shorty from Trent. Still fighting in the side. Mazino gives as good as he gets, but he's knocked. Now Commando's still active. That might matter in terms of setting up this post-plant architecture.
And won't get the pit down from Leaf right away. If he does want to use it, well, not a whole lot of delay though.
Yeah.
All good. Drone is sent out there from Verno so they can try to get back into elbow, but Jaw's now just on the lurk.
There's a sense like this is just meant to be for G2. MIBR look listless.
They're over pushing right now though. Feels like they shouldn't have even gotten to a 2-on-2 situation, but still they have to deal with this pit as time is really dwindling off the clock.
He's gonna see it coming first. The drop down is handled. Hands knocked together as G2 get out to 5.
And they are just, again, loving to lean into this Jogamo duelist. Sometimes we're just hard-hitting the site with him. Other rounds, he's going to be selling the fake on the opposite side of the map. He also just gets the timing, rotating back to them to kill Ospas. And G2 do a great job dealing with the anchors on that site, having Dre's ultimate go off towards elbow, comboed with a flash. Tex had no opportunity to get a kill, to live, when there's just the shorty right in his face. It isolates Mazzino on site. It's just, everything is working perfectly for them as they draw it up.
And this switch up between Jorgamo and BabyBay, it's astonishing how good a fit it looks for both of those players.
Yeah, it really has just taken both of them to the next level. It's crazy. One little switch, and all of a sudden you have Jaw just running teams over, playing his comfortable duelists, and for some reason, BabyBay is just, actually maybe not for some reason. I mean, this was, he's just in FaZe Smeeg territory. This is just a throwback to 2021, man. That's all it is.
Brick by brick, we have built back to exactly what BabyBay was playing, that same style back in the FaZe days.
Just sending
he
it
came in,
sight.
he was playing Viper, then Chamber, okay, then a little bit of Yoru, starting to move into duelist territory, and here we are. And I feel like he's...
running it down with Raucus and the boys on FaZe.
Yeah, little Baby J in the roster, yeah. Crazy, man. All right, round number 7 beckons, folks. Let's dive in. It is MIBR, at least in a bought-up situation, except, well, Mazzino doesn't have any armor. And he's going for it.
G2 now going to execute through that A choke. Trent flashes right, so they know that elbow is vacant. Leaf with the perfect timing to catch Mazzino on the drop as well.
Yeah, felt like a risk he was taking there. All right, his contingency gets Jaw into the site, but there is going to be a wall in the way. Flash through it. Burner continuing to give space. Good patience from MIBR.
Seems like G2 don't want to overfight this though right now. Just take a step back. Maybe use Valen's wall in an uncomfortable spot to isolate the player who has to defuse the spike.
Trailblazer link off this timing, Wyatt. Super heads up from Trent.
Yeah, that's great. Now they can just take that space and have another great angle to fight off of. Can Jaw go 2 for 2?
It's second again, dude.
Oh, vengeance for second perhaps, and he gets it.
Love that. Okay, now numbers getting even up here. BabyBay might have to get busy, but he can't get into elbow. G2 have been forced off the side. Burner, though, can't quite get the defuse, and what is that? Oh my goodness, 2 shots, 2 kills. Trent Shorter gets there too. And G2, man, that is a defenestration of a round, Wyatt.
The execute is so good, and then the util after the fact, like that Trailblazer you called out. Trent really got so much good info for the team there going in. There was an initial flash that was sent towards elbow while getting through the choke, so they feel safe to just take that space.
Let's go! Come on!
And then they're able to get back into link. Play a player from there. Late when the spike is getting diffused, they can close in from multiple angles.
I think this is getting out of hand now. I'm going to sound the alarm.
Some may argue it was getting out of hand before, but I'm with you. Trent with a kill on Mazzino, who's just been desperately challenging mid. Feels like he's just trying to do anything to get something on the board, to get his team in an advantageous situation. But situations like that have been less than few and far between for MIBR today against this unfallible G2 team. Reclearing B main now.
MIBR also working their way back into mid. It's the smoke that Valon left there forces them to really be careful about it. I might just hold a crossfire instead. This smoke is ineffective because G2 are ahead of it. Now they're starting to make some noise. It's an open A site. And you can imagine Trent will likely Trailblazer to link on a timing again.
Hero rifle in the hands of Ospas. He has not been able to get anything started in this map right now.
There's the dog. And it sees enough.
Yeah, it does spot out a couple players. Valen is tucked up close.
Oh, hit. Yeah, dude, he's hit with a vulnerable.
Perfect.
Yeah, G2 making sure they know exactly what's coming and when. Valen set up for the rest of them. BabyBay wants to farm them up a little bit, and why not? Valen posts 3 in a pretty uneventful round that sends G2 to 7.
He's only 8 and 4 right now. Come on.
Well,
pick it up, man.
Yeah.
Only 8 and 4.
Need 10K by the end of the day. Pump those numbers up.
Leaf at the casual 9 and 2 as well. This is just utter domination. I mean, I hate to say it, but Ospas, this is not been his map right now. He is yet to put up a kill in this one. And his previous outing as Waylay was actually very good.
Yeah.
He pretty much destroyed Envy single-handedly. Verno had a good game then as well, but his Waylay was looking really powerful. He's picking up the op now in this round. Maybe that can turn things around for MIBR. But at max, just getting 5 rounds on defense if everything goes perfectly from this point on.
It's hard to imagine.
It feels like ages ago, but if you recall, they won the pistol, right?
Yeah, and then
It's their only round win.
and they immediately got thrifted by the set play in B main from G2. There were 2 layers of set play there. It's crazy.
This could be Ospas' moment, though, as the wall drops. Nebula going to obscure his view temporarily, just a recall smoke.
Surely there's a swing off this contact, though, right? They're going to catch Ospas. Can he get out? Oh, yeah, the double tap. That'll do it. Jaws is getting too much. They are walking into his crosshairs, and he looks like he's loving life on this ISO. Player advantage up for G2. Ospas only finding the 1 kill. At least he gets him off 0. Here's Zekken, though. Ever dependable. So reliable, but Jorgamo has a shield every time he rounds a corner.
He is just frying them right now. Ospas committed to that fight early, but we are down to 2-on-2, Mazzino.
He's low. Almost feels too low for this. Where's Tex coming from as well?
I felt like MIBR were out of it, but suddenly this actually has become a real chance for them to get this first gun round win, but Jaw has other ideas.
4 for Jaw, and he's looking for more. Tex out in the open, knows how to win it out. It's on Trent. Quiet achiever. He'll tuck on the corner. And Tex is looking to step up. The role player. 2 role players. And it's Trent that takes it. Devastating round loss for MIBR. They bought into it. Ospas with an op, and they got completely thwarted.
Feels like just a resigned look on Tech's face after
Timeout
that.
time, man.
Didn't even show frustrated emotion, just like an acceptance of the situation that they're in.
I mean,
I was trying to, the action suddenly picked up, but I wanted to mention that moment with Ospas there early. He gets the kill, but then just tries to stay committed to the angle against a team that is going to be running an ISO at him. That shield is going to get popped, and your op is useless in that situation. He already got his. There was no one ready to support, really, for him to stay on that angle.
It's the problem. You can't play contact against this ISO with a double tap shield.
Yeah, and it is fortunate that he's able to get one there. But you got to be feeling like he just needs to get out after that.
He can't refract because he's been stationary for too long.
But I think that tells the story of where MIBR are starting to get individually. I think we're seeing it from moments with Mazzino. I think that's a moment of that from Ospas, who's yet to make any mark on this map. 1 kill, it feels like it's not enough. I got to do more. I have to do something to win my team this round.
Seen that from
Mazzino's
Mazzino
pushing
a lot.
down mid. I got to do more. I have to get more than just 1 kill. And it's moments of overplaying that, let's be real, this G2 team, they're never going to let you get away with something like that, especially not right now. Overstaying a position against this team running double duelists that are going to be sending it on you, there's just no way you're going to get out right.
It's time for a change for MIBR. If it's not already too late. 7 rounds behind, only winning the pistol in this half, and they've been shut out of every round since then.
Certainly may just get another Jaw kill contract. Dude, Zekken one more time. Let's break the tie. We need a rubber band match in the kill contract. Even though Zekken has the stinger. Hit him with a little Kane Zero type move and just run it down on him.
Run it up, yeah. Okay, so Viper's Pit to B main. This is simply just to eliminate 1 lane, 1 possibility for G2. And yet, Wyatt, they're heading in that direction.
2 players in that pit.
Kill contract the Viper out?
Yeah, hate to get kill contract.
Does Mazzino have to stand ahead here of the Viper?
Yes, he
Oh my
would
God.
have to.
That's insane. The fact that you have to account for this. Yeah, Viper's Pit is here. Joel's saying, right, what's there to be getting? All right, who
Wait,
do
it got
we get?
Tex, but it doesn't matter. Mazzino's in the pit.
Yeah, he's dominating. Tex, though, inside the kill contract. Oh, he's sharp. Okay, all of a sudden, MIBR have found themselves. They're going to win this round.
G2 really just tried to rush that pit. And Mazzino was super ready for it. Still has that determination to get MIBR back in this game with a 4-piece.
Feels like that's definitely enough. Fighting inside that Viper's Pit. G2, of course, a lot of money to work with. not too concerned about throwing themselves in that round, but a flawless is going to be good to raise those spirits.
That's nice, just sidestepping there, gets that first kill. Wow, even swings out onto Valen. That really is the determination. That is the feeling of I am going to win my team this game. He's doing everything that he can.
He's taking the first step, but it's a long road. Both teams just coming into some ultimates here towards the end of the half. Mazino's null command could be important.
G2 trying to get into that B site, but will be denied of that right now. Push down mid from Verna, though.
So what are they hoping for behind this Cosmic Divide? Because they pulled out a B entirely.
Perfect. That's a good first kill. Can anyone trade?
You would think that a swing here from Valon,
Yeah, just patient, waiting for some kind of sound cue for the peek out.
But there's such limited information about the state of top mid that G2 can't split A here.
Now, if G2, if they try to rush into A, though, this conversion paths could lock them up in the choke, allow time for MIBR to rotate.
That's really telling, though. That only one Seeker gets over to this part of the map. Oh, that's a big catch here. Convergent pass in play. Aspas Mazzino both hinted out, and Baby Bay might have the chance to capitalize on this, but refracts away. Aspas able to shrug off that hindrance now, and Jaws playing forward, caught by the fragment by the looks, and now Mazzino is trying to get in there. Aspas, though, has been picked up, this presence in elbow, and so Mazzino's going to go for it, self-flashes, and takes the kill on Valen. Gives it a tap. Trent gets close, suppressed, but sees Mazzino coming, and now to be Zekin. Baby Bay in a 1 versus 2. Has to move on up. No defuse right yet. Oh my goodness, he's done it. It's just dirty. He just smeared all over him.
Almost sends a chair into the crowd, bro. That is disgusting. Last bullet, I think, on that one.
Hits a saturate before
Last bullet.
Oh.
Let's go! Come on!
That does. That does keep doing it. Josh can't believe it. Similar reaction for the rest of us.
MIBR can't believe it. It felt like suddenly there was a moment. They're getting back into this game. Mazzino got that 4-piece on the previous round. They're aggressive on that retake. And still shut down because of a clutch.
Okay, Hunter's Fury here. Can Verno make an impact on this round? Tags are good on Trent, he's dealt with. That's a free kill, but Jaw finds his instantly, and he's got that top mid control into the side. Has the double tap shield broken, but this snakebite means that the Tex can't get any further ahead for now. But his aim has been so good.
Leaf oversteps, no one able to assist. Does Jaw play this aggro? He wants to take the fight, but the pop flash is perfect from Mazzino. Capitalizes off of himself with that spray through the box. Now Baby Bay is isolated in this site. Valen needs to play from B main. He needs to find a time to get past that wall and out to smoke to be able to help Dre.
There's an Aldron coming in. Nova Pulse is used. Valen gives his position away, but here's Baby Bay on a swing. Timing, it's good. Can he relocate? It's on Valen, though, and Verno notches up his third. MIBR saving a little bit of face here in his first half, but as defense sides go, it's anything but convincing.
It really does feel like, just for a moment, a burst of life for this team. And it does feel like it was Mazzino bringing that to him. So we know the path that he's on right now, the story that he's trying to fulfill of being able to be that one player representing his region in Santiago. Not a stranger to the international stage by any means. Not a stranger to deep runs at internationals, what he was able to do at Champions with Lev before. And it really feels like he's trying to will his team there right now.
We're alive. Now we're gaming.
I mean, again, listen, you talk about the contrast and the hype levels from these teams. You really see it from the Baby Bay clutch to the reaction to that round win.
Yeah, it's a song of fire and ice out there between these teams. We'll be back after this break, of course, for the second half of Kuroda's G2 look to lock their ticket for Santiago. Tickets for Masters Santiago are available now. Scan this QR code to score your front row seat for the first global event of the year. We're headed to Chile, baby. I could not be more excited. Mazzino would like to have a free trip back home, I think.
He's definitely playing like it.
Yep.
He is definitely playing like it. And it feels like in a moment like this, he is seeing that the potential of it start to fade a little bit. Going into today, this was always going to be dangerous for MIBR. We said it at the top that they lose to Fury, a close game, grueling game, a long game, and now up against G2, who have been waiting in peak form in the tournament. I'll tell you though, if MIBR can run it back on this second half and keep the series alive, we might be in for an all-timer. They started to show signs of life at the very end of that defense. But here at G2, straight out of B main, they want to just take the fight to them. Look at this play.
Always a set play, Wyatt. They're happy enough with that one kill, but Trent wants to try and catch Second pulling out of this position. He may be a little too late, though.
Little face off the wall drop.
Second's hanging around.
Yeah, Baby Bay trying to spam through the pop flash is perfect, but Zekken actually on the retreat and gets a lot of damage onto Trent, so he doesn't feel willing to overcommit to get a second kill there. Of course, it's not necessary to get a second kill, so they'll just slow it down, back it up.
Texas kind of set up here. Doesn't get a peek that he's looking for. That Trailblazer is so illuminating. Two players still spotted lingering over towards B. MIBR are going to have to pivot.
Oh, Valen exposing himself. Verno with an opportunity, pushing through that wall, but he can't win the isolated duel. That would have been crucial to cracking open this A site.
Tex hoping to follow, and Valen isn't aware of just how close he is, but he has his crosshair placed perfectly. Look at this.
Great kill. And now this player with the shorty Leaf going to need to reposition. MIBR have just circumvented him completely by getting to back A instead, flipping the map.
Are they going to rotate through defense side spawn?
No, there's just no way. They're not going
There's
to
no
have the time. Yeah, the map is just way too large. But they have to deal with Leaf close up with the shorty.
He knows now.
So dangerous.
What? At that range? Are you kidding me? Oh, the double tap gets one. So it's down to Zekken. Trent and Baby Bay a little split right now. Baby Bay a little bit alone, but does not care.
He just gets there at the perfect moment to round the corner, right before the spike was planted, and Zekken would be able to get off of it.
It has lined up a little bit like that today for G2. Talk about Valen's timings on the previous map, what he did on Breeze.
Oh my god. Sick shot from Trent. If Verno gets that kill, I think we're looking at a completely different round, honestly.
Nice! Yo, you like that shorty vibe, boy?
State of the meta.
Leaf
shorty haters are fuming.
Leaf really had to make that work, though. He played inside his own poison orb and had to basically take that max range shot with a shorty.
We've seen this story before back on Haven. Second half forced right now from MIBR, trying to pressure onto Baby Bay. He knows he's going to get overwhelmed. That refract doesn't do a whole lot for him, though. He is still on the run. Players pinged up. Aspas in pursuit.
I like that from Aspas, but now he's realized he's run out of rope. He's going to have to pull back, but the rest of his team instead are going to hit this side. Valen, though, with the Spectre. What a flick from Baby Bay. That is nuts. Verno loses purchase on the spike, and here's Jaw with a backstab opportunity. 2v3 again. G2 with the suppression on Tex. That is tough. And Valen delivers a 4-piece.
It feels like everyone on G2 are just running around with the stim beacon. There's no brim, but it feels like they're just that quick. How are they there flooding? How are they there just shutting down MIBR that burst out of the choke the second they see Baby Bay? Mazzino going to regret pushing into that dark cover. Thought he had the timing. He did not. That's free for Valen.
Come on, Trent! Good.
And all of a sudden, everyone from MIBR encircled. Yeah, this is a situation where they just have to force again. Do you really want to save and let G2 just get to match point?
Can't
they want to go for it.
Aspas with a dive over towards Link. With the Bucky, though, so getting out of Link is the issue.
I would have loved to have been able to find a G2 player actually posted up there to be able to get an opening kill.
Oh, no way.
Wow, what a kill for Tex to find.
Trento's just going to pick this up. Oh, around the wall, he can find a timing. He's still up. Second, trying to plug away at him with that Sheriff, but can't find a kill.
Gets the quick gun swap, upgrades to the Phantom on the retreat. Verno down mid. Yeah, you're not going to be wanting the stinger, that timing.
They know, though.
Oh my god, Aspas somehow gets away.
But Aspas, his weapon there was the element of surprise. He's lost that now.
Look at this in the meantime. G2 have Leaf working down B main. So if MIBR do go hit B, you could have Jaw take a duel, then back up, control elbow, and they could set up a retake from multiple angles, except Zekin is going to re-clear in main. This fight is so crucial, and Leaf is not ready for it.
Big win, Zekin, obviously with that Vandal.
MIBR,
Jaw?
they're everywhere. Jaw wants to refight this now.
What a swing! That was mental! He's picked himself up the Vandal now. Numbers once more even. At least though, Aspas can now play closer angles with this Bucky. He's actually in a decent position to make use of the weapon in the post plant.
MIBR are so spread across the map right now. Drone going to see Jaw, not going to see Trent. Verno right now, not a lot of help, but Aspas moves to heaven, and wow, that is sick.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a mistiming there by the looks of things. Trent wasn't there to pick up. Now onto the side we go. Much of this timer has elapsed though when you're out trying to be caught. Aspas!
He just dives right in, straight away, no hesitation.
And you know what? He doesn't pie. He's 4 and 13. My goat.
MIBR hanging around by a thread. All right, that kill had me sweating, not gonna lie. You know, it's not in the tournament anymore, but I thought that was popping for a second with that swing.
No pie!
No pie. These are the things that we think about.
You will take any win you can get at this point for MIBR. Try to keep the vibes up.
So G2 obviously lost the bonus, and they're on this kind of buy. All right.
Yep, they have a buy that would really make you think they were about to go for some kind of double dash thing, except it is Baby Ray with the Outlaw. How far do they want to take this? Tex is one-shottable, by the way.
Who stands here? Who stands there? Tex is down, and he was the only one-shottable. Mazzino is there, to be fair. One of the only one-shottable players. What's the vision here for Jorg? nothing but the frenzy.
I respect Jaw for he's always stuck to the frenzy. Even when it fell off, he'll still pick it up sometimes.
We saw him running down C-Long at Aspas with it on Haven. It was interesting.
All right, MIBR have gathered up for the B exec. Leaf is here. Jiggle peeking, just trying to play in the rat spot with the Bucky.
timing.
Oh my god, he has the knife out, but MIBR going in. He's gotten into the corner. He's
You've
got
got to be kidding me. You just can't be doing that in this game. Trent's about to find Aspas there as well. They might be down to 2 players. This is G2 with a really safe, conservative buy. They're up by 2, and Valen is trying to chase second.
He gets ahead of himself there. That's giving MIBR an opportunity. Oh my god, off the spike, Mazzino. Enough time to plant now, all in the hands of Dre. 1-1v2 already on the scoreboard for him, but not able to connect onto Zekin.
Felt like it's a really doable round there for G2, despite their weapon disadvantage. They lose a 2v4.
Had to be sweating there as an MIBR fan. Oh, that's a hell of a shot from Trent. Boy, yeah, what is going on there with Valentine and the rest of the team? I mean, that looks ridiculous from the MIBR point of view.
Okay.
Bro hit the sticky keys and he started
tapped out of the game. Hate it when that happens.
Revealing area.
I'm sure there's a way to turn that off, but I've just not bothered to find it.
Never tried to find it in the last 20 years of gaming. All right, Aspas is in deep, and he knows it's time to get out. Wasn't going to be able to get that kill onto Jaw.
But here comes the layers of stall util. Here's Valen though. Can he get... Ooh, paranoid. This now is going to give that access to top mid from Zekin, forcing Leaf right back here at elbow. He's further forward than I would have expected, and it doesn't pay off.
No flash from Mazzino, but just a jump swing into the real swing to collect that kill is going to be enough. Zekin needs some assistance, and Aspas will be there for him. Mazzino still is just determined to win these rounds, to will MIBR back into this game. Money on the line for G2 right now. They have nothing in the bank.
Baby wants to try and get through. Okay, has he seen enough? Yes, good flash utility from Trent, but Baby Bay is not positioned to make use of it. And now, G2's money, it's kind of broke.
Mazzino is just rocketing up the scoreboard at the moment. 19 kills. Top fragging despite this situation. The scoreline, the deficit. I like that from MIBR though, still remaining proactive in the post plant. Making something happen with a lack of utility to just get another kill towards elbow.
Looks like the spacing there. I think maybe Trent was supposed to swing off that. It's unclear, but Zek handled that really well. He and Mazzino are looking excellent.
G2 looking to maybe activate a trap in B main, or rather just a instant play, right, with that vulnerable going out dash as well from Baby Bay.
Aspas straight up mid now as well. Can't refract anymore though, so is, for all intents and purposes, committed.
Jog just tries to take a timing, but doesn't expect that MIBR would be posted up with that many rifles in his direction.
Starting to see a lot of these timings attempted by G2 here.
Timing part 2.
Yep.
Nope, Baby Bay on the run, but that is a sick angle from Aspas.
Super nice. Yeah, he refuses to give up that mid presence. He's second of the round there.
MIBR are stabilizing in this anti-eco. Now set up for the A split, but they still do have to deal with 2 G2 players.
Okay, Stinger swing. Good for one. Trent with his... Okay, sure, all right. We just need to slow it down a little bit, I feel. Trent looking for a yard swing.
Oh my god.
Does he know? Yes. Aspas going to... He's not checking. He doesn't know. He doesn't know! 2v2. Trent on the line. Verno with a swing out. Leaf now is on his way over, so maybe some time needs to be bought. Seekers are active, and Trent wants to play off them, but is this going to line up with Leaf's arrival timing? Trailblazer for Leaf to play off? Wait a minute.
Oh, second on the run. A couple shock darts, by the way, if they tap the spike.
Rifle upgrade.
Isolated.
Could be happening here. Verno trying to cover the spike, and G2 have recovered an unthinkable round. Yeah, Leaf and Trent, that is gross. That's gross.
Stunned and pretty devastating here for the MIBR fans. Their hopes of winning this game. They were up in a 5-on-3 in the anti-eco. What was this? The kill from Trent is crazy. And then they're just not expecting playing out in the open. The Trent could be wrapping around elbow, but they knew he was on site. Of course he could be going elbow.
That is nuts. The 2 supportive players in Trent and Leaf.
Oh, that is just a disaster. I mean, I'm speechless there for a second when you lose a round like that on the comeback attempt. Valen right into the smoke, but dealt with.
Okay, 1 for 1. Mazzino wasn't the one that went down, so Zek cannot be returned to the fray. Baby Bay inside the smoke as well. He wants to fight it. In mid, it's getting messy. He's hit with a hinder. Aspas able to capitalize on it. Now the presence over to A through elbow is there for MIBR. Trent down to a checks notes fragment. And now G2 with 2 come back in. There is a kill command, a kill contract rather, for Jaw.
One enemy remaining.
Might just want to save it a little bit as Mazzino post 3 in the round.
God, even still, with those MIBR players getting low, Leaf lines them up, but Verno on the swing, emotionless, but able to win that round out. Mazzino is continuing to find kills, to find impact. Mid-round.
Okay. Can tell he wants it.
Eventually, though, in every Valorant comeback, when you're trying to get back to 12 rounds, when the other team has the lead, you will eventually run into the round where everyone has an ult. And that is the most dangerous one. Eco
5
for G2, but surely they would never win an eco to close out the game against MIBR trying to make a comeback in the middle round finals to qualify for Santiago.
That's right, that's very specific.
They would never do that.
Very specific. But either way you slice it, it's 5 match points for G2. Okay, here's the set play. Ooh, Tex is down. They do find one of those players so deep over towards that A side of the map.
I think Tex was caught with a vulnerable, so he gets one-tapped by a ghost. What a crazy sync of that utility. Leaf in the corner with the shotgun.
Second does not lose those. I'm almost certain. Baby Bay, Rat, Artui.
Oh my, what a timing for Verno to catch.
Okay, Jaw's gonna back away. He knows things are getting a little bit dicey now in this kind of round. Trying to be anticipatory. But eventually this push out of Link should come, and Jaw just overextends for that information.
MIBR now on this pivot towards B. Crossfire set up though for mid. That's
Mazzino can't clear.
The players are a great shot though.
1, 2, 3. Oh, surely not. Spike's been dropped and Leaf tries to go ham with the classic, but Aspas is low. He's a 1 shot to Trent.
Spike has to be recovered. Trent now knows that player in mid will be running towards that B site. Zekin has adjusted. He can play over towards heaven.
He's got a gun.
That is the perfect position for Zekin to close out this round. The 2 stars of MIBR
But they are split. There's no crossfire here. And Trent can set up. If he works around on the right, hard for Zekin to see him. Aspas is on the move. Like ships in the night, they've passed each other.
About the timing for that.
Trent's not going to be ready for the swing around the corner. Oh my goodness, I speak too soon. And now he's spotted Zekin. Time though is of the essence. Paranoia comes in. Trent peels himself off the side. 9 in the chamber. Scant seconds remaining. Zekin won't give him anything to shoot at right now. The jump up. 6 bullets. Time! What? Trent, are you kidding me? And he's got time to finish the job as well, surely. I can't believe it. Not only to qualify for Santiago, but to do it in such a fashion. Trent saves the day. Gigabrain 1v2. And we're all reminded of why G2 are the Damocles sword of Americas. It might not happen in the upper bracket, but when they come down, it'll be felt.
Now on a 7-map win streak to be the second team to qualify for Masters Santiago. This new iteration of G2, this new style that they're coming out with, it's the most exciting, the most fun this team has ever been to watch. And it might also be the most deadly they are to play against. Now having BabyBay picking up that waylay jaw on the other duelist roles, he is back. He was really the lightning rod of so much critique early in this G2 run. Didn't really feel comfortable on that agent, but now after that loss to Furia, they have bounced back looking maybe better than ever. I think you could argue that, but always for this G2 squad, they will have doubters until they're at that international event putting up performances like they have here. But I feel like you can trust that this team should be making a deep run there. They look so sick. They played 2 maps today they hadn't played at all in this run, and they come out with crazy comps cooked up where you have to give a lot of credit to Josh working behind the scenes to maximize the potential of this team. The return of the BabyBay duelist out in full form. Valentine today was insane.
Lights out. Just an unbelievable game from him. And yes, the world once again are going to have to reckon with G2, but it's a whole new look, like you said, catalyzed by the addition of a 30-year-old ex-esports commentator in BabyBay. Take a bow, G2. You gave us quite a show today. And we can have confidence, I think, sending this team forth to Chile. And I can't wait to see what kind of ruckus they're going to cause.
I believe for Valentine today, that's a 65 for 33 kill to death across the 3 maps.
Light work, baby!
The closer series, he was maybe going to break a kill record. Played Astra to get all those kills, by the way. Insane from him.
Yeah, just had this incredible prescience in so many of these moments across the map. Intuition was absolutely popping off. I bet Dre's saying, hey, well, we get a trophy too? We're in the upper bracket. That's crazy. Let's head over to Riv down on the stage with our middle bracket winners for our Verizon post-match interview. It's G2 looking pleased.
Let's keep it going for your second seed to Masters Santiago G2 Esports.
Trent, that was disgusting. How did that clutch feel?
I mean, it felt great. I mean, fumbling a little bit, but he kind of just gave it to me, so it was pretty easy.
Okay, I mean, you make it look easy. The style change coming in at the end of the season, you kind of were always throwing an initiator utility in, and then you were behind trying to figure out where the crosshairs and the ankles were broken, and now all the duelists are kind of doing everything up front, and now you're making more space and trying to find things. How has that kind of change been for you? Is it a paradigm shift for your mindset? Are you kind of still playing the same game?
I would say I'm playing the same game still. Like, I'm still supporting them, making sure they're good on their entry, and then I kind of just get a little free reign. I get my Sky Flash, you know. I can make my own play now, so, I mean, it was a little learning curve, but definitely feels good.
You can make your own plays now. Congrats on the ace as well. That was nice. Good luck in Santiago. BabyBay, what's going on? How we doing?
How we doing, brother?
It's been a while, but we get to talk again. I really just have like a straight up question for you. Was the Smeeg ever gone?
Yeah, it was gone for a little bit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that opening match I had last year, stage 2, and this guy was out, that was a tough one for me, bro. But I'm back, all thanks to Josh and the rest of the guys here for believing in it. And hey, we got our own like little Smeeg gaming going on here at G2.
It's a refined, it's an aged Smeeg, very expensive, very particular. Yeah, acquired taste.
I like that.
Good luck in Santiago, brother. Leaf, They said it right there at the end. Back on the duel list for this kickoff match. We've seen you on smokes. You still clutch. You still do everything. But what's it like being on the front line again? Can we be able to show off a little fire?
Definitely fun. I mean, I like playing every kind of agent. We got to show our Haven, so I think that's pretty fun. I think everybody had a lot of fun, going into the veto knowing that we're going to be playing that map. So it feels good. I like playing all different kinds of roles.
Could you think you play any agent? They asked you just to play it?
No.
Oh, yes, you can.
I can't play Clove. Agent's too hard.
Oh, we see. Okay, whatever. Modesty, humble. Good luck in Santiago. Congratulations on the win. Jog, we talked a little bit earlier today about the change. You kind of made one of the biggest ones, finally fully unleashed. What is it allowing you to do? How's it feel that full belief is in you now and you are just running full speed ahead?
I mean, yeah, I get to run it down a little bit harder now. So, I mean, you see Trent clutching up. I mean, I'm setting up the guys for success. That's always been my goal joining this team, and now I get to see the guys shine. Look at like my IGL clutching up all these clutches. Trent, like, all of us are insane for a reason. So yeah.
The whole squad bringing trophies in. You're still helping do it. Congratulations. Best of luck in Santiago. Josh, you speak sometimes about complacency and success, trying to find out where to make the game fun all the time and keep it challenging for yourselves as well. What was the goal to continue doing that here, to come into kickoff and really just revamp things?
The goal is to win, of course, but also just like we're always mindful of the process. We know it's going to take a while. Sometimes it takes a whole month, maybe 2 months, including the off season. It takes a loss here and there, but I'm just proud of the boys just believing the whole time, and it's finally coming together. I'm proud of them.
Got to be an awesome picture to see. Congrats, Coach. Best of luck in Chile. Valen, a wild match from you, my man. Absolutely fragging out, and you always have high expectations for yourself, right? And this wasn't really we need to be the grand champions here, but it is a trip to Santiago that was on the line. Do you feel like you as a coach, or I'm sorry, you as an IGL and the team checked those boxes on the way here, all those expectations you had so far?
Yeah, definitely. I would say our coaching staff, like Josh, Shaq, and our new guy Robert, who's our performance coach, have been putting a lot of ideal ways of how we should approach every day, trying to get us more better players, better people, and everything. And this result is a process of all of that. So I would say the reason why all the boys are looking so good, including myself, is due to the coaching staff, honestly. Like, we brought in a whole different idea of how to improve in Valorant this year, and I've been running with it. So I'm very thankful for the guys behind me to push me to my limits. That was a great showing from me, but it's a process from everything. So that's it's like a showing of accumulation of everything. And I'm just very happy that we are continuing to go to internationals, because this is why we play, man. There's not a single reason besides going internationally, seeing new cultures, playing in front of new stages and new crowds. That's my dream as a kid, so I'm glad I'm living it. Let's go.
Fact, the team is looking great. Congratulations on everything, Valen. Let's keep it going. Let's hear it one more time for your second seed, headed to Masters Santiago, G2 Esports! All right, we're not done yet. Do not miss it. We have the draw show happening on the stage in just a few minutes. But first, take a look at what's ahead.
Quatro jogadores, vai ser pressionado. Pode vir!
With that flash, there's going to be a multi-swing, but he has just the weapon for it!
After an explosive kickoff tournament, VCT Americas will return for the next chapter in the 2026 season. Get ready for Stage 1. On April 10th, we'll open the doors to the Riot Games Arena, and those doors are going to stay open for 7 straight weeks of competition. This is how it's going to go down. Our 12 squads will be split into 2 groups, Alpha and Omega, based on their final kickoff performance. They'll fight it out in their respective groups for 5 weeks, and championship points are up for grabs every single match. Every map counts, because the top 4 in each group will qualify for the Stage 1 playoffs. Starting May 14th, the top 8 will go head-to-head in a double elimination bracket. The number 1 seeds from each group get a bye. The number 2 and 3 seeds fight first, and the number 4 seeds start in the lower bracket. No second chances for them. Here's what's at stake. The winner will lift the Stage 1 trophy, score 6 championship points, and a number 1 seed at Masters London. Second place scores 4 points and a Masters spot. Third place gets 3 points and a trip to London. Fourth place gets 2 points, but they're staying home.
The action starts April 10th. If you want to come down to the Riot Games Arena, meet some of your favorite players, and watch history be made, tickets will go on sale following the conclusion of Masters Santiago. Follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at ValleySportsNA for all the latest news, exclusive video content, and more.
Não vai deixar plantar, o tempo tá a favor da equipe da Secretlab, agora o Cortez! O moleque é insano!
Manda beijo!
The attention he's drawing too, and they don't know that he's that close! He's just shaking hands with energy!
All right, everyone, it's now time for the Stage 1 America's Draw Show. You guys ready? Love it. All right, got my main man Nick here to help me out, a part of the comp ops team. Once again, give it up for Nick. So look at that, Nick. I got to just bring you everywhere, hype you up. That's what we got to do every time.
That's great. Thank you. It's good for my ego.
I got you. All right. So, folks, let's go ahead and go over the rules real quickly, all right? Because the teams are going to be seeded based on the final standings from kickoff and placed into 6 pools. 11th and 12th are in Pool 1. Then in 9th and 10th will be in Pool 2, and so on and so forth. 2 of the orbs, because, you know, don't want to say the other word, will be inside of the fishbowl. And then we'll go ahead and place them into the Alpha and then into the Omega group, respectively. You guys ready for the draw? Yeah! Muy bueno. All right, let's do this. Nick, Papa, hit me with the first one. What we got? All right, so your options for this are going to be crew or loud for this one. So who do we want? Crowd, say it. And it's loud! Look at you, ask and you shall receive. Okay, that's loud. We have one more to go through here. That's crew, of course. And we will lay them down over at the Omega group. Any crew fans in the house today? Crews in the house? Crew? No? Got a couple, love it. All right, next up, Pool 2. Nick, hit us with it. This one will be Envy and this small independent team called Sentinels. This is a small esports team started out of the basement. Envy, all right. That will be in the Alpha group alongside Lauji. All right, and now we have uno más. That is going to be Sentinels, but we got to do it the right way. And there it is, Sentinels locked in. All right, Sentinels and crew in a group, and then we have Loud and Envy in Alpha. Now let's see, pool numero 3. What do we have here? So this will be Evil Geniuses or Leviathan. Who's the first one? Hearing a lot of EGs out here. Is it EG? Nick, hit him with it. It's Leviathan. So Lev will be in the Alpha group alongside Envy and Loud. I did hear someone say, no, from the side over here. Bless. Next up, it's EG. There you go. Okay, that is happening again. Wait. I didn't see that bow over there just yelling no. Okay, Pool 4. Let's do this. What we got? This will be C9 and 100 Thieves. Oh, we're seeing some 100 Thieves fans out here. Some C9. This is for Alpha, and it is Cloud9! Oh, man. You know, I love that we get to do this again tomorrow for Santiago, so hopefully you guys join me for this so we can have some fun. It's a good time. You guys are a great audience. Hell yeah. All right, let's do this. 100 Thieves, of course, rounding it out over in the Omega. Woo! Oh, wow. That Omega group is looking spicy. Okay. Pool 5. This will be our world champions, NRG and MIBR. Who's it gonna be? Oh, the other plans. MIBR will be in the Alpha group, which means NRG goes into the Omega group. Which group is looking scarier right now? Alpha? Omega? Got a lot? Got a couple. Okay, Nick, last one. This is going to be our number 2 seeded team, G2, and our number 1 seeded team, which is a sentence I get to say out loud, Furia! Oh, wow. Okay, and it is... G2! Oh, man. Which means that Furia gets put into the Omega group. Woo! And there you have it, folks. Which group do you think is tougher now? Omega, we got some alpha. I saw one guy say neither. All right. So, now that we got our groups, let's go ahead and talk to some of our competitors. We have my main man, Baby Bay, and another one of my good friends, Fraud, joining us on the stage. Give it up for these 2 amazing human beings.
Yo.
Hello. Oh, I'm so glad I get to do this with you two. So this is great.
Man.
Baby Bay, let's get some reactions off of this, man. You know, you just faced off against, you know, the boys in Brazil over here. You got C9, Lev, Envy, Loud. Thoughts?
Yeah, Alpha is stacked. I mean, am I right? This is so stacked. And Furia just has a free bracket again. What is that?
Whoa, you
yeah, he didn't see that one coming.
Bro,
yeah, he didn't see that one coming.
Actually, no, I didn't, but now that you
They're
get
good.
respected.
They're
good. They're good.
Yeah.
You really do think, though, that no one here can match up to Furia, baby?
Nah, Furia is winning that. They're winning Omega for sure. G2 is winning Alpha for sure.
What do you think, Fraud?
I'm going to pass it to him.
To be fair, he knows how to run his mouth, so it makes a lot of sense. You're good now.
That's fair. That's fair.
But Fraud, though, getting your, some analysis here. What do you make of these 2 groups? Let's ignore Alpha for right now, since you're here. What do you think of the Omega group?
I think the Omega group is really stacked. I mean, those teams are showing, and obviously they didn't perform so well in the group, but for me in the kickoff. But I think that they're all really good teams, and I'm just really excited about our group because we really get to play against Loud and play against our LATAM friends over there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you guys are going to also be able to scrap once again with the likes of C9. You'll be able to throw it down with Envy too.
Envy. I mean, you already know Demon 1 wants that. He wants that so bad. So he's going to get it. So we'll see what happens.
It's going to be Demon 1 versus the Smee soon?
Maybe not Demon 1 versus me. Maybe Demon 1 versus G2. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a little bit better.
Okay, I like that one. What a team player.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, guys. Well, look, of course, a great match from both teams today, but great kickoff as well. Lots to come, but this is our group for Stage 1, Alpha and Omega. Want to thank Baby Bay. Want to thank Coach Fraud for joining us here today. Give it up for these amazing people. And that is going to do it for us here. Thank you so much for watching. And tomorrow, we have one more best of 5 to determine the final team who punches their ticket to Santiago. We'll see you then, folks. Thank you so much for watching. Love you all.
We have an explosive match here between these 2 teams. It is do or die territory, elimination on the line, really your final chance to potentially book a ticket to Santiago. The spike dropped down, Kiko trying to supplement, trying to even this one back into his favor, and his team's fight to be taken. He's just one man, what can he do? Isoing, moving, Kiko! Where was that come from? But Cryo is the one standing strong, but it's now down to Asin at 1v1. Sticking to Harvey, here's the rumble, here's the footsteps, sticking in, he lands the shot, snapping to the dome. 13-3, what a finish for our opening map here. It's 100 Thieves have to batter and fight their way forwards. Vora is the one to punch a hole through NRG and stop them in their tracks. Here comes Scuba on that backstab. Listen, 100 Thieves might be collecting these kills, but they're not ready for that. Scuba activating, Vora left to do it all in a spot like this, but Scuba, the one on top, plays into the back. Cry trying to play off all of that pressure again. Sharp and well honed from the NRG squad. And just sidestepping most of the utility comes their way. NRG sent flying into that lower bracket grand finals.
We have the team that set the standard in Americas last year versus the team that was purpose-built to upset the status quo. And somehow, they find themselves facing each other in our middle bracket final with Santiago on the line. Hunter's Fury in play, Baby Bay unperturbed, it's leap for faith through the smoke.
Y'all should see that replay. I did not see anybody.
I think he's going to get a time to next because of that smoke activation. Valen on the move.
Brought it down.
Cover for Raspas, but Valen is on the hunt. It's not enough.
There's not going to be enough time.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious.
Let's go, baby.
Oh my goodness, G2. Harry's would-be assailants. There it is, 2 for Valen. Is it going to be enough? You better believe it.
Texas just still sat there with a judge. You can't flank effectively.
Mazzino looking to try and get it hard. There's going to be some shots on the diffuser, and there is. That's going to be enough.
That was effortless. This is G2 at their very best.
Saying, right, what's there to be getting?
All right, wait, it got Tex, but it doesn't matter. Mazzino's in the pit.
Yeah, he's dominating. Tex, though, inside the kill contracts. Oh, he's sharp.
Mazzino was super ready for it. Still has that determination. We are back in this game with a 4-piece.
Baby Bay in a 1 versus 2. No defuse right yet. Oh my goodness, he's done it. He's just dirty. Trent's not going to be ready to swing around the corner. Oh my goodness, I speak too soon. And now he spotted Zekin. Zekin won't give him anything to shoot at right now. The jump up. 6 bullets. Time. What? Trent, are you kidding me? I can't believe it. Not only to qualify for Santiago, but to do it in such a fashion. And we're all reminded of why G2 are the Damocles sword of Americas.
I'm surrounded by Valentines and I've never known the loving touch of another human.
All right. Awesome.